Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. And so great to see you guys back. And we are here on the second day, and I'm very excited for what's gonna happen today. So we are all going through a crisis, and everyone knows, what the tough situation is outside. So we thought about doing something for the community to help people, and we collaborated with Hemkund Foundation so that we can donate to people who needs our help. And we are so grateful that we could arrange somewhere around 70K so far, and we are even planning today that we will get a lot of donation from you guys again, and we will be able to reach to a good amount which can help Hemkund Foundation to do something great for all those people who definitely needs our help. So moving ahead, I really want to thanks our sponsor Newton School for helping us in preparing this event and also helping us with the donation and everything. And you can also become a part of Newton School. They help you in getting placed in various companies with a good package like Zomato, Nika, and many more. So shout out to them. And if you want to register, then you can check the link in the description. Now moving ahead, we have great list of speakers today, and I really want to start with one person who I admire a lot. He has been like, I guess every Android developer knows about him. He has been doing really good stuff on the internet. You can find various new things about Android when you see his articles and everything. So yes, I'm talking about Joe Birch. He is our international guest today, directly from UK. So I just want to welcome Joe. So give me a moment and let's have Joe on the screen. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how's it
How are
going?
you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good. And Joe, thanks so much for joining and being a part of this initiative. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's great to be here, and I'm really grateful to be able to talk.
Awesome. So I'm very excited for your talk and I'm gonna watch it behind the scenes. But yes, now the stage is yours and you can just rock it like you always do.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction. Cool. Let's get started. So yeah, thanks for being here today. My name's Joe. I'm a Google developer expert for Android, and I'm here to talk to you today about using Compose inside of your existing Android apps. So there'll be some time for questions at the end. You can also, I think, you can use the chat to ask questions during the talk. And you'll also find my Twitter handle on most of the slides if you'd prefer to reach out on Twitter also. Cool. So yeah, let's get started. So when it comes to composing our apps, we're likely going to see one of two cases. So we'll either be creating brand new features with Compose, so building screens that contain only composables. On the other hand, we might be slotting Compose into existing features, or even using the Android UI toolkit in these Compose-only screens. So in many cases, a lot of developers will be taking this approach and introducing Compose into existing apps. In these scenarios, it's very unlikely that we'd be rewriting every single screen from the Android UI toolkit to Jetpack Compose. There'll be certain things that become blockers or road bumps during the process. And while every scenario is different, such as the company focus, team size, current projects, there are a couple of things that could make this incremental adoption a requirement. So, to begin with, there's still a bit of a learning curve with Compose when compared to how we are building Android UI at the moment, being a completely different way of building our UI components that also heavily relies on the architecture of our app, such as state management. There's also a lot for teams to adjust to and work out how that fits into the current projects. Now, while Compose adoption will help us move faster in the long run, we still need to deliver value to our users in the meantime. Dropping everything to adopt Compose might not be a practical approach for most teams, but being able to do so incrementally allows us to do so while still delivering this value to our users. Here, it's all about being strategic about how we can deliver this value during our adoption of Jetpack Compose. Some things just aren't ready or available for us to use in Compose yet, so this means that we'll have to take a hybrid approach and fall back to the Android UI toolkit where applicable. We also might have existing views that are not quite in a position to be converted to Compose yet. So this could be for any reason. For example, maybe we have a view that's quite complex and will require a large amount of work to migrate. That work involved in the migration might not be the best use of our time right now. At the end of the day, there could be a number of reasons why, but being able to support a hybrid migration is a key feature of Compose that allows teams to move forward with Compose adoption while still being able to deliver value to users. This unblocks us from using Compose while still allowing us to circle back in future and tackle these parts of our app whenever the time is appropriate. So in a lot of apps, we're going to end up using composables inside of the UI toolkit and the UI toolkit inside of composables. So knowing about the tools that we have at our disposal is going to help us to achieve these things smoothly. We're going to start by looking at how we can use composables inside of our existing Android layouts. This can be achieved with what is known as the Compose view. The Compose view is an Android view class located inside the Compose UI platform package. At a first glance, this looks just like any other view that we might come across when working with the Android UI toolkit. This class extends from another class known as the abstract Compose view, which we'll come on to a bit later in this talk. The extended class handles all of the complexities of this view for us, with the Compose view simply exposing a set content function which can be used to assign a composable to this view. So with that said, Compose view is a view that we can use to display composables inside of the Android UI toolkit. The great thing is that because this is pretty much just another view, we can use this in a similar way to how we are using existing Android views inside of our apps. So under the hood, the Compose view utilizes the lifecycle of the parent class so that the composition can be tied to the lifecycle of this class. So for example, this allows for disposable of composition as required, which is essentially tearing down the view for us as the lifecycle changes. Now, as I mentioned, the Compose view is pretty much like any other Android view that we might currently be using inside of our apps. This means that we can add this to our XML layout like so. Now, because of the nature of this view, as in we use it to display composable UI, there are no custom attributes that can be used to control anything around these composables. So by adding this to an XML layout, we are essentially adding an empty placeholder which acts as a holder for our composables. Instead, a composable needs to be applied programmatically using the set content function of the Compose view. So here we call this set content function, we pass a composable into that function, and then that content will be composed into our UI when the Compose view is ready to be rendered. So now we've added a Compose view to our XML layout, and we've got a composable now showing inside of our Android UI toolkit class. I think that's pretty cool to see. Now, while working in our apps, XML layouts is fairly common to use. If you're currently working in a project, you'll most likely be having XML layouts somewhere. But it might not always be the case that you'll be working with classes that you want to place a Compose view via XML. Now, in these scenarios, we can add the Compose view programmatically to a layout, just like we would do with any existing Android view class currently. Now, the behavior and configuration of the Compose view in this scenario would remain exactly the same as when added via an XML layout. We can use the set content function to assign a composable to the Compose view, and being able to do this programmatically opens up opportunities in other parts of our code base too. For example, outside of adding the Compose view to an existing layout, we might want to do something such as returning it as the layout view from the onCreate function of a fragment. This essentially allows us to use the Compose view as the layout of that fragment rather than needing to inflate a layout and return that instead. In your app, it might be the case that you end up using multiple Compose views within the same layout. In these cases, you'll need to assign a unique ID for each one in order for the saved instance state to work as expected. This can be achieved by definition of IDs within an ID resource file of your app. You can then use these IDs to assign an ID to each of the Compose view instances. With this in place, you can ensure that saved instance will work as expected. So as we can see from these previous examples on screen, the Compose view empowers us to add composables to existing Android UI toolkit layouts, either programmatically or via XML. In a nutshell, this view is essentially going to be used anytime you want to use a composable inside of an existing Android class. While that statement outlines a clear scenario, this can look very different depending on your project and your team. Maybe you're building a new feature and you want to use Compose with the plan to slot that into an existing layout. Maybe your team is learning Compose and you want to tackle smaller and simpler parts of the UI before diving deeper into larger migrations. Maybe you're working with complex UI and want to incrementally migrate an existing layout to Compose. Or maybe you're working with a component that isn't quite ready yet to use in Compose, or there are issues introduced when doing so. Regardless of either those scenarios, or maybe it's something else, being able to incrementally migrate to Compose in existing layouts can be achieved using the Compose view. So now that we've got a better idea of what the Compose view can be used for, there are likely going to be times when we need further support for composables inside of existing Android classes. For this, we have the abstract Compose view class. So for example, while the Compose view allows us to achieve the goal of inserting composables into existing Android layouts, there may also be times where we want to smoothly share custom Android view classes or even composable functions across different parts of our app. Things could also start to get a little complex when we try to work with other parts of Compose, maybe state, more complex composables, or even views that contain a lot of configurable information. In these cases, it might make more sense for us to extend from the abstract Compose view class ourselves instead of relying on the provided Compose view implementation. So for example's sake, let's start with a minimal implementation of the abstract Compose view. At this point, we've extended from the abstract Compose view, overridden the provided content function, and provided a simple text composable. There's one problem though. We don't have any content to provide for that text composable, and we don't currently have any way for an external class to provide a value for that text composable. In these cases, we're going to need an internal variable reference that can be manipulated and used to control the content of our composable. So here we implement the text property of our view as mutable state. This means that our custom view can still be inflated and placed inside of existing layouts, but this time offering the ability to support some form of internal state. In these scenarios, it's best practice to utilize mutable state objects to ensure that the property is thread safe for Compose. With this in place, this can then be manipulated from our Android class, just like any other view class or binding. The use of this mutable state will ensure that recomposition will reflect any state changes for our custom view. At this point, though, what is really the difference from when we were using the Compose view? Can we just simply use a Compose view here and pass down the state into our contained composable? So what we want to quickly do here is take the composable content being used inside of our custom view and see how we can spot some differences between these two approaches. We can actually go one step further here and split out the composable from our content function into its own composable function, allowing us to reuse this as both a composable function and a custom view class. We will then reuse that composable inside of the content composable function. Here, we now have the My Custom View class, which can be inflated into an existing Android layout, along with our My Custom Composable, which can be used within our composable UI. Hopefully, we have some form of better names than those in our applications, but for example's sake, we can see here how we've got some form of reuse. Now, being able to add this to a layout either via XML or programmatically means that we can abstract out the concepts of Compose from our existing classes. So rather than needing to add a Compose view and then assign composables directly inside of existing Android classes, we can help to keep a clear line between composable UI and the Android UI toolkit inside of these existing classes. Now, while the previous code snippets are just simple examples, there are likely to be cases where we are working with more complex custom views that may contain many mutable properties or need to hold some form of internal state. So to begin with, the Compose view itself does not allow us to add any internal properties for a view other than what might be contained within the composables inside of it. So while we could configure and maintain any of these properties as state or as part of the Android class that is using the view, we either might not be in a position to support that, and there could be a lot of code duplications for our composables that need more customization. This could easily start to bloat our existing Android classes. There may also be some cases where it makes more sense for that state to be tied directly to the view rather than at a global or screen level. Extending from the abstract Compose view allows us to alleviate these concerns by giving us a place to hold these properties and have more control over the composable that we are providing. Alongside this, the abstract Compose view also eases the sharing of composables between both Android classes and composable UI. Now, while we could share a composable function between a composed view and composable UI, the abstract Android view can help to simplify the abstract composed view, can help to simplify the reuse of composables between the Android UI toolkit and composable UI. So for example, we may have a new feature that adds a shiny new composable to our design system. However, we also need to use that new component inside of other existing parts of our app. While the compose view could be used to achieve this, with the details mentioned above, this could get a little complex. We would need to use our custom composable multiple times inside of multiple compose views, to the point where we need some form of reuse to help smoothen our migration. To resolve this, we can split out our composable provided by the content function into a separate composable function, as we saw before, helping to promote the reuse both in our custom view and in our composable UI. So you might still be wondering whether you should use the compose view or the abstract compose view. And to be honest, the approach to implementation here will likely depend on your application and its current setup. But as a general guideline, the way I'm currently thinking of this in my projects is the compose view is going to be good for most cases where we need to switch out existing views for composables, such as a custom view, or we need to house composables for the layout of a parent class, such as a view holder or fragment. On the other hand, the abstract compose view is great when we need to promote reuse of composables between composable UI and the Android UI toolkit. It also helps to abstract configurable information for a component, helping to keep a clear line between composable UI and the Android UI toolkit in existing classes. As a general rule of thumb, I'm starting with the compose view to avoid over-optimizing and over-abstracting things, and then splitting out to the abstract compose view if I need that extra layer of abstraction in the project. Cool. So now that we've covered using composables inside of the Android UI toolkit, we're now going to flip things over onto the other side and look at how we can use Android view classes inside of composables. So the Android view is a composable function located inside of the Compose UI platform package also. This looks, again, just like any other composable function that we might be utilizing inside of our composable UI. Here we can see 3 different arguments which the composable function requires. Now, if we're already working with Compose, it's likely that we've already utilized the modifier argument when using another composable function. Having this available for the Android view composable allows us to provide modifiers here, just like we would with any other composable. This also allows us to keep any layout, styling, and any other modification properties at a compose level. This is an important thing to keep in mind when mixing the lines of Compose with Android views. Maintaining these kind of attributes for your UI will remain smoother if Compose is managing as much of that as possible. If you are mixing this ownership between our composables and Android views, we also start to blur the clarity of responsibilities for developers who are working with this code. Keeping these concepts at a compose level will also help your migration moving forward, as you won't need to double back on your work in future when we eventually come to migrating the rest of the code in these classes. So outside of this modifier, we have the factory and update arguments. So these allow us to provide the requirements for creating and managing the corresponding Android view class. Starting with the factory, this is the block where we will provide the Android view class that we wish to use inside of the Android view composable. Now, this factory block will be called a single time on the UI thread when the Android view is initially composed. Because this ensures that the view will only be instantiated a single time, you can use this to block to perform any other related initializations that only need to happen a single time also. When this factory block is called, under the hood, a view holder is used to hold the reference to that view so that it can be composed into the UI when it's required. And finally, we have the update block. This is a callback that is triggered once the view has been inflated, meaning that it can be used to set any kind of property data onto the view. So whenever any state changes inside of the Android view, the view will be recomposed. However, at this point, only the update block will be called to reflect the state change. The factory will not be called again, meaning that the view reference that was originally created will be retained and not recreated again. So essentially, any dynamic data that you are handling and you want to use to update the view needs to go inside of that update block. So when it comes to utilizing the Android view composable, we mentioned just now how there is the potential to start blurring the responsibilities between Compose and other Android classes. For example, if a developer ends up working in a class that consists mostly of Compose, Touching on Android view concepts could add some cognitive overhead, as they would need to then start thinking about the Android UI toolkit as well as Compose. So in some of my own projects, I've been experimenting with splitting out my Android view usage into separate composable functions, allowing me to essentially abstract these Android UI toolkit references away from my Compose code. Now, this may not be necessary for Android view composables that do not contain a lot of complexity, but is a nice way to add a layer of abstraction should it be needed. We could then access this composable from within our composable UI, and that point of access would know nothing about the fact that we are working with an Android view. In most cases, we'll be working with individual composable functions anyway, so this might actually end up being a natural approach within your projects, regardless. Cool, so now that we know how to use existing Android view classes inside of composables, I want to take a quick look into a similar concept, which is essentially embedding XML layouts inside of composable UI via the use of view binding. So I'm not going to cover what view binding is here or how it works. But if you are using view binding or you want to use view binding, then one thing you'll need to do is enable view binding within your project. You'll also need to add a separate dependency to be able to access the view binding features within your Compose projects. So with this in place, we can then start using the Android view binding composable. We can see that this looks very similar to the Android view composable that we looked at in the last section. Once the build tools have generated the binding class from your XML layout, you can use the Android view binding composable, providing the inflated view binding reference to the factory of the composable function. And similar to the Android view, we can then use the modifiers and update block to control the look and feel, as well as the content of our composable. So this composable behaves exactly the same way as the Android view, with the only difference being the use of the inflated binding. So if you have maybe custom views or views in your project that either are XML layouts only or the classes don't actually contain a lot of logic, this could be a good way to remove some of those custom view classes and just rely on the XML layouts themselves. So in working with these different views of composables that can help you to achieve this interoperability, we're likely going to be working with some form of state in our application. And when it comes to Compose, this is where things can get a bit more interesting. So Compose thrives from having a single source of truth, which is even better when achieved through a unidirectional data flow. This means that your UI is composed from essentially a single state object, meaning that the state of your UI will only ever be reflected by that single source, making your Compose state more predictable and also more testable. However, this definitely comes across as one of those kind of perfect scenario situations. This would be in an ideal world for sure. So in a lot of scenarios, our apps may never use this kind of approach, or we might be in a situation where we're kind of moving in that direction, but not everywhere we are using Compose is doing so. So in these situations, we kind of need to work with what we have and take certain approaches to make our state work well with Compose. And there's going to be two scenarios here, which we'll brush over briefly. So the first being the compose or composables as the source of truth for our state. And in these scenarios, the composable holds the source of truth, and we may need to communicate that state back to non-composable code. So in order to share composable state with objects that are not being managed by Compose, the side effect composable can be used. And this is something that is invoked on every successful recomposition. So in the example shown on screen, we have some form of state that is kept inside of the composable, and this is represented by the isEnabled flag. I've omitted how this is calculated because it's not relevant, but this represents some form of state within this composable. Our composable takes a back dispatcher into its function, and what this composable needs to do is update this listener based on this enabled state. So here, a side effect is being used to update this value. So whenever a successful recomposition occurs to this composable, external state outside of this composable function, and that's not related to Compose, is able to be kept in sync. On the flip side, we might also need to work with the state being inside of the view system, something that we are likely currently utilizing in our Android projects. So for example, a lot of Android views hold their own state, which we access when we need such data, such as text from a text view, or text from a text field, or something related to like that. In these cases, we can keep the composable state inside of the view system, treating it just like a standard view state that we might see elsewhere in our apps. So in this example, we have a custom view which contains a text view, along with a text field composable. The text view is used to show the content that is entered into the text field. Now, because both of these have state, we need this represented within the view and for both of them to be kept in sync. Here, we use the mutable state of for the composable state to ensure it's thread safe. This then allows us to keep this view state inside of our Android class and not having to keep it inside of our composable, as well as being able to then reflect this inside of the text view inside of this custom view. This gives us the result of reflecting the composable state inside the Android UI toolkit, rather than needing to pass it around, pass it up, and then have the trying to have our state working with our app, maybe introducing complexity. So this is another approach that can be taken if we need to, work with what we have and keep things simple. So regardless of how you're working with state, there are actually several state-related functionalities that are available for data streams that you're working with in your apps. So whether your app is currently utilizing live data, flow, or observables, these can be utilized as composable state using the corresponding observer functions. This means that recomposition can be triggered whenever these data streams are changed. These are currently available for live data, flows, and observables. For more information, check out the Compose runtime packages to see what is available and how to use them. So during any of this migration, be it working with state or UI components, there's likely going to be some places where you'll need to call the Android framework from within Compose. There's a couple of talking points here that I just wanted to quickly go over at a high level before we start to wrap up the talk. So the first is context within Compose. So as we are likely aware, we access the context in a lot of places throughout our Android projects. And there are also going to be likely points in our Compose projects where we need to do the same thing. So we can access the context using what are known as composition locals. So composition locals are used to propagate values from Android framework types into Compose and include things such as view, configuration, and context. So we can actually use this within our composables to access the current context and use it in kind of like the same way that we would do in our Android classes currently. So we can use this for anything that might require a context in our project. So for example, if I need to create an instance of a Android view class to use within our composable UI, I can access the current value of the local context and then provide this context to my custom view. Now, before you start using the local context, it's worth checking what utility functions are currently available to save you repeating what might already be provided by the framework. So for example, Compose has a lot of helper functions, helper composable functions that actually use this local context under the hood to just simplify things for you. So you can see on screen here a couple of examples. The string resource is one of the ones that I'm using a lot. And if you go into the source code for that function, it's using the local context to essentially fetch the resources. So just to save you duplicating things, it's worth checking what is available in the project, in the framework before you duplicate what's already there. So now that we know how to add Android views into our composable UIs and sort of work with state a bit, one thing we might need to be aware of is how to adhere to the life cycle of these additions. So for example, we might be running some process or utilizing some class that needs to be stopped or canceled when our activity or fragment is destroyed. In these cases, we can utilize what are known as side effects in Compose, and we touched on side effect briefly in the previous section. So there are actually many side effects available in Compose, but in terms of interop with Android classes, I think the disposable effect is an important one to be aware of. So using the disposable effect, we can work with composables that essentially require disposal. So the disposable effect takes a key, which is used to determine when this effect is run. So if we have some class or reference that might be changing, we can provide that as the key so that our disposable effect is run whenever that reference is changed. If that's not the case, you can simply pass some kind of constant value to run the effect only a single time. So in the example shown on screen, I have a custom view that takes a listener. However, when this composable is decomposed, essentially, I want to be sure that we avoid any possible leaks. So for this, I provide an Android view reference as my key, as my view never changes, so we don't need to worry about this being relaunched, followed by utilizing the onDispose callback of the disposable effect to tear down my listener. So I am now safe from having leaks from my listener because it's being disposed of in this onDispose block. So this is, however, a simple example. So in some cases, we also might need to integrate lifecycle observers to adhere to specific events. But in these cases, we will still be able to utilize the disposable effect to manage our composable and its own lifecycle. There are some examples in the official Compose samples that use a life cycle. So if you need more information on that, then that's a good thing, a good place to look. So during migration, whether you're working with state or trying to interact with the Android framework, there are likely going to be times when things get tricky or maybe they don't quite feel right. And that's okay. Rather than trying to force or wedge things in place, we can follow the guideline of simply flowing data down and passing events up. So to take a simple example to align with that phrase, here in this example, we need to trigger the launching of an activity when a composable triggers some form of event. We trigger this activity launching from within our Android UI toolkit code, but this is triggered using a callback from our composable function. So as I mentioned, this is a simple example, but it does demonstrate how we can approach some of these things. The same can be done with state management and other framework interactions. So if in doubt, follow this approach of passing data into composables and flowing events up to the parent. So if things get too complex or don't feel quite right, you can always, offload the work into the Android UI toolkit or vice versa when you're doing this kind of interop work. As sometimes that is better to help you keep things clean than trying to wedge things in. Cool. So a lot of composables obtain their theming from theme attributes taken from the theme which you apply in your Compose project, or from defaults if a theme is not set. So it's very likely that you have some form of theming in your application, whether you're using the official support or not. The good news is that if you're using the material or app compat theme, there are supporting libraries that allow you to utilize this theming for your composables without needing to recreate and define an entire new Compose theme, which I think is going to be really helpful for a lot of apps. So in Compose, we might have a theme which is defined like so. This wraps our composable content and applies the theme content to it. When doing this, we need to provide any of the attributes that we want to be using our theme. So typography, colors, and shapes. The great thing is that we can use what's called the MDC theme adapter. This composable function will automatically read the theme from the host context and provide that theme to the material theme of Compose. So this means that if we have a material theme in our Android application currently, we can essentially port that to Compose by just doing this, which is, I think, a huge win. So to use the MDC theme adapter, you'll need to add the following dependency. If you're using an app compat theme, check out the official documentation for notes on a similar library, which is available for that use case. So it is actually possible to customize the values that are used by the MDC theme adapter, which can be achieved by using the create MDC function. And this will essentially generate the theme colors, typography, and shapes. And then you can use these to pass into the standard composable material theme after doing whatever kind of customization you need to, if you need to change specific things. So this allows you to do like a partial interop with some Compose level customization if you need that. Cool. So that's it from my side in terms of interop stuff. I hope that was a nice high-level overview and kind of dipping into a lot of different things to show you what's available for interoperability. If you want to learn more about Jetpack Compose, I run a site called compose.academy, and we have blog posts and a lot of snippets and guides on how to work with Compose. So check that out if you need more information. And also run, and I'm also currently writing a book called Practical Jetpack Compose, which will be released later this year, which you can sign up for more information if that's something that you'd be interested in. But yeah, check out Compose Academy, and hopefully there'll be some more stuff there to help you. But yeah, I've got time for questions. If you haven't yet, please donate. Please donate some money. I think it'd be really cool to reach that target. And yeah, I think we've got some time for questions, so I'd be happy to answer anything that you might have around Compose or interoperability.
Hi, hey Joe. It was really a great session, and folks, if you have any questions, please drop here or in the meetup link. And everyone should definitely check Compose Academy. I also visit that academy from beginning, from when Joe started, right? Joe started doing with single blogs, and I am viewing that from that time only, and it has really great contents. If you are new to Compose and you want to learn it, or even if you are aware of Compose and you know it very well, you want to grow expertise on it, please Joe, go check out the Compose Academy site. It's really great. And yeah, Joe, so far we don't have any question either in YouTube or in Milab.
Nice. Okay.
So yeah, I guess we'll wrap it up now. And yeah, folks, if you have any question, please do reach out to Joe in the Twitter. So yeah,
Perfect. Yeah.
thanks again, Joe, for having your time.
No worries. Thanks again for having me. Been great.
Yeah, our next speaker is Charmi Chokshi. She is an MLGD, and her talk is also interesting. And so she could not be live with us today
Session
due
on
to
building and
some issues. She had an emergency, that's why she could not be live. But she recorded her entire session and she shared with us. So yeah, here it goes: build and deploy custom object detection model with TensorFlow Lite. So yeah, enjoy everyone.
deploying custom object detection model with TensorFlow Lite. If you are new to TF Lite, it is just an ML toolkit developed by Google, which you can use to deploy machine learning models on edge devices. Let's start with the prerequisites of this session. First of all, this session is dedicatedly designed for web and mobile developers, so having no machine learning expertise is fine. We will be using the pre-trained or custom models to build an object detection model, but having basic Python knowledge is sufficient for that. Also, we will be building an app which can click real-time pictures and identify objects into that. That's why we will need Android Studio or Kotlin knowledge. And if you are using Android Studio 4.1.2 or above version is preferable. And then to test your app, Android emulator or any physical Android device is fine. So, this is the plan of the session. First of all, we'll understand what exactly is object detection, when to use a pre-trained model versus when you can think of gathering your own dataset, planning the own custom pipeline, and deploying the own ML model on any edge devices. And then we'll see some code snippets which you can use to done to do these tasks. Object detection model will get an image as an input and will let you know that what is in the image and where is it. For example, in this image, you can see that model has identified that there are three people and one kite. You can see the labels over here. And then also the location of these objects. The model has given you via drawing bounding boxes. Obviously, there is sand, water, clouds, sky, and a lot of other things present in this image. But maybe the model has been just trained to identify people and kite, and maybe not clouds and water. Hence, you are just seeing these four bounding boxes. While interacting with people who have little ML knowledge, I generally get this question that how is it object detection is different from image classification? So here is the difference in front of you. As I told earlier, object detection will let you know that what is in the image and where is it. Versus image classification, you will just know that what is in the image. But if the pair is on the top left or bottom right or wherever in the image, you will not get that information. One more different variant or slightly better version of object detection is what known as image segmentation. As you can see, the difference between these two images, object detection will give you a bounding box for whatever object it has identified. Whereas in image segmentation, It will give you pixel by pixel classification of objects, like the pixel in all the pixels in purple are of class dog. All the pixels of color maroon are of class cat, and everything else in black is other objects. Okay, now we know that what is object detection, how is it different from image classification and image segmentation, and what are the use cases of this thing. Object detection is a computer vision task, and you can use it to identify if there are any empty parking slots or any potholes in the image. This kind of information will be useful for self-driving cars so that it can understand whether I should turn left or right. By the time I discuss this use cases, go in the chat box and everyone write down any object detection use cases which come up into your mind. Till now, we just saw that object detection on images. You have just one frame and it will identify the objects and draw the bounding boxes. But here, this is a CCTV footage which is working on sequence of images, sequence of frames. First of all, at particular timestamp, it will get the image, it will get the frame of this video. It will identify that here is the car, here is the truck, etc. And then in the subsequent frames, it is also tracking the path of this object. So this is object detection plus slightly higher version of it, which is object tracking. And then here, as you can see that this red color bounding boxes are moving across this footage, which means it is tracking the trajectory of a particular object. This is one more use case which you can embed into your application to identify such things. You can also develop an app which can be useful for physically disabled people or who cannot see the world the way can see. You can create an app and then it can give the noise that hey, turn left or turn right. There is some obstacle in front of you, just stop. We understood what is object detection. Now let's talk about whether you should use a pre-trained model or a custom model specifically to your use case. Talking about pre-trained model, if your problem statement is such that you just want to identify people, kite, animals, food, leaves, or objects which are we see in real life a lot. Such use cases have already been solved by a lot of people and has been open sourced. They have open sourced that model. So you are not required to gather the images, label them, train your model to get the perfect accuracy. Here, for example, if your use case is to just find where is food in a particular image, connecting the dots with the app which I talked earlier, if you are developing an app which can guide visually impaired people that where is the plate of food, where is the packet of chips, then you can just use a pre-trained model. You can use live video from the app, and then once we hover the video in the room, in the space we are in, it'll just buzzer at the time it identifies food object. And TensorFlow Hub is the place where you can get tons of pre-trained model already available for you. If you are new to TensorFlow Hub, it is just an open source repository of TensorFlow models, the way GitHub is for open source softwares. Here, you will not only get the models developed and maintained by Google, but by a lot of other people, the developers like us from around the world. There are different options if you are working on web app or mobiles app or Coral devices, what kind of model format you want to download. If you want to use TensorFlow version 1 or 2, go to any of this cards and then you will be able to see the overview. You can download the model, you can see how many number of people have already downloaded this model, who is the maintainer of this code, and so on. Okay, so we discussed the use case where we should use a pre-trained model. But now, your use case is slightly granular, like you just don't want to extract where is food, but you also want to identify where is a piece of cheese, where is tomatoes, where is carrots, etc. Then maybe such kind of models are not already available for you open source. And this is the time where you should start collecting your own dataset and building your own model. Here in this image, you can see that this is a screenshot of the app which we are talking since long, that click a picture and it'll, as an output, give you bounding boxes and labels of a particular object with confidence level. Here it has identified that area under this bounding box is cheese with 66% of accuracy. There are two steps required if you are training your own model: collecting your dataset and then labeling them, giving them labels that with what is tomato, what is cheese, and then drawing bounding boxes around that. This is a slightly tiring task, but it is required if your use case is very specific. The next step, training a model. Sounds scary, but it's really not. TF-Lite Model Maker will make your life easier, and just in few lines of codes, you will create your own application which will be classifying or identifying such objects. So this is a snapshot of how you can click images, draw bounding boxes, label them. There are a lot of open source online free tools are available for you to do this labeling task. And now, in just 4 to 5 lines of a code, you will be able to train your model using TensorFlow Lite Model Maker. The first step is to load your data, then train your model, test your model, and boom, just export the model.tflite file. And this is the file which you can integrate to any of your application to create real life use cases. Here in this dataset.csv, you can have the URL of the image on which you are going to train. You can have what the coordinates of the bounding boxes. You can have the class labels, etc. And then you can split this dataset, whichever you have, into training, validation, and testing. 3 subsets. So if you have a little knowledge of ML, you will understand that we generally split the dataset into 3 forms. The one on which we will do the training. The validation set will be required to do sequential testing of your dataset. You change some hyperparameters, you tuned some parameters, and then you want to see that how the model will perform on unknown images. You can use the validation dataset. And once you are satisfied with the accuracy, you can go on and test on the test dataset to get the real life use case, that in training I'm getting 80% of accuracy. What about tasting? What about unknown images? How would the model will perform on unknown images? So there's a basic split we do, and then we just pass on our training dataset to create a model, and then we pass on test dataset to get the accuracy. So now, even if you are using a pre-trained model or training your own model, having a TF-Lite model is required, as we discussed earlier. And then the TF-Lite file we will integrate with any of the applications, any of the web app, or will deploy it on any of the Coral devices. And again, building an app is again not a difficult task. Integrating the model.tflite files is again not a difficult task. Here you can use a TensorFlow Lite task library, which is a very simple Python library which will ease your work to integrate the TF-Lite models to your applications. Again, just a couple of steps, and a basic Python syntax or a basic Android syntax is what we show earlier is fine with you. Here what we are doing is we are just creating a bitmap image of the TensorFlow image object we created earlier. We are passing the file what this file will contain. It will have all the informations of all the weights, nodes, and hyperparameters which we have tuned our deep neural networks on it. And then on the test images, on the live images, we can call detector.detect, and then it will give us the results. So now, if you are interested in any of the applications we talked today, go to this link. It has real good, just 8-step process for you to build and deploy your own model on Android devices. This is the Colab which you can go at your own pace. They have given you all the starter codes or the jump codes and step-by-step instruction of what to do and how to do. And then you can create your own object detection models. Thanks a lot. I hope you enjoyed my session and you get some insights on not only object detection model but how you can deploy your own classification, segmentation, or any of the computer vision based task model. You can integrate such things in your applications and your web apps. You can either use pre-trained models or customized model if you are working on very specific problem statement. Thanks a lot. You can reach out to me on Twitter, LinkedIn, GitHub with handle CharmyChoxy in case you have any questions or comments. And last but not the least, I hope every one of you have give some contribution for this cause to the Hamcode Foundations. Please use this link or this QR code to donate.
Hi
Thanks a
guys.
lot to the
So I hope you
organizers
enjoyed
for
this session by Charmy, and it was a really great session. I myself too enjoyed it, and yeah, it's time for our next session. Gopi from Newton School, our sponsor today, will be joining soon. And before that, Piyush, our organizer, will also say some word. Hey, Piyush.
Hey, hi. Hi, guys.
Yeah.
Right now we will have someone from Newton School who will be joining us, and she'll be talking about what Newton School does. And so let's wait. She'll be joining soon. Till then, I'll tell you about one of the things Newton School is organizing right now. They are planning an Avengers themed grand coding contest, and that has cash prizes worth rupees 3 lakhs and several other gifts. So go ahead and register yourselves. The link is in the description. So please join up and apply for it. We have Gopi. Yeah, hi.
Hi Piyush, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good, I'm good. Can you hear an
Yeah.
echo or is it just me or my
No, no, no. You can mute yourself there if you want. Yeah, it'll be better. Yeah. No, you can mute yourself there if you
cool.
want. It'll be better. Yeah. Is it better now?
Yeah. So
Is it better
yes.
now?
Thank you, Piyush. Thank you for calling me on this live today.
Disconnect to the meet.
Done.
Yes, Piyush.
Yeah. So yeah, now it's clear. So can you
Yes.
tell us something about Newton School?
Definitely, definitely. It's so good to see all of you doing such amazing lives right now. And to start off with, and tell you a little bit about Newton School. In the industry in tech, we see that there's a lot of students who want to get amazing jobs, who want to get amazing placements, who want to work with incredible companies. As against that, we also see that there are a lot of companies and organizations who want to hire good talent. And Newton School essentially works as a bridge between these two parties. What we have seen is, students want to get good quality education but fail to do that for various reasons. And we want to make sure that each and every child who wants to study tech in India can get the same kind of opportunity and get the best quality education. While we are doing this, we've removed the idea of financial burden from this. So anybody who wants to study full stack development can come to Newton School, and they do not have to pay us anything until they are placed. So with this model, we have seen several students coming to us, studying with us. Some really incredible stories as well. Just the other day, I was talking to this one student who had a small dream that ek din her salary will be more than her father's salary. You won't believe it. The first salary that she recently got placed, and the first salary that she got is more than her family's income. And the kind of stories that our students also bring out with sheer hard work, sheer determination to make good careers is just incredible. And I'm glad that we could talk about this on
Yeah,
this
I was
platform.
getting goosebumps. I was getting goosebumps when you told that. Yeah.
Yes, and I remember the day she kind of got the job, and when she talks about it even now, um, that story essentially is something that drives all of us. It's something that is so inspiring. These students are doing incredible now. They've been placed in great companies. We have companies like Nika, Deloitte, Publicis Sapient, ThoughtWorks hiring from us, and the journey that these students have had is just amazing and super inspiring. Yeah.
So, what's the plan? So if I join today,
Right.
by when is my course over? By when can I start
Got it.
getting placed? Yeah, matlab, I want to know the timeline.
Got it.
Like,
So
what's
any student who comes to Newton School comes for a full stack development course, which is for 6 months, right? And once they come for a 6 months course, we train them thoroughly. मतलब एक चीज हमेशा बोली जाती है ना कि थियोरेटिकल नॉलेज शायद सबको आ जाए, पर प्रैक्टिकली कोडिंग करना इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
right?
हर रोज की प्रैक्टिस में आपको कोड करना पड़ेगा. दैट्स व्हेन यू एक्चुअली परफेक्ट द आर्ट ऑफ कोडिंग, राइट? तो students get into the entire zone of coding every day. We have, we back it with good competitive programming. They have coding contests every now and then. And पूरा एक पूरा सेटअप है जहां पर बच्चे अच्छे से कोड कर पाए, रेगुलरली प्रोजेक्ट्स पे काम कर पाए. They've created some incredible projects, after which by the time it's like 4-5 months, they are also going to be, their soft skills are going to be refined. तो उनके रेगुलर मॉक इंटरव्यूज होते हैं जब उनको एक्चुअली अपना खुद का स्किल सेट जो है वो कम्युनिकेट करना सिखाया जाता है. सो वंस दैट्स आल्सो डन, देन स्टूडेंट्स स्टार्ट गेटिंग प्लेस्ड बाय द एंड ऑफ 5 to 6 months. And yeah, we've
So
got
students start getting placed 6 months ke around.
Yes, we have teams who are working for the same, and students have incredible journeys. वो finally जब जाकर के वो mock interviews से they get rid of that fear of communicating, telling what your skill set is, and then finally they get placed. वो एक जर्नी भी अमेजिंग होता है स्टूडेंट का कि हर रोज प्रैक्टिस एंड देन रिफाइन एंड देन
Right,
फाइनली
right.
placed.
I've been through that phase. I graduated last year only, and the only way to overcome interview fears is to give more and more interviews. Like
Yes.
I used to apply to random companies, like जिसका नाम भी नहीं सुना हुआ है, just for the sake of giving an interview and वो fear हटाए. And
Right.
उससे दो फायदा होता है, जैसे I get to know questions कि क्या
हाँ
पूछ
जी.
सकते हो आप लोग, क्या नया पूछ सकते हो. Like after a point of time, it was like क्या नया पूछोगे आप वो बताओ. But that
100%.
definitely helps. Mock interviews definitely help. Definitely.
Definitely. And these students कई बार ऐसा होता है कि वो हमको आकर के बोलते हैं, I talk to a lot of students after they're placed. So they come to me and say that उन्होंने मतलब 10 mock interviews, 20 mock interviews दिए होंगे. They are constantly practicing कि okay, how do I make myself better? How do I, share my knowledge, my skill set better with the interviewer? तो दैट्स ऑल्सो अमेजिंग कि किस तरीके का हार्डवर्क बच्चे भी डालते हैं, वेयर दे आर कॉन्स्टेंटली डूइंग मॉक इंटरव्यूज एज वेल. Something that I also missed out, these kids are guided and mentored by people who are working with incredible organizations like
Great.
Amazon, Flipkart. Some amazing mentors will help these students, mold them. उनको
Mhm.
actually industry में क्या होता है, actually
Yeah,
job में
exactly.
वो
That was what I was going to say. Right.
yes वो idea देना
Because
भी बहुत ही ज़्यादा
वो कॉलेज में भी that's the only thing that's missing. Like कि
right
actual industry में क्या हो रहा है. You
right.
get to know the theory, you attend practical labs and stuff, but you actually don't know कि वहाँ पे जाके क्या करना होगा.
Exactly. So there are these mentors who are guiding them constantly. उनकी कहाँ पर skill जो है वो refine करने की और ज़रूरत है. That conversation constantly happens between the student and the mentor. So the mentors can constantly see के आपका growth किस तरीके से भी हो रहा है.
So, like, I generally like the whole idea of Newton School, because, like, it's one way kind of a good deed, right? मतलब, it's not just a company जो product बना रहा है and काम कर रहा है. It's actually helping one family. Like, so
Yeah.
for example, like when I hear stories कि इतने लोग fire हुए, for example, 500 employees fired. Like अभी हम लोग सुन ही रहे हैं हर year. So I don't consider that 500 employees. Like I think about it as 500 families which are getting
Families.
impacted. And
True.
Newton School is doing the exact same thing, like in the opposite way.
Yes.
They're helping those families. Yeah, it's not
True,
just one
true,
employee.
true. Definitely. ऐसी कई सारी stories है when students come to us. One of our student, in fact, was telling me that because of the pandemic, कई सारे बच्चों को और कई सारी families को affect हुआ. And one of our students, whose father is an auto rickshaw driver, उसकी job लग गई थी, but was not a very well-paying job, and then the pandemic hit. Because of that, काफी फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही थी एंड तभी इन्होंने न्यूटन स्कूल ज्वाइन किया. Finally, after 6 months, when he got placed, his salary was much higher than what he was getting. And very nicely he came to us and said, now finally मेरे पापा गाड़ी चलाएंगे, ऑटो रिक्शा नहीं. And not just that, these students go ahead do such incredible things. He in fact is now making sure that his brother also studies as much as he wants to. So his brother now wants to take up UPSC, and this guy is always making sure that his brother is studying and without any financial burden. So amazing stories all the time.
मतलब that's what it is, right? It's not just one person. वो family में अब वो impact पड़ेगा कि मतलब what we don't have to do and what can be done.
100%. Great stories, great stuff that you guys are also doing with this. I was just watching yesterday, I was watching the live when Adit was specifically talking about कि कई बार वो gap हो जाता है. We don't know how to make sure कि actually industry में क्या होता है. And
Right.
what really makes us all proud is कि at Newton School we give industry oriented knowledge. मतलब आप अगर कल जॉब करने के लिए आपको एक जॉब मिल जाए तो you'll be ready to do that job, which essentially is the most important thing, right? You can't be working in a setup with just theory and just theoretical knowledge. So yeah, that's about it.
We had this panel on interviews only specifically yesterday.
Yes.
कि data structures कितना बड़ा role play करते हैं for interviews. So like we had a really honest conversation. We did not even have a panel kind of thing. We had planned it for around 45 to 50 minutes, but it went for almost 2.5 hours. So yeah.
DSC definitely is that that thing that developers can talk about at length and also are scared.
Everybody gets triggered. Everybody gets triggered when they hear DSL.
Definitely. And we have our students who come to us, and like a lot of times we have students who are from different streams of engineering. They don't necessarily have to be from computer science. So when especially someone is coming from, let's say, electrical, their journeys of learning data structures and algorithm is also a very different journey. Like it's वो मतलब एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करेंगे, एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट लगाएंगे.
एकदम बेसिक से स्टार्ट होगा उनका.
Yes. So we've had students की जो different streams से आकर के फिर भी they are pros at DSA now.
I'm still struggling though. मतलब it's like कि एक बार सुनने से I get that feeling कि oh shit ये क्या करना है अब क्या करना है वो वाला चीज है. I have
वो
that
डर
fear.
रहे
मतलब it's inside my mind. Yeah, it's inside my mind. I can solve that question, but वो fear है. मतलब even if you give me a problem right now, मेरा 2 मिनट के लिए तो फटेगा. कि यार क्यों कर रहे हैं क्या कर रहे हैं जाना है मेरे को यहाँ से. That I'll have that feeling.
100%. And I know, whenever I talk to students after they're placed, after they've started working, मैं उनको सिर्फ कभी कभी पूछती हूँ कि मतलब अगर आपको किसी और को एडवाइस देना होता कि जो शायद पढ़ाई करना चाहता है तो आप उनको क्या एडवाइस देते. मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स दी स्टूडेंट्स से ओनली वन थिंग एंड दैट इज कि अगर आप कॉन्स्टेंटली प्रैक्टिस करोगे ना तभी जाकर के आपका लॉजिक रिफाइन कर पाओगे, तभी जाकर के आप डीएसए कर पाओगे, एंड दैट इज द ओनली थिंग आई हैव डन. सो आई थिंक with students now they come and give us advice कि मतलब एक ही चीज करना है, वो constantly practice करना है आपको. And that's also super amazing about all this.
I also had these seniors. मतलब जब मैं सेकेंड ईयर में था तो जो फोर्थ ईयर वाले ग्रेजुएट हुए वो बोल के गए कि भाई सिर्फ डीएस एल्गो पे कंसंट्रेट कर. I was like नहीं ये तो नहीं चाहिए अभी. तो फिर मैं थर्ड ईयर में आया. थर्ड ईयर में मेरे एक साल सीनियर वाले बोल के गए क्या डीएस एल्गो कर लो वही काम आएगा. तो मैं नहीं यार ये नहीं मैं एंड्रॉइड कर रहा हूँ. फिर फोर्थ ईयर में आके पता चला ओ ओके सेकेंड ईयर में सुन लेना चाहिए था.
definitely and that's super amazing कि जिस तरीके से the entire developers community is growing. It's great that these conversations are also happening क्योंकि कई सारे students को एक direction मिलता है to talk about, to know कि what is it that's going on in the industry. That's very important, and kudos to you guys.
That was the main reason we added panel discussions in this 2-day event. Like live जो talks है या sessions है, you can easily attend them later also. But जो ये live chat होता है ना panel में, that अगर आप 2 दिन बाद देखोगे, it does not make sense.
Definitely.
You have to be in the moment कि क्या बात कर रहे थे, 2.5 घंटे तक कैसे बात चला है. That is also rhythm. मतलब वो flow में ही निकला है. We had not planned कि इतने देर तक बात करना and stuff like that.
Definitely. Great stuff, guys. Great stuff.
Thank you. We had planned this like on 20th May. We had this initial idea कि हाँ ये करना है, and today is 27th June. We executed it पूरा मतलब last 1 month has been a huge hassle. मतलब लगता है कि एक इवेंट है बट उसके पीछे बहुत कुछ चलते रहता है. Like I had been in talks with Newton School also काफी दिन से. So मतलब there has been a lot of hard work बहुत पहले पीछे.
100%. इससे शायद इससे बेटर था कि मतलब डीएसए का एक प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर लेते जल्दी से.
नहीं मतलब बैक ट्रिप नहीं लेना है.
Yes, definitely. Right. But no, it's great the kind of audience that is also watching this video, the kind of learning they also derive from this. It's great that you are doing this. Like I said, एक direction मिलता है for students to kind of know more things about what is happening in the industry right now.
मतलब this is the exact thing which I needed when I was in college. मतलब अगर ये उस समय कोई बता देता ना अच्छे से, मतलब not just saying for the sake of कि interviews clear हो जाएगा, but the real reason behind it, तब I guess थोड़ा difference आता. मतलब I don't know कुछ तो फर्क पड़ता है शायद.
Definitely.
Got it. So I guess that's it from our side. Do you want to say something like just end it?
No, I think I'm quite happy with the kind of conversations that you guys have done. And in terms of Newton School, I think for anyone who wants to make a great career in tech, this is the right starting point for you, where you can start learning within 6 months and get the best jobs in the industry, and the best packages as well. So cheers to all of you, and I hope to see more of these events and in the future. Definitely. Cool. Thank you, Piyush. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks a lot for joining. Thanks a lot. So, can we have the next lineup? Like, Conrad, can you join?
Hey guys, hi. So time for the next session. Before that, quick thanks to Piyush and Gopi. That was really nice insights about Newton School. So please check that out. Uh, so without further ado, let's invite our next speaker, Asim Shrey. I think he'll be joining us soon. Just a moment. Asim is here. Hey Asim, hi.
Hi,
How are you?
hi Sagar. Yep, I'm good. Yeah, 1 second, let me. Should I add the screen share here itself?
Yeah, you can share your screen here. Before we start, thank you, Asim, for joining us today, and talking about cybersecurity jobs in India. Uh, Before you start, just a quick intro about Asim. So he's a senior information security engineer at Gojek, and he also runs one YouTube channel called Hacking Simplified. So if you are into hacking, you can check that out. And besides that, he also contributed to in terms of security critical issues to government of India, like DigiLocker and few international companies as well, IBM and Sony. So that's really great. uh, so yeah, with that, all over to you, Azam.
Uh, Yep. Thanks for this nice intro, Sagar. Yeah. Hi everyone. So welcome to the talk. And today I'm going to talk about this cybersecurity job in India. I've been already talking about it for some time right now, and that was more of because a lot of people were asking me questions, and so I thought instead of answering them personally, I thought maybe making a video or two on that would help a lot of people. So here that is. Let me start this 1 second. Uh, So, uh, intro about me. I work as a senior information security engineer at Gojek. So, I sometimes tweet about security incidents and other specific things related to bug bounties and basic security practices on my Twitter through my Twitter account. That's Asim Shre. And there's a YouTube channel where I teach very specific concepts about web app security and then mobile app pen testing and such. There are automation parts like automation specific to security stuff. So that's Hacking Simplified is the channel where I do that. There are also I write some blogs around it. So I I do that on my website, singer-songwriter. This was a recent finding. There was a COVID-19 patient data leak last year. It has around 10,000 of Indian users' data was getting leaked. So I reported along with another security researcher to the government of India, and it was pretty quickly it was plugged in. The other one was this DigiLocker thing. So it was way back in when I was in second year of my college. So there was a critical issue, and DigiLocker is a government of India initiative where they keep all your government documents into one place, like your Aadhaar card, your PAN card, your driving license, and a lot of other stuff. So this is cryptographically signed and approved by Data or by the government of India. So there was a critical issue there, and for that they were kind enough to add a community contributions page and add my name to that. Now let's come to the talk and meat of this. So this is the outline of the talk. First, I would be talking about the backstory of this talk. Then the different types of job in cybersecurity. For a lot of people, they are not very clear about the different roles that's there in cybersecurity. And like I mentioned, two of these, but I would be talking more in detail about a few other roles as well. Then I would talk about what's the reason why people are not getting jobs in cybersecurity, and what are there are three main reasons that I have figured out, and I would be talking about that as well. Then how you can solve these gaps. So basically there are skills gaps and there are other soft skills and like technical skills. So I'll be talking about all those. Then after you have solved these, so what are the work expectations? Like you would want to know as a security engineer or as a pen tester, what would be your roles, what would be the things that you would be working on. So that's something that a lot of people have been asking me. So I've summarized all of these in these 5 points. So the backstory of the talk, as you can see, these two screenshots, there are many similar kinds of stories, but these are two that I have highlighted here. So the left one, where the right highlight that you can see, it's from a college student. He was in, I think, this third year. Yeah, he was in third year of his engineering, and he wanted to ask me about how they could also pursue their career as a security engineer. And he saw my profile and he saw that I was working in Gojek, and he was quite impressed that okay, there are very specific roles to security. So he wanted to ask me as to how you can go into that field. And then the other profile that you can see on the right side, it is from a person who is already in a job, and he was doing VAPT and stuff, but he also wanted to see the blue team work and wanted to like switch his career into that part. There are other roles, like there were people from a variety of backgrounds, like there were people who were software developers for 5-6 years, and now they wanted to switch careers after a lot of development work. There were multiple reasons. One of the reasons, like the prime reason I saw, was because they wanted to like learn how they could bypass the system or wanted to hack the system. There are financial goals as well, financial reasons also, because they thought that this was a high paying job as compared to their current job. So that's like the two prime reasons why people are trying to switch to this. Now let's talk about the types of job people have or people are doing in cybersecurity. So the red team work is usually like the more known one because it's a pen testing job. So a few different kinds of pen tester are there, like web app pen tester, mobile app pen tester. So these are the primary roles that pen testing red team work has. There are specific red teams inside the companies as well as third party labs. Like we have teams who are doing red teaming work inside the company. So red teaming is basically simulating a attacker scenario where maybe a criminal or attacker is trying to attack your organization through different loopholes into a system. So that's the red team work. Then if you like outsource this pen testing work, so there are two kinds of things. So there's a VAPT thing where they just test your application and they don't do any malicious thing. They don't try to escalate the privileges they have got. They just find the bugs and they report it to you straight away. Then there's this red teaming work where they try to explore or they try to do privilege escalation, they try to do lateral movement, and they try to gain as much privileges or as much accesses as they can through the initial bugs that they have found. So they could be using they could be using already known exploits. They could be pivoting to a infrastructure which has been left open or which is not accountable for in the team. So they can use all those things. So that's hardcore red teaming work. Whereas for VAPT or pen testing work, they just like find bugs. Usually these are new bugs, and they find bugs and they report it to the company, and like that's how they pay for the companies pay for the contracts. In pen testing, there is usually mobile app pen testing and web app pen testing. A lot of companies, third-party companies, they provide both of these solutions where you can work as a mobile app pen tester if you have a niche in that field, or you can work as a web app pen tester. There are places or there are people who are proficient in both of these, so like they do both of that. Then comes the blue team work, which is like the security engineer role. Even I didn't know a lot about this. After I came to the industry, I came to know about it, which is from 2.5 years like back. That's how it started. So blue teaming work is basically as a security engineer, you would be doing some pen testing work. You would be doing product security thing. So let's say you work in a company, or let's talk about what I do. So I work at Gojek. So I review any new feature that goes live into the Gojek app or the Gojek web or mobile app, either way. So it goes through the product security team, the team I work in, and then we review any changes or any new features or any new, let's say, infrastructure going up. So that goes through a review process from the security team, and then only it's live in the production. So that's the major role, that you are responsible for the security of the whole organization, like the cyber security of the whole organization. There are other teams, like I've mentioned the cyber security operations center. That's not in the pen tester role, rather it's in the blue team. I have just misplaced that. But what CSOC team does is, it's very critical that they look for threats who are trying to attack the company. Like CSOC team at Gojek, like it's an awesome team. So what they do is they look for threats outside the company, where like for example, they would be looking on Instagram feeds or Twitter feeds for monitoring any activity which is related to Gojek, where people are being scammed in the name of Gojek, or where they're being defrauded of their money in the name of Gojek. So that is one aspect of that. They also monitoring different critical infrastructure of our company, like they would be looking at the logs, or they would be looking at open buckets and all that. So a lot of automation, a lot of SIEM tools, SOAR tools, all these are involved with the CSOC operations. Security engineer people, they also create some automation uh, because the whole company is pushing a lot of updates, and those all cannot be done manually. Like we have a tool internally that checks for a lot of basic default misconfigurations, or even basic accesses and WAF things, and other what do you say access control issues, IDOR issues, which test every pipeline internally before getting it deployed, or before doing a manual review of that. Like one of these pipelines help us figure out an SQL injection which would have gone live if it was not detected in the pipeline itself. So after the pipeline is run, it's manually reviewed by the engineer who's working on that. Now let's talk about why people not getting jobs in cybersecurity. So there are three reasons. So first is product market fit, second is selling yourself, and third is job avenues. So product market fit, it's a concept from entrepreneurship, and product market fit basically means that the product should be fit for the market, or there should be a market where the product that you're creating is fit for that. So it's vice versa. So in this case, market is the cybersecurity industry and product is you. So you are the product here. So you have to fit to the market needs. In layman, in other words, you have to have the technical skills required to be proficient to work as a security engineer or as a pen tester for like fitting into in these cybersecurity roles. So the first part is about the technical skills. Second is selling yourself. So you need to build a brand up, like a personal brand about yourself. I'm focusing on personal branding because in cybersecurity there are not a lot of folks who are like doing, because there's very limited number of people who are into cybersecurity. So it's very hard to figure out who are good people and who have the sound technical knowledge of the know-how of the systems. So if you create a brand for yourself, or if you're known in the community, like a lot of work gets very easy to like just go by. Third part is job avenues. So I talk about job avenues because it's not a traditional job. So even the job search isn't very traditional either. Like if I tell you, I got my first job, which was as a security engineer at Grofers, and that was my first job after college. So that I got through a tweet. So I'll talk about the story later on in the slides, but that's how I got it. That's how I got the job, and that's not a very conventional way to get a job. Now let's talk about the first thing, the PMF or the product market fit, as to how you could hone your technical skills to match the cybersecurity industry. So the very first thing is you should have a basic coding skills. Like let's say if you are a web app pen tester or you are aspire to be a web app pen tester, so you should know how website works, how the HTTP and all those things works, because that helps you get a more technical detail, which is like always beneficial. So that helps you get more technical details or technical know of how the current application that you are testing works. Like let's say if it's a Flask application and you have already worked in Flask, or you know how to create a web application using Flask, so you would be more suitable there as compared to any other person who is working on that particular project or that particular web app pen testing thing. So if you're learning, if you're going into web app pen testing, I would suggest you learn HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and have an idea of a backend of framework, like let's say Fast API for Flask, for Python, Flask or Django. So these are the three popular frameworks in Python. Like most of the developers use either of these to create the backend APIs. If you're using JavaScript, so it would be beneficial in the front end as well as in the backend. Like a lot of applications are on Node.js, so you can learn about that as well. You would very rarely find any C code running on these servers. So yeah, I don't think you should worry about that. There are Ruby on Rails applications, so you can learn. If you are proficient in Ruby, you can start with that. But have a sound knowledge of one of these programming languages, because you don't need to understand every line and comma of the code. You just need to figure out the flow of the code as to how it's working. So that's comes to the first point, that you don't need to be a competitive coder, but you should be able to write decent, clean code, well documented or commented code, because that would help you in creating systems that scale. And that would also, like if you're writing clean code, or if you're making some tools, let's say if you're making some tools internally in the company, in your company, or if you're open sourcing a tool, so if that is well documented or commented, so people would be adopting it more, people would using it more, and as they're using it more, the popularity of the tool increases. There are more, like what you say, there are more features added to it, and that would help the tool grow in itself organically. You don't have to do anything else. Otherwise, if it's a very clumsy, or it's very, what do you say, it's very subjective code to yourself, then you would be the sole person maintaining it and running it. So no one else would try to adopt that, because it's like it isn't very clean. It's not very commented or documented code. So it would help you in automation scripts as well. So I used to write a lot of automation scripts and a lot of tools there in my previous organization. Even currently, I'm working on a tool here in Gojek. So that's in Golang. I'm working on that. So that also needs to be properly documented, so that it could be adopted at the scale at which the company is working and other engineers use that. So that's very important that you have this skill set. If you want to develop it, I would say after learning some language, or like if you have some grasp on any language, try to work with the open source community. That would help you a lot. Now the second point is the web pen testing, and third is Android pen testing. So these are the other two technical skills that you need to have, because even if you go into the red team or into the blue team, you would definitely need to have this pen testing skills, because a blue team member like a security engineer, CSOT one, they would be more beneficial if they knew how the web app pen testing or mobile app pen testing works, because then they would know how the attacker thinks. So that mindset is very, very much helpful in their work at the company itself, and even in their personal, like if they are doing any bug bounties, if they're trying to secure a government website and all, so that would help them there as well. Coming to the web or mobile thing, so there's a, what do you say, industry wide accepted standard, that's OWASP. So there's a list of OWASP top 10, which is a top 10 list of the different security vulnerabilities that were figured out in the, like, they have this periodic review kind of thing. So in the past 5 years or 10 years, so there's a, like every 3 or 4 years, I'm not very sure the duration, but every few years they publish a list of top 10 vulnerabilities in the web and in the mobile, on the basis of, on the survey of a lot of organizations and the number of reports that were submitted around that. So on that basis, they figure out the top 10 vulnerabilities in web applications and in the mobile applications. So for this, yeah, like you can read about this online, you can Google them. For practicing, you can use Sportsfigure Labs. Those are free and very useful. They have proper documentation, tutorials, and everything. So you can go through that. If you get stuck, there are also solutions of that. You can look into that. You should try playing CTFs, because like CTFs give you a very depth knowledge about a particular attack vector. Like we used to play CTFs as a team called Null Cryptos at IIIT Allahabad, and we learned a lot of things. Like there were 4 people in a team, like the third year, and like my team and the like juniors team. So 4 and 4, 8 people were there, and we used to work together as a collective team, and everyone was used to like talk on a specific challenge. Like there were people who were working on web app challenges. Like I was one who used to work on web app challenges. Then there were people who used to work on cryptography challenges. There were other guys who used to work on forensic challenges and steganography challenges. So everyone had their expertise and they used to focus on that part. So as a team, we would solve a lot of challenges. As individual players, we used to hone our skills into a particular field. So that helps a lot, and that would also help you collaborate with people from other countries as well as other players from the whole India. Like we used to talk to a lot of people from teams from, like there's a BIOS team which is a very good team. It's an Amrita University team from from the Amrita University. So they have a very good team. It's called BIOS. Then there was this IIT Delhi team, I think, and then it's I think IIT Kanpur team. I don't remember the name, but their team was also very good. So we used to like talk about, like we used to exchange ideas and all that. So that helps you talk to other people and see what they are learning and what they are also focusing on. It helps you expand your horizons, and I got a lot of good friends from there. I learned a lot from them. Even today, we used to discuss things and we used to talk about like different scenarios and different things that they are working on, different things that I am working on. They're also in different organizations. Some of them have gone to research, some of them are working in different like other countries, and some of them are in India. So we used to like talk among us. So that is a very nice discussion that you have. For starting with CTFs, I would say start with Pico CTF. It's a high school CTF for like the US people, but it's open to the whole world. So anyone can register on their website and then start like the CTF journey. Third thing is qualification. So if you're doing a BTech degree, I would suggest that you complete that degree. Don't drop in between. And if you're doing a BC or MC, even that would work, because a lot of these companies, they for hiring for a position of security engineer, they look for an engineering degree or at least a graduation degree. Like this would vary, and it's a very subjective thing, but that's the minimum in most of the companies. So if you're doing that, or if you're planning to pursue your career there, so I would suggest that you look for a BTech degree or BCMC degree. Look for the roles and look for the companies, what kind of degree they require, and then like plan your career likewise. Regarding certifications for freshers, I don't think that would matter, but that won't matter a lot. Rather, your skill sets, if you have, that would matter more. And I don't like suggest college students preferring for these certifications. Like I would definitely suggest you to go for good certification like OSCP. But the problem with that is that it's very financially costly. Like it's around $1,000, and I know like a lot of people won't be able to afford that in college itself. So I suggest that you try to work, like you can compensate for that certification through your CTF skills and like your bug bounty and all that. So that is something that you can show that I am also technically eligible for the role that I'm applying for on the basis of your CTF solutions and your bug bounties and all that. If you have done some like good thing around that, so write blog posts on that, and like you can show the recruiters on the basis of that you have the technical skills that's required by that. And later in the company, when you go into a good company or when you go in a big company, they would already pay for your certification. So why would you pay for from your own pocket if the company is willing to get you upgraded or get you certified into that field? Now let's talk about selling yourself, and it's a soft skill, and which I see like a lot of people lacking. Even I lack. I am trying to improve on that, but there is a gap there, I know. So selling yourself means that, like let's say, okay, you tell me, Asim, I know the technical skills, I know how to do CTS, I'm doing well in that. I have this certifications, but like people I don't like recruiters and like I'm not able to approach them, or my profile is not getting shortlisted or something like that. So selling yourself means that okay, you have the technical capability. Now you need to show that also, because like the way they say, jo dikhta hai wo bikta hai, kind of that way. So the very easiest way you can show yourself or show your skill sets is that by writing blogs. And blogs are a very meaningful way to contribute to the larger knowledge, what is the knowledge pool in the community. So like all the things that I have learned in this cybersecurity, it's through blogs, it's through seeing these conference videos and all that. So there's no very structured course around it. Even the course would also be like referencing to a lot of these blog posts. So if those blog posts weren't there in the first place, so a lot of people won't be knowing about these things. So a lot of people are doing actual research. They are struggling a lot on particular things, and then they are writing about it, which is very helpful to person who are exploring that particular field for a new time. So let's say like you're doing some very basic thing. Let's say you're doing a subdomain enumeration, and you found a new way that okay, this thing could be like we using this. Maybe we can do a subdomain enumeration. Like earlier, people used to just brute force the subdomains to figure that out. Then someone figured out that okay, from the certificate logs also you can figure out these chain of different subdomains. Then there are person who found that okay, from the previous DNS records we can also like we can create a DNS history and we can have the subdomains. And then someone else found out that okay, usually the domain names are very common or very specific patterns, so we can just do a random combination of that and we can figure out more subdomains. So that's how the research kept on increasing, and the process of subdomain enumeration refined a lot from the very basic of brute forcing domains. So that's how if you have found a bug or if you have found a new way to do something, make sure you write about it, share it with other people. If you want, you can share it with me also. A lot of people have been doing that. They have been sharing their article. They have been doing like asking me for reviews and all that. So that is something you can do. Do a peer review. Ask your friends to read about it, and try to break it down into very easy to understand language. Don't make it very complicated, and don't write a blog just to show that how much money you got from a bug, because that's not helping anyone, right? Try to write some technical content. Try to write something that would add value to the reader's time and respect their time, because let's say if they read your blog for 10 minutes, at least they learned a new thing from that, so that okay, they can give a reference to that. I learned this from this blog, so that would help you a lot. Second thing is you could create tools, or you could create a PR to an already open source project or tool. So let's first talk about the tool part. So let's say you use directory busting and you are dependent on another tool, and now you found that this tool is lacking on some parts, and you have found a better way to do that, and that's totally different from the approach that this first tool is already using. So you could create a tool around it and you can just post it, but make sure you do a well commented out code and well documented code so that other people can also contribute to that. But there could be other case where let's say you're using FFUF to do a directory brute forcing or any other kind of thing, and then think that okay, if this feature was there in this FFUF, it would be really great. So instead of creating a whole new tool to just solve that particular problem, maybe it would be a better idea if you just created a PR, or you added this feature into the FFUF source code. So you can read the guidelines as to how you can do that and submit the PR there. PR is a pull request from GitHub. So do that, and that would help like add feature to a lot bigger tool than just to a new tool, because FFUF is something that a lot of people are using. So your feature would benefit a lot of people instead of creating a tool that just addresses that particular problem. So if you are new to this open source thing, I would suggest that start with a very small thing. Let's say maybe a documentation fix or a small bug fix, something like that, just to get you acquainted with the peer review process. Like that would help you with adding further features to the particular project or adding other enhancement to that particular project. Now the third part is about the job avenues. So as I told you, it's not a traditional job, so don't just look on traditional platforms. Try to look on and try to improvise on this part as well. Like I told you that I got my first job through this a tweet. So what happened was back in 2019 January, I was at my college and I had this 6-month period where I was doing a project under a professor in my college. So I didn't go for a 6-month internship because I thought that this time I would utilize to get a job in the cybersecurity field. So I had a job as an associate software development engineer at one of the big companies that came to our college. So, but I wasn't very happy because I wanted to go into a security engineer role, and that's why I waited for the last 6 months. Because in the last 6 months, almost all of the batch was doing internship at one place or the other, and I didn't want to do that because I wanted to get a job into security. So that's why I had spent the last 6 months to work as work for a project under a professor, and in the meanwhile, I would also try to find a security job. So January went by. February, I think in February I saw this tweet from Avinash Jain, who goes by the handle logicbomb_1. So if you're into security community, you might know him already. So he was there at Grofers, and 1 month prior to the posting that tweet, the security team was taking shape there. So he was the security lead there, like he was the only person at security there. So he was trying to create a team, and he posted a tweet, and that particular job was for us 2 to 3 year experienced person. I didn't look into that. I just reverted him back. See, I am interested into this. How does the process come by? So a few days later, I got a mail that okay, we would start with this, and I got a call with Avinash, and he told me that for the interview process to start, you need to find a bug in Grofers, and then only we would start this process. So that was not even the interview process hadn't started. It was just I needed to find a bug, and then only they will schedule the call. And I reported a bug in next 2 or 3 days, and then they started the interview process. The interview went by. There were a few rounds. There was this coding round, so I had to create a small thing. There was this tool I had to create, and then they would review that code. And then the second round, which was more technical, and they asked me about my security things, what all I have done, about my bug bounties and different important bugs that I found, and they went into technically depth of that particular bug, like how that worked and how you could have resolved. As a security engineer, how would you teach the developers that why this bug is there, and how you would ask them not to how to fix that. So all these things it was discussed at length, and it was a very nice discussion that went by. And then there was other round, the final round, and it was completed. So that's how you follow that. That's how you get the job. That's how I got the job. So what I would suggest takeaway would be that follow people from security teams, different security teams. So let's say you shortlist top 30 or top 40 startups of India or companies of India. Then see which people are working as a security engineer or as a pen tester in those companies. Follow them on LinkedIn and Twitter, and then as soon as they post some update around that, or if you build a relationship with them that you take interest into the work, let's say they open source a project from their own company, you talk to them about that. So you build a relationship with them, and they understand that okay, this person is good at this, so they might refer you as for a security engineer role or for a web app pen tester role internally, because they would know you personally also on these platforms. Instead of the thousands of candidates who are applying, you would have a personal connection with them. So I'm not saying that just go and start pinging everyone, but if you are genuinely interested in their work, make sure to ask them or to give them feedback around their work, because everyone likes to know that their work is being used or their work is being referenced at other places. So that's something that they would also appreciate. Now let's talk about the work expectation. So first I will talk about the security engineer profile, and then I will talk about this pen tester profile. So as security engineer, you are expected to maintain the application security, the infrastructure security, and security evangelization. So in the app security part, I'm working as a product security engineer. So in the app security, we look at the product security. So for Gojek, the product is the app and the website. At Grofers, we have the app, and the web goals. Both of those were there. So we were looking at the security of that product there. And apart from that, they also had this vendor app. So we used to look at them also once in a while. But the main product was the Gojek or the Grofers app, and we used to take care of the security there. So that's the main focus of the security team, that there shouldn't be any bugs, or at least all bugs should be resolved. If not all, at least maximum of the bugs should not go into production, the security bugs. And that's the one that you would be focusing on. You would be also expected to create automation. So because usually the security teams at companies are small as compared to the number of developers, or as compared to the whole work that's going on. So we have, we have 8 to 10,000 people working at Gojek, and the security team is quite smaller as compared to that. So because you cannot monitor everything, so you build a lot of automation, you build a lot of scripts, you build a lot of systems in place, so that there's no security incident, security loophole that arises due to lacking on your part. So that's one of the reasons. Coming to that and the automation, there's this infrastructure security. So let's say if there is a new server being deployed, if there's a new database that's being deployed, so you need to take care of those as well. There shouldn't be any open port, or there shouldn't be any default credentials. So you might want to create automation around that whenever a new piece of infrastructure goes up, you do a basic check on that particular infrastructure. So let's say if it's a database, you check there is no world open, like ports onto that, so that people can connect from anywhere in the world. You also need to check for default credentials. So this is like an example, and it's a basic checklist. So you can create automation around that, because day in and day out, people are creating test environments, people are creating staging environments, people are creating production environments. So you cannot monitor them everyone, and you cannot like ask them to go through you every time they are doing that, because then it would impede their work and it would slow down the development process overall. So you should never be an hindrance to their work. And that comes to the third point, security evangelization. So a lot of security roles, security engineers, security teams work involves working with other teams, giving recommendations to other teams, talking to other teams, securing their systems. So if you build a culture of security around your organization, inside your organization, so that would help, like that would create a security mindset among people, so people would already be cautious about it. Otherwise what happens is that people think that the security team is just a hurdle into their work, and earlier they used to deploy it very fast. Now there is a security check every time, so it takes some time. So that security should never become a hurdle into the actual process of the company. So that's why if security evangelization helps you in a it adds a non-tangible benefit to your work. Like we used to have this security newsletter at Grofers, and every week we used to post 5 headlines of the previous week, like what are the different hacking incidents that happened throughout the company. And like we used to do it manually, just a short summary and a heading of that. So that what happened, not everyone used to read that, but for people who read that, they were getting more security conscious, that okay, oh, leaving an S3 bucket public was the reason that this particular company got hacked or their data got leaked. So they were more conscious about it, that okay, if I'm deploying or if I'm creating a S3 bucket, I pretty be sure that it's not a public bucket. So like that helps create a security mindset, and it smooths your work. Now coming to the pen testing role. So in pen testing role, you are expected to do pen testing of the particular client application, whatever your client requirements are. Maybe it's a white box pen testing, maybe it's a black box pen testing. And on the basis of that, you need to do that. If it's a white box pen testing, you need to be able to read the code. You need to be able to understand the code and whatever language it's being written. From like you also need to respect the boundaries and not to go beyond what's expected. So if let's say they expect that okay, you can like just test the software for bugs, you can test the web application for bugs, so you just need to test that. If it's not a red team engagement, you need not explore that further. But let's say if it's a red team engagement and they have given you freeway that okay, you can maybe try to fish the employees as well, so you can do that. But if it's not specifically mentioned in the contract, you need not do that. Also, you're expected to create a well-detailed report. In a lot of these companies, usually the pen tester adds their findings and creates steps to reproduce and the description and the mitigation steps. But sometimes they are also asked to explain to the client as to what are the different mitigation steps that could have been implemented instead of just the report itself. So that's something that's expected of as a pen tester role. I think that was all that I had for today. Yeah, you can further connect, and if you have any questions, you can scan this and you would get any links that's relevant to that. Cool. That was all.
Cool, Asim. Thank you so much for wonderful talk. Let me just quickly check whether folks has any questions. I don't think so. Yeah. Thank you so much for wonderful session. Have a great day, Asim.
Yep. Thank you for having me. Yep. Bye, guys.
Cool. Yeah. So before we move on to next session, just quick shout out to our sponsor, Newton School. So their July batch registration has already opened up. You can check that. And if you truly want to excel in your career, I think this is a great opportunity for you guys. So just check that out. And yeah, thank you to our sponsor Newton School for that. Uh, all right, so let's move on. Let's move on to our next session. So next session is by Shubham. So please join me welcoming him on stage. Hi Shubham,
Hey, Sagar.
how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you for having me here.
All good, all good. Yeah, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah.
So before we start, let's just uh, let me just give you quick intro about Shubham, and then we can start. So Shubham is I think all the iOS community like must be aware about him. He's a celebrity. Uh, so he works at Daily Rounds, and he loves UI UX and animation. Uh, and today he'll be speaking on Swift UI, getting started with Swift UI. So if you haven't uh, started with Swift UI, I think this is a great opportunity for you. So all over to you, Shubham.
Okay. Well, hey, guys. Let me quickly share my screen. I think it's visible. One sec. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, this session is about getting started with Swift UI. And here's a brief introduction about me. So my name is Shubham and I'm an iOS developer. I've been developing apps for Apple platforms for about 3 years now, and I'm currently working at Daily Rounds. In this session, I'll be talking about how you guys can get started with Swift UI framework to build applications. I'll also be sharing the resources that I've used to learn Swift and Swift UI so that after this session, you guys can get started on your own. And yeah, before we proceed, I'd urge you guys to go to milab.org by clicking on the link in the description below and make a donation if you can. We should do our bit to help our country overcome this pandemic. All right, let's get started now. Yeah, so let's start with prerequisites. The first prerequisite is that you need a MacBook that has an OS version of greater than equal to 10.15, which is named Catalina. And if you don't have a MacBook and you still want to become an iOS developer, you can turn your Windows into a Hackintosh system or use VMware to run macOS. But yeah, it won't be optimal performance-wise, but you'll be able to run and build apps. And if further down the line, if you plan to get into iOS development full time, you can basically get a MacBook. It's ideal, and I would highly recommend it. Now, the next thing is basically you need the knowledge of Swift programming language. Swift is fairly intuitive and easy to learn. And even if you don't have any other prior experience in any other programming language, you can basically pick it up very easily. And if you've already tried out languages like Java or Python, then it will be even easier for you. And for learning Swift, you can check out the link which I've put in the slide below. It's the official Swift programming language guide. And yeah, it's pretty well documented and you'll be easily able to learn and pick up Swift from it. Next, you need Xcode 11 to be installed in your macOS. Xcode is Apple's IDE that is used to develop apps for iOS, macOS, and other platforms as well. And make sure that you have Xcode 11 and above, since SwiftUI requires Xcode 11 to be present. And yeah, the last requirement is that you should be consistent. Learning anything new takes time and you need to put effort into it. And I want you like guys to learn and practice whenever whatever you learn. And by doing this, you'll gain a momentum that will enable you to grasp concepts a lot quicker. Okay, now let's get started with Swift UI now. So yeah, so SwiftUI is a framework that was announced by Apple in 2019. It provides a new way to declare UI and develop application for Apple platforms. SwiftUI has a declarative syntax. What it means is that that we tell SwiftUI how we want our user interface to look and work, and SwiftUI will figure out a way to make it happen. We'll see more on that later. And with Swift UI, you also get live previews. So any changes that you make to the UI are instantly rendered onto the previews. And yeah, it basically speeds up your developing process tremendously. And you can also run the app inside from your previews, and you can interact with the UI. And it will work in the same way as if you have run the app inside in your real device. And one thing I'd like to tell you guys is that while the SwiftUI framework is amazing, it doesn't make the UIKit framework obsolete. So UIKit is the framework that we have been using so far before the arrival of SwiftUI. And yeah, So SwiftUI is fun to use and you can build amazing things with it. But when you compare it with UIKit, it still lacks in features and stability. Like every new year, some features are getting updated. But yeah, UIKit is more stable than SwiftUI. So if you're planning to get a job within a year or two, then I would recommend you guys to focus on UIKit because it is what is being used by most of the companies to build their apps. And the main reason behind this is basically due to the fact that SwiftUI doesn't run on devices running below iOS 13. So yeah, let's get started with the SwiftUI basics. So SwiftUI comprises of views, and views make up the user interface. And basically we can change how our view looks and behaves with the help of modifiers. So it modifies the look and feel of the views. And views are lightweight, so you are feel free to create as many views as you want to make your code more readable. And you can also share the views across multiple projects or within your own same project. And once the views are created, you have to lay them out into the device, right? So for that, you use tags, and there are other containers as well, like scroll views, lazy grids, and different grids to stack the content to build the UI. And lastly, we have property wrappers. So property wrappers and variables are used to pass data between views. So there are multiple property wrappers. I think currently there are like 17 property wrappers, and each of them has their own different purpose. So a property wrapper named state variable is used to basically declare a variable such that it can be modified within the particular view. Then we have binding property wrapper. Binding property wrapper is basically used to define a variable such that it comes from a different view. And yeah, there are a lot of property wrappers. So we will be covering a little bit of this because yeah, it is a very big topic. So yeah, let's start. So let's see a little bit more on the views. So views are basically the basic building blocks that are used to build the UI. You can use the existing views which are given by the Swift UI, and yeah, so you can use modifiers to create your own custom views on top of that. So creating multiple smaller views is a better approach, and since views are lightweight, and it will provide better reusability, and it also ensures that your code is readable. If you create a single view with lots of nested views inside it, yeah, it's not a good thing to see. And yeah, so here are the list of views which are given by the SwiftUI framework. The ones on the left are the SwiftUI views, and the ones on the right are the UI kit classes. So UI class equivalent basically. So yeah, if you're coming from a UI kit background, then the ones on the left are what you will use. Yeah, so we have text, which is used to display a single text. We have text field, which is used to basically take a input from the user. The input could either be a number, it could be an address, text, and other things. Then we have a button which has a UI element to it, and it performs an action when the user taps on it. Then we have image to display images. We have slider, which is the default iOS slider, which has a predefined value, and the user can set the value or whatever he needs. Then we have a toggle switch, which has only two states, on and off. Then we have a list, which is used to display a list of elements onto a row. Then we have stacks and scroll views. Now, yeah, so this is the basic SwiftUI view which you will get when you create any application. It will come with a content view, and basically, yeah. So as you can see, it has the SwiftUI framework imported into the file, and we have a structure called content view. This is our main view, and it conforms to the view protocol. So it essentially marks it as a view, and yeah. So whatever text UI components that you put inside the body block, as you can see, is rendered by the view basically. So as you can see that we have text here, hello world, and this is being rendered to the right side. And yeah, so you can see that there is another struct which is called content view previews, which is conforming to previews provider. Now this is the live previews that I was talking about. So it also has a block called previews, and as you can see inside the previews block, we are putting our content view which we have defined above. So this content view is rendered onto the preview. And since the content view only contains a hello world, that is being shown. Yeah. Okay, now I was talking about modifiers, right? So we can modify the behavior and look and feel of our view using modifiers. So we had the hello world before. Now what we have done is we have used the dot font modifier and we are changing its font to dot title. Dot title is a predefined value which Apple provides. It has some other values like dot headline, dot body, dot caption, and other some other variables. But you can also use your own. You can also define your own font if you want. Like you can put this put as system font. You want to provide a particular font, say 24, 25, and you can even use your own custom font. But here I'll just simply use the dot title. And I've also used a modifier which is foreground color, and that is used to change the color of the text. So here I've used the dot red, which essentially is a short form of color dot red, and there are a predefined colors which are given by SwiftUI, but then again you can like create any color you want. And here is the list of some of the modifiers. There are a lot of modifiers in SwiftUI, and yeah, I'm covering a small amount of them. And we have dot foreground color that changes the color of the text. It can also change the color of shapes like if you use circle, rectangle, and things and some other views. And then we have opacity, which has a value from 0 to 1, and it changes the opacity of the particular view. We have a dot font property, and now for the font property is only applicable to text and text fields. And yeah, you can apply it to an image, and you can also apply it to a slider, but yeah, it won't modify anything. Then we have a padding. Padding essentially provides a space between the view and the parent. So you can provide padding in form of top, left, right, and bottom. And if you just provide a single value here, say padding of 8, so it will apply to all the four sides. Then we have the shadow modifier. Now the shadow modifier is used to provide shadow to the view. You can change the color of the shadow, and you can change the blur as well as the X and Y offset. Then we have the frame. Suppose you have a circle that you want to show in a particular width and height. So you can do that with the help of frame modifier. Then you have the dot gesture. So we have multiple gestures in iOS. We have drag gestures, we have long press gestures, we have tap gestures. So with the help of this dot gesture, you can put a tap gesture inside of it, and with the help of this modifier, we can make our views tappable and UI interactable. Okay, so let's see some more modifiers onto our main view. So here we have text, which we had earlier. We have provided the dot font and the foreground color property, and we have also provided a background color, which is of black color. Then we have provided a padding and a corner radius. Now, as you can see now that since we have provided the background, but and we also have provided the padding, but the still the black background is sticking to the text. What we want is basically to have more space between the background and the text, but yeah, it is not working. And yeah, this is one of the common mistakes which I faced a lot when I was starting out, and this is due to the fact that the order in which you apply the modifiers matters a lot in SwiftUI. Now in the previous example, we were applying the padding after the background, and yeah, so it was the background was applied before there was padding, and hence it is sticking to the text. Now, if we change the order of the code a little bit, if we provide padding before the background, you can see the difference. Now, since the padding was applied before the background property, when the background property comes up, it sees that the hello world text is there, and then there is also a padding. So so the black color spans throughout the padding, and then the corner radius is applied. As you can see in the previous one, even the corner radius wasn't visible because there's nothing to apply corner radius to, because the background was already laid out. Okay, so let's talk about stacks. So stacks are used to lay out the content. We have three types of stacks in SwiftUI. So we have H stack, it is used to lay out the content horizontally. We have V stack, it is used to lay out the content vertically. And we have Z stack, it lays out the content on top of each other. Basically, the first view will have a Z index of 1, suppose. Then if we put any other second view inside the Z stack, it will have a Z index of 2. We'll see more on that later, no worries. Now let's see an example for H stack. So we have our content view, we have our body, and inside the body view, instead of text hello world, we have a H stack. And inside the H stack, we have three UI elements, apple, orange, and pineapple. So as you can see, with the help of H stack, we are able to lay out the content horizontally. If we remove the H stack, yeah, it won't work because it has to be inside a group. So we could change it to V stack. So what will happen? We'll see what happens when we use V stack for this. And yeah, we are using the same previous provider. And yeah, this essentially doesn't change because we are already rendering whatever is present inside the content view. So yeah, any UI components that you put inside the view block will be rendered onto the previews. And you can see that there is a play button. But since we just have static UI elements right now, so it won't change much. But if we, what if we use a button or something, and if we play it, we'll be able to tap the button and we'll be able to perform any actions if we have attached to that button. Now, yeah, so HStack also has a constructor and it takes in an alignment and a spacing. So for HStack, the alignment, the properties of the alignments are dot top, it takes dot center and dot bottom. Now, since they all have a same height, essentially, you won't be able to see the difference. But what will happen is basically HStack will have, suppose it had this much height, and if you provide, the default is dot center, so it will be center aligned. If you put it as dot top, then all the views will be pushed to the top of the edge tab, and similarly for the bottom. And you also have a property called spacing. So spacing essentially determines the spacing between the each individual elements. So now Apple and Orange have a spacing of 42 between them, and the same is for same also applies to Orange and Pineapple. Now, if you like want to put more spacing between apple and orange than orange and pineapple, you can basically put a padding, put a right padding, and say that and set it to whatever points you want. If you want padding to for padding, if you want to set the padding as 4, you can essentially do dot padding. Then in here for right and left, we call it left we call as leading and right we call as dot trailing. So you'll have to put dot text apple dot trailing as 4. I can show you a quick example as well for that. Okay, let's see. So we have a stack. We put the spacing as 42. Yeah, so we have a spacing of 42 right now. And if we want more spacing between apple and orange, we can do the padding that I was telling you about. So we have to apply to the right side. So we'll be using dot trailing, and let's put some 12 points onto it. It's not that visible, so we'll put it as 120. Oh, God. Okay, that was a bit too much. But yeah, so yeah, now we have 24 extra, 24 on top of 42 spacing between apple and orange here. And there are other properties like dot leading. Now dot leading will also apply to the left side of the orange. So if I put it as 42, it will again push orange a bit more, because now what we have done is we have applied trailing constant, trailing padding to apple as well, and now we have also applied it to orange. So these both paddings are combined with this spacing, and yeah, you see the result as that. Okay, so let's talk about VStack. Now we saw the H stack working, right? So it laid out the content in a horizontal fashion. Now, yeah, so it's what VStack does is it lays out the content in vertical fashion. So as you can see, we have apple, orange, and pineapple. And this also has two values that it takes in its constructor. Yeah, it's the alignment and spacing. Yeah, let's see it here. So yeah, we have alignment and spacing. Now for the V stack, the alignment properties changes to dot leading, dot center, and dot trailing. And the spacing is the same as how it used to be here for the H stack. Now, as you can see, even for a V stack, the default alignment is centered. As you can see, these all are centered aligned right now. All the text elements are center line. And now what if I change it to dot leading? So yeah, this is what happens. So they are no longer center line, and they're starting from the same point. And yeah, spacing is applied as it was. Now if I want to apply spacing between any elements which are laid out in a V stack, I'll be using dot top and dot bottom padding. So let's reset it. Okay, I forgot to. Okay. Okay, that's it. Yeah. So for applying a more padding to orange, the to increase the vertical spacing between apple and orange, we'll do dot padding and we'll do dot top. Now we can provide any value if we want. Default value is 16. We'll provide it as 20. So yeah, now there is more. 20 is added on top of the 42 for apple and orange, and for we can also apply padding in the form of bottom. So now, yeah. So orange, see the frame of the orange increased with this. So currently, see the 20 padding is applied here. If we also apply bottom padding to it, so the frame of the orange will increase a bit more, and there will be 20 more spacing between the orange and pineapple. Okay, then we have Z stack. So what Z stack does is it lays out the content on top of each other. Now, as you can see, it's not clearly visible, but apple is the farthest behind. Then we have orange on top of it. Then we have pineapple on top of it. It will get clear with this example. Let's see. So we have a Z stack, and we have three colors. We have orange, green, and blue. Now, as you can see from in the preview, the orange is the one which is the farthest behind. Then we have green on top of it. Then we have blue. So yeah, let's quickly show you a demo as well for that. So we have. So I had to provide frame because by default, what elements inside the Z stack tries to occupy the whole space. So if I do it as just like this, what will happen is you'll only see the blue color. Because yeah, as I said, so this is the available view frame, and the elements inside the Z stack tries to occupy all of it. So I had to provide a height to it. So I had to provide it a height of 300 to change its height to 200, and the blue's height to 100. Right, yeah, it's visible. Yeah, so yeah, now that we can see, okay, let's make it a bit more. Yeah, so the orange is the one farthest behind, green is on top of it, and then we have blue. Okay, so let's start with the demo now. And yeah, this is what we'll be building. So this is a user interface of a music player app. And it has a profile image, it has a search button. This is only a UI. I haven't put the functionality on top of it. Otherwise, it would be a long tutorial. And yeah, so we have this recently played songs carousel. We have trending artists. Then we have recommended songs carousel. So let's start with the image. So yeah, okay. Okay, let me just show you this first, then we'll implement it hands-on as well. That will be more interesting. So we have created a new view, which is a user image view. We have a variable on top of onto it, which has a string of me, and this is what I've named the image. And since it's a variable, whenever you'll be using user image view, you can also provide any custom image to it, and it will try to render that. Inside the body, I've put the image and image name, which renders the image. Now I've used the resizable modifier. So what resizable modifier does is it tries to make the image occupy the whole view space. But yeah, that would look pretty weird because what it will essentially do is it will make my picture across all the screen. So yeah, that won't look very good. So I've used the frame modifier to change the width and height of it. And yeah, but it's not what we wanted. As you can see, there's also a slight shadow, and it's circle. So we'll apply more modifiers on top of it. So we have applied the corner radius modifier. Now corner radius modifier modifies the corner radius of the view, which has made it into almost a circle. And we have applied shadow. So shadow takes in a color, and we have applied a black color with opacity of 50%. So opacity goes from 0 to 1, 1 being 100% and 0 being 0%. And we have also applied the radius. So radius is essentially the blur which you can see along with the shadow. So yeah, let's quickly create it. Okay, I'll just create a new. So if you don't have any view inside your body, okay, it maybe it's a little small. Yeah, I hope this is better. So yeah, even if you don't provide anything, any UI element inside the body, inside your struct class, which is a view, it will throw an error. It requires a minimum one element. You can also use a stack, and if you don't put anything, it's fine because stack is also a view. So yeah, in this case, it won't throw any error. But for our use case, what we want to use is an image. So we'll use the image, and we'll use the image name. And yeah, so this is the default size of the image, and that is why this is displaying like this. Now, since the image name is a variable, I could have also provided another value if I had something. I currently don't have anything, and that's why this is trying to, okay, I can maybe use some of the album covers. Yeah. So whatever we provide while invoking creating our image view, yeah, it will show it up here. Now, since we have provided default value as me, if we don't provide any value to the image name, it will default back to me. Now we have to use the resizable because yeah, we want to resize it. This is too big to use in an app. Now we'll use the resizable modifier. Now, as I told you, this tries to occupy whole of the screen, all the available view space, and yeah, that makes it look pretty good. Now we'll use a frame on top of it to adjust it to our requirement, which is 50. Well, let's keep it 64 by 64 now. Okay. Now we'll apply a corner radius to it. Yeah, it's not looking well. Cool. And now we'll apply shadow. So you can provide a default shadow, and it will take the label color. So as you can see, it already it is taking the black color. And one of the cool things about previews is that you can easily see how it will look in a dark theme. So for that, we'll have to use a modifier in our previews provider. So we can change the color scheme, and it has two values. It has dark and light. So light is essentially when the basically when the iOS device has a light theme applied to it. And if I change it to dark, this is how it will look on an app which is using the dark theme. Okay, there's not much of a difference because you can't see the white shadows anymore. What if I change the background to black? So Z stack, yeah. So I'm using a Z stack here to apply the color, and yeah, you're not able to see it because yeah, shadows are light. So yeah, no worries. But yeah, you have to use the color scheme to see the things. So okay, I guess I will be able to show you in the future in some of the other views. Yeah. So yeah, with this we are able to create the user image view. Now let's go to the song view. So for song view, we'll also have to create some dummy data, right? And since it has an image view, it has a song name, it has artist and song image, we'll create another structure for it. So song is we have created a structure called song. It is our model, and our data will be based on this model. Now it is conforming to a new protocol which is called identifiable. This was mostly introduced in SwiftUI, and what it does is basically it makes it easier for us to use for loops inside the SwiftUI view. We'll see more on that later. But yeah, identifier has a protocol, is a protocol, and it has a variable requirement which is called ID. So with the help of ID, we'll be able to uniquely identify each song. All right, with the model creator, I'll just show you the dummy data that I created for this. And we have this. So I've created a private variable which is called recently played songs, and yeah, it is an array of song which is our model, and I put some dummy data on in here. So we have ID, song name, song artist, song image. In a real live app, you will have to create a model and you'll have to call network APIs to fetch the data. But yeah, since this is a demo project, we'll be hard coding the song data. And similarly, we have artist, we'll see it later. And we have another song array, which is recommended songs. I put some songs in here as well. So it also has ID, song name, song artist, and song image. Okay, so let's create our song. Let's just see how it looks, then we'll create it on our own. I'll show you step by step that what are the changes and things that you need to add. Now, as you can see, it has two views, and so for putting two views inside our view, we'll have to use some sort of container. So for here, we'll be using the V stack since the contents are aligned vertically. So we start by defining our V stack and putting in the alignment as dot leading, so that the beach house does it. It's okay if the beach house starts centered as well, but yeah, this looks better to me. If you want, you can put it as dot center, and all the other views will be going inside the V stack. And yeah, so we have a variable requirement for song. Now you'll see that I haven't provided any default value to it. I could have provided a default value to it, but I haven't. And if you are not providing any default value, you'll have to provide it when you invoke it from the preview provider. So this is my preview provider, which basically shows the preview. And in here, I have to provide a value for the song variable now. So I'm using the music manager class, which is there. And I'm using its function, which is get recently played songs, which returns an array, and I'm using its 0th element. And okay, so we start by adding an image. So the image essentially displays the image from inside the song, which is passed to this view. So we are using song.song image. Now, yeah, this is like 200 by 300. This image is like 200 by a pixel by 300 pixels. So we'll be using resizable, and you will be using the frame property to resize it to a fixed height and width. Then we are using a corner radius on top of it to round the edges. And then we have used the shadow. There's a slight shadow you can see. Maybe if I zoom. And now you have displayed a text. And the text is using the song name to display it. Now, as I told you before, so with the font property, we have the system defined or predefined ones, which are dot headline, dot title, dot body. Otherwise, you can use the dot system, and then you can define your own size and width according to your needs. And then we are providing a little bit of padding so that it's not just starting from beneath the where the image ends. So yeah, let's create this. And one of the best things about previews is that since this is returning an array and I've used the 0th element out of it, I can easily change it to 1 to see how the next element will render. And yeah, this is it. So you can keep changing to see how each of your views will look. This is pretty cool. I love this. So yeah, now we had the resizable. So let me just quickly show you how it will look without resizable modifier. It will, yeah, this is the default width and height of the image. With resizable, it fills the whole screen. When we put a frame on top of it to make it fixed. Then we apply corner radius to it. So it rounds the edges. You will provide more corner radius if you want. But yeah, 24 looks good enough. And at last we have shadow. So yeah, well, maybe if I zoom, you'll be able to see it better. So this is how it looks without the shadow. And yeah, this is with the shadow. So by default, if we just provide the radius and if we don't provide any color, it will apply the default color of the theme. So currently we have a light theme, so it's trying to apply a black color to it. And yeah, it has a radius of 5. Then we have the text. which is the song name. And we are using the font property to define the font. Now let me just quickly show you what all proper values you can provide using a font. So we have call out, we have captions, we have footnote, headline will make it super big, or maybe not. Okay, and we have okay, yeah, that was title. Yeah, super big. Then we have dot system, which allows you to define in terms of size and width. And you can also change the design if you want. So we have mono space, rounded, and serif by default. If you want to use a custom fonts, then you'll have to first add it into the project, and then you'll have to use the dot custom modifier, and you'll have to provide a name for it. Suppose I'm using Montserrat, so I'll have to use Montserrat medium, and I can provide the font. But since the Montserrat isn't there in my project and it's not added as a dependency, it will just try to use the default San Francisco font which is provided by Apple. So let me just quickly change it to system font again. Let's put it at 18, and yeah, in the weight defines the how the weight of the text. So if I put it as black, yeah, that's too much, and it starts from ultra light to black. So we have ultra light, light, thin, normal, medium, semi bold, bold, black. We will be using the bold. Yeah, this is how it looks, and let's provide a little bit of padding. Now, how to see if how it will look and if the theme is a dark theme. So for that, what you'll have to do is we'll just quickly use the set stack for it. Let's not use the set stack. We'll just use the color scheme and put it as dark. Now you'll see that the text has disappeared. Now this is due to the fact that in the dark theme, the text color defaults out to white. Now, since you already have a white background and you are trying to display a white text, it's not visible. But if you change our background to say black, then you will be able to see the white label here. Yeah. Now you will see that, like even in the previous example, the image is only the background is only expanding till here. This is because the top and the bottom, this much area is called the safe edges. And yeah, this is where the status bar and the home back button to go back to home or open up the now all the apps comes. So yeah, this is generally laid out into the safe area. This area is the safe area. If you want, you can like add a modifier to the colors so that it ignores the safe area. And for that, we have edges ignoring safe area. And then it also takes in properties, say all, bottom, left, right, depending on it. Now we have provided all. So now it goes from edge to edge and it's no longer following the safe area restrictions. Now, if you only want it to expand to the bottom side, you can change it to that dot bottom. And with this, the status bar area will not be occupied with the color. So yeah, let's quickly remove the Z stack because we don't really need it. And let me change the color scheme back to light. And you will see that the view wasn't uploaded or refreshed. This is because if you make lots of changes, then yeah, the preview will stop basically, and it will wait for you to resume it. As you can see here, so we have come back to our default view. Now let's create a carousel out of it. So for creating a carousel, we'll be using the scroll view because we are not sure of how many elements may be there. So we want all the elements to be scrollable, and we'll be using a H tag. We'll need a H tag because we want the contents to be laid out horizontally, and then we'll use the song view which we have created, which is this view. So let's quickly see it here. Now it also has a variable requirement, and it takes in an array of songs, and this will be displayed in this view. So we have a scroll view here, which is a horizontal scroll view. So you can modify how it will scroll here. So you can provide either dot vertical or dot horizontal. But since we need a horizontal scroll view, we've set it to dot horizontal. Then there is another property called source indicator. So what this does is it basically removes the indicator. If I set it by the default value is true, and if I set it as true, you'll see the scrolling indicator, which is good in some cases, but yeah, here I don't want the indicator to be seen. So I've set it as false. Now I've put an h tag and I put a spacing because so that the elements are not cluttered together and there is a minimum space between them. And then we have a for each. Now this for each is a special kind of struct. It is essentially a for loop which can be used inside the view. And in this we are passing the array, which is the songs array, and it returns a song. So it iterates. Suppose the songs had songs has 5 elements, so it will iterate to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and song is the value at that particular index. We'll see how it looks. Yeah. And lastly, we are using the song view, and in the song view we are passing the song. So yeah, so we are it's iterating from index 0 to 4, and for each instant it is returning a song which we are again passing to the song view. And with the help of this, yeah, we are passing all the data of the inside the array, and we are able to see the song view. So yeah, let's create it. And yeah, in here now, as you cannot see all the elements, so this is where the play button comes helpful. With the help of this, now your preview is fully interactive and you can scroll. Yeah, this has to be handled, but yeah, here we are not handling it. But yeah, now it essentially becomes scrollable and it's user interactive. If I put a tap gesture inside of it to open the beach house, it will do so. Now let's just stop it for now. So while playing, I can keep it as active and I can change my view here, but yeah, it's better to stop it and then make the UI changes. So yeah, let me first start with source indicator. I'll remove the source indicator so that you guys will be able to see that. And yeah, so we have a indicator here now, and this is the default indicator which comes in. To remove this, I had used the source indicator as false. Then we can change the scroll view behavior to dot vertical. It won't work here because we are using a H stack. It will look pretty weird, yeah. So it's trying. It is a vertically scrollable thing, but since all our content is inside a H stack, it's not much use. So let's quickly change this H stack to V stack as well then. Still there are only like some components, so it won't be visible. Yeah, this is how it looks. And now you'll see that it's not center aligned because inside our song view we had put the alignment as dot leading here. Let's change it to horizontal again. And yeah, let's remove the for each. So we have the base container here. So we have a scroll view. Let me stop it. So we have a scroll view and we have a H tag. Now we'll use the for each. So it's a structure which takes in a data. So you can see all the available constructor here as well. It either takes in a range, say from 0 to 10. So now it will iterate from 0 to 9. And you can also use a open closed loop. Now it will iterate from 0 to 10. But yeah, you can also provide the data directly. So we'll be providing the data here. We'll be naming our variable as song. Now you could also pass singing data to it to see if it works or not. Now if we just do songs of 0, which is essentially hard coding it, so you'll see that all the elements. So there are 4 elements as it's there in the song array. But since we have provided as songs of 0, it's always taking the 0th element. So yeah, let's change it to song so that it passes through all the elements of the array, and song is unique. So yeah, this is how you create a carousel. And you'll see that I've put the padding inside the previews. Yeah, and this is how it looks without the padding. So there is no left and right padding anymore. And you'll ask that why haven't you put the padding inside the main view itself? So yeah, with this there is a problem. What if you are trying to use this smaller view inside a parent view, and that parent view already has a padding. So what will happen is basically this scroll view will have twice the amount of padding. So that's why I haven't put the padding here. And I just wanted to see how it will look with a view which had padding. So I put the padding inside the previews itself. Okay, now let's create an artist view. So this is how an artist view will look. It has an image view. It also has a stroked circle border, and it has a text. And this is the model tag we'll be using for an artist. It also conforms to the identifier protocol, which means that we'll all have to create a variable which is named as ID. Then we have a name, we have cover, and then we have songs, an array of songs basically. So again, as you can see, okay. So as you can see that we again have to use a V stack because the contents are aligned vertically. So we have used we are taking in an artist here. It's a variable. Again, we are passing it with the help of preview provider. We are using the music manager function to pass an artist onto it. And we have declared a V stack here. Now we have again used an image. It is conforming to the resizable protocol. It has a frame, corner radius, and padding. And then we are using a new modifier. This is an overlay, dot overlay modifier. What it does is within the views the frame, it will try to lay out another content on top of it. So it works essentially in the same way as ZStack does. So overlay puts the second view on top of the image. And we also have another modifier which is called background, which will put the circle behind the image. But since we are not using any Z stack here, again I didn't want to use a Z stack again, so I just use the overlay property. But yeah, you'll need a Z stack if you have multiple views which has to be put behind. But since it was a single view, I've directly used the overlay modifier. And you'll see that I've used the circle. So circle is a shape which is also provided by SwiftUI by default, and you can create your own shapes as well. So let's just see how many about the shapes. So we have circle, which is provided by default. It will result in a full circle. Then we have rounded rectangle. It takes in a corner radius. Yeah, so as I told you, it will try to occupy the whole width. So we'll just change its height to say 120. Okay. And yeah, so it is a rounded rectangle, and we can change its corner radius a bit more to make it apparent. Yeah. Then we have rectangle. It's a simple rectangle. It doesn't take any properties. Maybe it does. Okay. Oh, it doesn't. And then we have capsule. So yeah, it displays the round shape by default. Yeah, so these are the some of the views, some of the shapes which are provided by Apple. You can create your own shape pretty easily, and you can do some pretty cool stuff with it. Say I'll create a shape called triangle, and for the views you have to conform to a view property, and while you're creating a shape, you'll have to conform to shape. And this doesn't have a body kind of thing which a view does. The shapes are rendered in a different way. So the shape uses a function, and it requires a path. So the path is essentially basically a drawing or the mapping in which the shape will be returned. So yeah, let's just say that we'll create a simple path. So with the help of this, I'm able to achieve lots of cool things. So I can create my own custom path, say for a triangle, say for something else, and I'll be able to create a path using adding points between point A, point B, point C, and then the shape will be rendering that. So this capsule is essentially a series of points, say from here to here. Then there's a curve, then from here to here, and whatever paths you put, the shape will essentially take all the space with it. Now, yeah, so if you don't provide anything, it will try to occupy all the space within the shape. Now you can also make it as a border kind of thing. So for that, you'll have to provide the stroke property, And as you can see now that it's only occupying the outer perimeter of, or essentially the path. And you can provide line width to it to make it stronger or bolder. Now I provided a line width of 2. Let's provide a line width of say 25. That will be a lot. Yeah, so it essentially is a running track now. And okay, so let's start with our own views. So we have the artist cover here. We have to confirm it to resizable. And if we don't, if, like I have, it's better to use frame, but if you don't want to, there are some other modifiers as well, which are called scale to fit. So what scale to fit modifier will do is it will try to scale the content in its proper aspect ratio. And what fill does is it will try to scale the content to fill the whole viewport. So if I remove scale to fill, this is how it looked. It tried to fit all of the content into the available view space. But if I use scale to fill, it will try to scale up the content to fit the whole view and so that it's not skewed. So, but yeah, these are required from different use cases. We'll just use the frame property. And yeah, again, it went to being tiny. And we'll apply a corner radius to it. So I've used a corner radius of 100, but 100 is not required. I could have easily done 130 by 2 because that is the maximum corner radius that I could apply. Anything you apply on top of other than that will not matter. So it should essentially be a width and height divided by 2. If I provide this 20, 20, 100, 200, 2000, it won't matter because yeah, that's the maximum height, which is 55. And I will provide a padding to it. And yeah, maybe it's not that visible. So I'll provide a padding of 24. Now you'll be able to see the change. So without the padding, this is the frame of our view. It's only till the circle. If you provide padding to it, now it expands 24 by 24 points on all directions from top, from leading, trailing, and bottom. And this is required because we want to overlay another view on top of it, which is a circle with a background. So we are using a circle here, and we have also used the stroke property, which I showed you guys before. And yeah, so we have a circle here. You can also change its color by providing the foreground color. If I put it as red, it will start to show up as red. And if I change the padding, the stroke circle will be much farther away from the main circle, like that. So let's change it back again, and let's change the color back to black. Yeah, so now we have the text which has the artist's name. Again, let's just provide a font and padding to it. And yeah, this is how it looks. Maybe the padding is a bit too much. Sometimes you just have to like lay out the content and then see and modify it according to how well it looks. 18, I can put it as 18. Okay, cool. So now again we have to create a carousel, and this time we have to create an artist carousel. So again we are using the same scroll view, we are using a H tag, we are using a for each loop to lay out the artists, and then we are using the artist view which we just created, and it will lay out the artists in the horizontal fashion. Maybe we could change our behavior a bit. So okay, let's do it. So we'll make it as vertical, and we'll use a V stack. Yeah, don't look that good, but anyway. So we'll use an alignment here as well. And again, it's not working because we haven't put any alignment here. So if we put an alignment as leading, I'll remove it after this, but let me just show you guys. I never get this spelling right. Okay, so now you'll see that all the contents are starting from the leading side of it. Or maybe just the name. Okay. Okay. Okay, because, and yeah, that happened because we don't have any parent view to tell where to start. essentially because we are just using the scroll view, and scroll view also starts from center. If I wanted it to lay it out from the leading edge, I'll have to use a Z stack, and I'll have to set the alignment for the Z stack. Now Z stack is a special case in which it also has an alignment property, but this time a Z stack takes in two properties. It takes in a horizontal and a vertical property. So for a horizontal, I'll have to provide it as leading, and for vertical, I have to provide it as top. So it essentially takes both the properties. It takes in the property for the V stack as well, which is the horizontal property, and it takes in the property for the H stack as well, which is the top, bottom, and center. So yeah, let's just have it as V stack itself. Okay, looks good. All right, so now we'll be creating our main view. Now we have created all these separate smaller views, and you can use it in your own any projects if you want. And now it's time to merge all of them together into a single main view. So okay, let's have a nice color as well. So we'll use a Z stack here. Now for providing colors, you'll have to use a Z stack, otherwise it will look pretty horrendous. Let me just show you what I mean. So if I use a V stack, and if I would say use a color dot blue, now whatever any content, say I'm trying to lay out my song view, which takes in a music manager dot get say recommended songs by of 0, and you see that it's trying to lay the content at the bottom because since the color is also there in the V stack, this is also counted as a view. And to change this behavior, we'll have to use the Z stack so that it content lays on top of each other, so that the blue color stays behind, and the rest of the views which we have created stays on top of it. So let's change our color to, what should we change it to? Let's change it to orange. And let's just make it apply it across the screen, ignoring the safe edges. Let's change this over. Let's change its opacity a bit. Let's make it 0.2. Maybe that would be too less, but yeah, looks good. Okay. Now let's define a scroll view. We'll need a scroll view because you don't know how many carousels we can have in the real app. Since it's a dummy app, we only have like three carousels, but in the real app, we'll have lots of sections. So we'll just use a scroll view, which has a vertical alignment. Then I don't really like the indicators to be visible, so I'll just remove it. Okay. Now you have for the first views, we have a H stack. And we have a H stack which has a user image view which we created, and we also have a search. So let's just do that. So we'll since the contents are to be laid out horizontally, we'll be using a H stack for it. So let's use a user image view. And yeah, as you can see that it's trying to lay out the content in the center. We'll fix that. And meanwhile, let's just also provide the alignment which I talked about here in the Z stack. So it will take leading, and like it will take in a horizontal where we can provide dot leading, center, or trailing, which is a part of the V stack property. And we can also provide the vertical. So we want our views to start from leading and dot top. So that's what I'm going to do. Now, as you can see, our view are starting from him. Now, there's a problem, to be honest. We don't have any vertical stack. Now, since we are using a scroll view, we also need to use a stack on top of it. Now, since the contents are laid out vertically, we'll be using a V stack on top of it. And now we can lay out our content. We could have used a scroll view directly, but yeah, if you provide a padding to a scroll view, it will start to behave very weirdly. And it does, as you can see, it doesn't even have the leading and the padding, leading and the trailing padding. So we'll use a V stack and we'll apply the padding on top of it. Now you can see that we have a V stack here, and it has its own padding. Now let's create a H stack for the user image, not two stacks. You don't need to create two stacks on top of it. And if I just remove the padding, you'll see that the image is sticking to the edge. It doesn't look that good. So I'll be using a padding property for it, and we'll be using a my image with the search icon. So for that, we'll be using the system image, which is called SF symbol, which is provided by Apple. And there are lots of symbols that you can use, and there's a app for that. It's called SF symbols itself. It contains a bunch of icons that you can use in your projects. Like it has something like play.fill, which is a play button. It has then bookmark. Yeah, lots of things. So you'll be using the magnifying glass. Now, yeah, let's so when if you use a SF symbol, you can use the font property to increase the size. So you will be using the system property again. We will be using 20. We'll be using semi-bold, and yeah, now it will be enlarged. Maybe let's enlarge it a bit more. Now you see that in our view we had them to the edges, right? Image view is in the left edge, and the search icon is in the right edge. And here we have it them clubbed together. So how do we change this? So for this we'll have to use another view which is called spacer. So what spacer does is basically it tries to occupy all the available free space it can. Now since we have put the spacer in between the user image view and the search, it's trying to occupy all this space. Now what if we put the spacer before the user image view? And so this is what will happen. So now the spacer is trying to occupy all this much space, and all the rest of the views are pushed to the right side. And the same thing, the opposite will happen if we put it after the search icon. It will push all the contents to the left side. So now we want them both of our views to the in their separate edges. We'll put the spacer in the between. With this, yeah, now the search icon is its in correct place. Now let's just start with some texts. So we have a text called recently played songs. We'll quickly put it. You could create another view which has a text property, but since we are only using two text property this time, I haven't created its own separate view. But if the text property was used at more places in my project, I would definitely create its own view so that I don't have to apply all these modifiers again and again. So we have recently played songs. And yeah, so even in the V stack, we'll have to put the alignment as dot leading. Let's quickly apply the font property to it. Let's say 28, bold. Yeah. And let's put some padding, top padding only. We'll do dot top, we'll do 24, 28 maybe. Yeah. And let's apply a bit of shadow. So this is the complete shadow property, but since I'll be just using the color property, I'll be setting the color as 10%, radius as 5, and I don't need the X and Y. So what will happen is if I put the X as 4, Y as 4, the shadow will fall towards the bottom. It's not readily appear, so I'll remove the opacity. Now you'll see that the shadow is applied only to the vertical side. Now if I remove the Y, and if I put X as 4, the shadow will shift toward the right side, or maybe 40, let's see. Yeah, so the shadow is going towards the right side. If I do it as -40, it will go towards the left side. And if you don't put any X and Y, it will try to lay out the actual view. Basically, which is essentially the frame of the content. And let's just again apply the opacity to it. And we'll be using our carousel views here. So the first carousel view which we created was the song carousel view. So we'll be using this, and we'll be passing recently played songs, which is a function which is defined in the music manager class. Dot get recently played songs, and it will just render it with the data which we provide. And let's put some more padding on top of it. Maybe that's a bit much. Yeah, that looks okay. Now the next up, we'll put our trending artists. Let's just copy it. And we'll use the artist carousel now. We have music manager dot get recently get trending artists. We'll put some padding. Now, if you want to avoid this applying the paddings again and again, what you can do is basically you can use the spacing here. You can provide the spacing as 28, and with the help of which you don't have to provide padding anymore. All of you has a padding of 28. And but yeah, it doesn't look that good. So we need a little bit more padding with your training artists for, so only for those you can add the padding. What this helps is basically now you don't have to provide padding to each and every of one of your property. Okay, we haven't made our artist carousel view as a horizontal stack view. Let's quickly change it. Yeah, that stack takes in a doesn't need that. All right. Now we'll put another one which is recommended for you, and I'll quickly show you how to provide an animation to it if we have time. Let's see. It seems there is a little bit of time here, so I'll quickly show you how to put animations on top of it. So applying animations is a lot pretty easy using SwiftUI, and you'll love it. So let's just create use another song carousel. This time we'll pass different data to it, which is music manager.get recommended songs. And let's put a little bit of pattern. So there you have it. Now let me quickly just show you that that the scroll view works. If you want a little bit more padding, what you can do is you can put another spacer, and this time you can put a fixed height to it. Say I want the spacer to have a height of 300 or 200. Let's put as 300. Now what will happen is, yeah, so now you have this free space so that the user can scroll and see all the contents in a proper way. Let's just put it as 150 because 300 was a bit much. And yeah, so you have some free space if you want to put a tab bar or something else. Now we'll just quickly animate. So for each has a songs property, and in this we'll be using an array, which is another function, and we will be using a zip. So what zip does is it basically binds two elements in a single iterable list. And yeah. Now we were getting songs before, right? Now we'll get two things. We'll get the index and we'll get the song. Now we need the index so that we are able to animate each of the components turn by turn. Let me quickly show you. So what we'll do is we'll use a property wrapper which is called state, and we'll have a property wrapper that has view appeared set to false. And what state property wrapper does is it makes the property modifiable by the view. So now I can easily change the self.viewAppeared property and I can set it as true. And yeah, you'll be seeing like you said, I just set it to false and true. There's nothing happening. So what we'll do is basically we'll change the opacity. If the value for self.view.appeared is true, we'll set the opacity as 1, otherwise we'll set the opacity as 0. And let's also change the scale. So with the help of scale effect, you can change the scale of the property. And you'll see that if you try to play, nothing happens again. What's the point? So we'll put an animation here now. So this is the dot animation modifier, and you can provide lots of different animation to it, such as ease in, ease in out. So let's put an ease in out animation and put the duration at 0.35. Now you'll see that yeah, they are animating now. But then again, it's everything is animating, getting animated at a single time, and that is why we have used this. We required this index. So now with the help of this index, I'll be able to put a random delay. I'll be able to put a delay based on the index of the element. So now, yeah, let's see how it looks now. So now, as you can see, the elements try to load up one after the other. And yeah, so it required a very little amount of code, which was essentially 3 lines, 3 modifiers, and a single property wrapper. Now you could change the animation to maybe a spring, maybe a linear animation or something. We'll use the ease out. Now when you run the app, yeah, you have a nice animation going on here. And this will apply, the animation will be applied to all the song carousels. If you run the app, so yeah, you have a nice animation going on here. And yeah, so I was talking about this, and yeah, this completes our app. So we have created a simple app which has a simple UI elements, which has carousels for songs and artists. And here are some of the resources that I've used to learn Swift UI. The first one is the Swift UI documentation for the which is present in the Apple developer docs. And yeah, so reading through the Apple developer docs might seem vague, and you'll feel like what is this? I'm not able to understand anything. But yeah, reading documentation takes a little bit of time and getting used to it. But once you get used to it, you'll find that documentation is the best. And yeah, even if you just quickly skim through the documentation and if you try to implement something, you'll find that you're not able to properly make it work out. And after spending hours of time into debugging, you'll see that there was something that you missed in the documentation that you weren't able to read. So yeah, I tell you guys to be patient with while reading the documentation and reading the tutorials which are present in the appledeveloper.com tutorial Swift UI, and learn it bit by bit, learn it daily and practice it, and yeah, you'll be able to get good with it. Then the last link is the 100 days of Swift UI, which is created by Paul Hudson. He's a pretty awesome iOS developer, and you can find his 100 days of Swift UI in this hackingwithswift.com/100/SwiftUI. And yeah, so it's a pretty great learning path, and you'll be able to learn a little bit of new concept daily, and it also has some cool projects that you can try it out. So yeah, we have come to an end of this session. Thank you guys. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. And you can also reach out to me on my Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. So yeah, thank you.
Hey Shubham, thank you so much. It was an amazing talk, by the way, and I really loved every bit of it. So I just wanted to know few things here and there, like recently Apple announced like Swift UI 3. So
Yeah.
what are your views on that? Like, what did you like the most in Swift UI 3?
Yeah, so they have brought in a pretty cool set of changes that I've been yearning for since the SwiftUI came out. So they have brought a new searchable modifier with the help of which
Yeah,
you'll be able to easily provide a native search, SwiftUI search on top of your views. Then you have a couple of other things like a refresh control, which is done using the refreshable modifier. Then you have, I've been waiting for this change for a long time, which is basically to be able to remove the separators from the list. So list is
yeah, correct.
basically a table view, and it has a separator, which is like, yeah, you don't really need it in your actual running app. And until now, they didn't have any way to customize the separator and to customize the color of it, and they have brought it. So I'm pretty happy with it. There are lots of new things that they have brought, such as a canvas rendering in the Swift UI, which essentially works
Yeah.
as like how it used to work in JavaScript, and it's pretty powerful. I have tried it a bit, but yeah, I'm still yet to like utilize its full power to create something cool. And yeah,
Yeah,
so
before
it's pretty good. It's pretty, yeah.
yeah, so before this event happened, I was once making an application, like
Mm.
a demo app kind of thing, and I like wasted like so much time in just removing that separator because
I
it
agree. I
was
agree.
making my
There's a lot.
UI
Yeah. I've
very
been there.
bad, right? Somehow.
I've been there. I've been there. Yeah.
But yeah, I
So
mean,
it's
I definitely like the inclusion of async await because
correct. Yeah,
I am
that
like
is
so much used
awesome.
to it.
And that is much needed because yeah, so I've been using completion handlers and whatnot from a long time, and yeah,
Yeah.
it's okay to use, but if you come back at your
Mm.
code after some period of time, it will take you some time to basically understand the code. And with the
Yeah,
help of
correct.
async await, yeah, your code is structured in a simple manner, and you'll be able to easily pick it up.
Exactly. So I was like writing some Swift code, and this like like the callback thing is it's something which I don't like that much because of like I am very much used to Dart or Kotlin
Ah,
or
okay.
some other language,
Yeah, yeah.
which
Then it
makes
will
it
feel pretty weird. Closures are a bit
yeah.
hard to get at the first time. Yeah.
Correct, correct. But one thing which I like to know from you as well, like what are your views on that, is that the compatibility, right? Like when it comes to let's say the new features which they added, like the searchable or
Yeah.
async await, these are not compatible with anything below iOS 15, right? As of
Yeah,
now, which I
that
know.
is a problem. Yeah, that is the only problem that is there. And yeah, so SwiftUI is growing pretty well, but yeah, it's not taking care of backward compatibility, is what I feel.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean
Because
that's
yeah,
something
even
which
if
I feel that
hmm.
yeah,
Yeah,
if they add that, that it will be good, right? Like the backward compatibility can be really good
yeah, that is much
addition,
needed.
right?
Otherwise, we'll just have to wait for Apple to deprecate the older iOS versions, which will still take a lot of time for it. And
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
so
true.
even if I like try to create a full complete Swift UI app, what I do is I start with a UI kit project, and then I add my Swift UI views and animations on top of
Hmm.
it, because UI kit is just more reliable, I feel.
Hmm.
And it's
Yeah,
pretty
still
easy to like structure all the views and create a proper project hierarchy. SwiftUI is
correct.
coming along, but yeah, it has to take better care in terms of backward compatibility. Because yeah,
Yeah.
because I feel that the major reason that most of the companies are not yet trying out SwiftUI is due to the fact that they have users or customers that are still using devices lower than iOS 13.
Hmm. That's true. That's true. In fact, I mean, the way everything they have been doing with SwiftUI is pretty much great because
Yeah,
that's how
that's true.
modern app development is going forward. But
Yeah, that's
yeah,
definitely the
there
future.
are some issues here and there,
Yeah,
and I
SwiftUI is
think it's
definitely the
with
future.
every
That's not.
platform.
True. Yeah, that's true. So SwiftUI is definitely the future. We can definitely see more applications being developed with SwiftUI, and I don't
Hmm.
think that UI kit be will be obsoleted. I think that in the future we'll be using both of them in a much easier way. We still like use will be able to like are able
Yeah.
to use integrate both of them into either a SwiftUI into a UI kit app pretty easily. But yeah, let's see what the future holds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm sure like it's already been 3 years, maybe couple of years more, and things will be in a good position. But yeah,
Correct.
thanks Shubham for joining,
Thank you.
and
Thank you,
you
Pawan.
have
Glad
already
to.
shared some resources
Yeah.
which are pretty good already. Like hacking with Swift is right really nice. Like I have
Yeah, that's a
learned
pretty
many things
awesome
from
side. I've
there.
been learning from it from the start. And yeah, Paul
Yeah,
Hudson's
awesome.
great.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, like if you haven't checked Shubham's Instagram, I definitely recommend you to check Shubham's Instagram. I'm sure you will love it. So, Shubham, we will definitely see more people coming to join you on Instagram. So,
Okay.
uh, and by the way, all the very best for your like. I heard that you are presenting for the first time and you did really
Yeah,
good
that's
job.
true. Thank you.
So, awesome. Thanks.
Yeah,
So,
thank you. Thank you.
that's yeah, sure.
Okay.
So that's it from Shubham, and now we are moving ahead, and I want to invite my co-host Revu, so that he can tell us that who is going next.
So our next speaker is Shubhrajyoti Sen, and he is a fellow GDE. Along with that, he is a regular open source contributor. He's working at Keep Truckin as an Android developer. And yeah, stage is all yours, Shubhrajyoti. So Shubhrajyoti will be talking about understanding window insets. So yeah, stage is all yours.
Thanks, Rivu. Wait, I just lost audio. Okay. Uh, I hope my screen's visible. So, hi everyone. Thank you for coming to the talk. And I'll just repeat again: donate whatever you can. It's for a good cause, and whatever you donate goes a long way.
Hey, Shubhajyoti, I guess your presentation is not visible. Can you try again?
Sure.
The tab, I guess, is missing.
Is it visible?
One sec. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks. So, okay, I'll just restart. Hi everyone. Thanks for coming to the talk. I'll just repeat again: donate whatever you can. It's for a good cause, and every bit matters. And thanks for CodeAid for organizing this. So Revu already gave a good introduction, so I'm not really giving another introduction. I'll just get straight to it. This talk is about understanding window insets, the window insets API for that matter. So before we start, what exactly are insets? Let's take a look at the type of insets we have and then see examples of how we see them in our day-to-day usages. The first type of inset is the status bar. That is the bar that you see at the top of your screen that has your notification icons, battery, clock, and a few other things. After that comes the navigation bars. The navigation bars are that bar that have your home, recent, and back buttons. You have the caption bar. I couldn't find out much about the caption bar, but from the AOSP code, it looks like it's the bar that shows you the live caption features that was introduced quite recently. Then you have the IME, which refers to the keyboard. You have system gestures. With recent versions of Android, you can hide your navigation bar and instead use gestures. For this, there's a very small gesture bar at the bottom of your screen. This is what this inset type refers to. And then you have display cutouts. Display cutouts are also known as notch, and we have seen a lot of devices in the past few years start coming up with notches. So this inset type lets you handle that. Let's take a look at an app. This is the app that I'm currently working on. And you can see that there's a status bar as well as a navigation bar. But the UI doesn't look that good. Something still feels missing. Let's take a look at another app that uses a map, the Google Maps. If you take a look at the top of the screen, you can see that there is not distinct status bar, but rather the UI continues into the status bar. Just to show the difference, here you can see that there's a completely opaque status bar. And here, the UI just goes into the status bar and carries on, like you have a fully immersive experience there. So let's try changing our UI to match something similar. The left is what we have right now, and the right is what we want to achieve. The map being more seamless with the status bar. So for that, we'll try going full screen. Traditionally, to go full screen, this is the code we have been using. We call the system UI visibility attribute of a view, and then perform an OR operation on two system UI flags. That is the flag layout stable and flag layout full screen. But if your target API version is 30 or anything above that, these are actually deprecated, both the attribute as well as the different flags. To do this on API 30 and above, you can directly call the set decor fits system window on the window instance and pass in the boolean that you want. If you want it to fit to the system window, that is, be within the bounds of the status bar navigation bar, you pass yes. Otherwise, you pass false. I mean, you pass true. Otherwise, you pass false. And this actually correspond to the attribute that you use in your XML views. That is the fit system window attribute. But this is available only on API 30 and above. And like most of our apps, we can't really afford that. So in most cases, we would be going 21 and above. So to do that on 21 and above, there's a compact version of the same API. Here, you call the same method, but on the window compact class, and then pass in the instance of the window and the Boolean that you want to set. Now we have the full screen, but there's one small issue, or not so small maybe. If you take a look at another screen from the same app, earlier, before we made the changes, we had a contact driver button at the bottom of the screen. And this button was completely visible no matter what was the bottom sheet scroll status. But after our changes, you can see that the button is actually partially visible. And the portion of the button is not part of the scrolling bottom sheet. So it doesn't matter if you scroll or not, the button should always be visible. So the other possibility is that it's actually getting drawn behind the navigation bar. And this happens because when we went full screen, we used the fit system window as false. So the app is no longer bound to just the smaller space, but rather it can take up both the status bar as well as the navigation bar. So for this, we need to fetch the window inset corresponding to a navigation bar. First, on the root view, I call the set on apply window insets listener, and that gives me a lambda. The lambda gives me access to the window insets instance. Next, I need to find the navigation bar height. So to find the navigation bar height, I use the insets instance that I received as a part of the lambda or the lambda parameter, and then call the get insets method. Here I can pass in the different types of insets I want to get. In this case, since I want the navigation bars, I called window insets .type .navigation bars. And then I call the direction of the inset I want. Now, depending on where your inset is located, you will have to either use the bottom or the top attributes. Since the navigation bar is at the bottom, you would be going with the bottom attribute. If you wanted it for the status bar or the display cutout, you would be going for the top. And next, I just add the bottom margin for my root layout through the navigation bar height. Now my root layout will be offset vertically by the height of the navigation bar, and as such, nothing will ever be drawn behind my navigation bar, but it will always be drawn above. Now, this is only on API 29 and above. The insets.getInsets method, and then passing in the parameter. To be able to do it on 21 plus, you would have to call the window insets compat API. Now, you would convert the insets instance that you got as a part of the lambda parameter. You convert that to a compat version of it. And then it's almost similar where you call the getInsets method and then call the bottom attribute. Again, here we're using the window insets compat.type and not the window insets.type. But this can still feel a bit cumbersome, and you have a lot of things to remember here. This is where the insetter library comes to the rescue. It's a great library by Chris Baines. And this is all you have to do to write the same code that you saw on the previous slide. You get the builder for the insetter API, and then you can call different methods, for example, margin bottom, margin top. You have different methods for all margins of all sides, paddings of all size. So you don't have to manually get the layout parameters, cast them to the appropriate type, and then set different parameters. This makes it way simpler. And the window inset type of method has different attributes corresponding to the different inset types. For example, here we have the navigation bar insets that we want to use. Hence, we pass it as true. Every other parameter, actually, every parameter has the default value as false. Whatever inset you want to use, you pass true for that particular attribute. And finally, you apply to the view of your choice. In this case, it is a root view. Now we are done. Our map is seamlessly going into the status bar, as well as our bottom button is completely visible. But there is still an issue. If we take a look at the screen, when the bottom sheet goes completely expanded, our top elements actually overlap with the status bar. This happened because earlier we were assuming that our app would be bound up until the status bar. So if we gave it, for example, a top padding of 16 dp, the padding would start from the status bar. But now that we have used the full screen, our padding actually starts from the top of the screen. So at some point we start overlapping. To make it more complex, let's introduce a notch on the same device. If you see the second screenshot, the name is not even visible, and that's just very, very poor UX. And in case you don't have a device which has a notch, you can go to developer options, display cutout, and choose from the different kinds of cutouts that are possible. Most likely, the tall cutout is what you would face, or a punch hole cutout. I personally haven't seen a double cutout device, and it just looks very bad. I'm not sure why they would try it, but I haven't seen a device. But since the APIs exist, there might be devices out there that have that. Now, to get the padding for the notch or the display cutout, the process is similar. I call the set on apply window insets listener, get the Lambda parameters, and use the window insets API to get my cutout inset. The only difference here being that I use the display cutout type and not the navigation bar type. And like I mentioned earlier, since our cutout is at the top, we are using the top attribute to get the inset. And then we just update our toolbar's padding so that the top padding is equal to the height of the notch. So our text will actually appear below the notch. Now, these are some of the first things that you can do with the window insets API, but there is much more. Status bar appearances. Earlier, to set a light status bar, you would get the view, again called system UI visibility, and then perform an OR operation with the system UI flag, light status bar. Similarly, for dark status bar, you would just invert the flag and apply it. But again, on API 30 and above, the system UI visibility, as you already saw, is deprecated, as well as this system UI flag. So rather, you use the window insets controller, and then you can use different attributes to set different kinds of appearances. So in this case, I'm using the is appearance light status bar. I'm setting it to false so that I get a dark status bar. If you set it to true, you would get a light status bar. You can see how cleaner the APIs are becoming, and you don't have to remember all the different flags. Or if you're like me, every time you have to use it, you go to the documentation, see what are the different flags about and which one you should be using. With this APIs, it's much simpler. And lastly, an issue that we have been facing for many years, showing and hiding the keyboard. I'm sure all of us would have faced issues with this some point or the other in our apps. We would have written code that works for an activity, but maybe not a fragment. Then we change something so that it works for a fragment, but then it might not work for a bottom sheet. So we would have these different conditions or different methods for each of the specific types of UI from which we want to open or hide the keyboard. With the window insets API, it's very easy. You get access to the inset controller, again, using window compat since we want it to be backward compatible. And then we call the show method with the inset type that we want to show. Since we want to show the keyboard, we use the IME inset type and we show it the keyboard. That's all you have to do. If you have to hide the keyboard, instead of calling controller.show, you will call controller.hide window inset compat with the correct IMEI type. Now, this looks like a very standardized API because the API in general is not specific to the keyboard, but rather insets. And keyboard is like a subtype which it can handle. So it would make sense if we could use the same hide method to do other things. We can. To hide the status bar, it's almost the same code, The only change being that we use the status bar type and not the IMEI type. Similarly, you can show hide every other type of inset. And finally, checking for keyboard visibility. This has again been a big issue, and we would normally write I would like a global tree listener, check for the height of the window, see if it actually changes and by how much, and from that try to figure out if a keyboard is visible or not, and from that get the keyboard height. It was a very messy API and it was very hacky. But using the window insets API, all you have to do is just call the is visible method and pass in the correct type of inset that you want to check for. Here we are checking for the keyboard, so we pass in IME, and then we actually get to know if it's visible or not. And since this is an async API and not a synchronous API where you get a one-off value, every time the keyboard actually opens or closes, this you will get a callback here, and you will be able to use the visible new visible value to perform whatever operation you want. And this is applicable to all other types of insets as well. And since insets can change while your app is running on the same device, it's advised not to cache these values, but rather always use new values from the callback and then update your UI. And that's it for my talk. I hope I was able to explain parts of Inset API and how you can use them for your app. And if you have any questions, I would love to take them.
Hi, Subrajati. So it was a great session. Uh,
Thanks.
and really thanks for that. And there was a lot of good content on window insets. And yeah, let me just quickly check if we have any questions for you today. No, no questions yet. So yeah, everyone, if you want to ask any questions to Shurati, feel free to reach him out to Twitter, and I'm quite sure he will be happy to answer them. And
Definitely.
yeah, everyone, please go ahead and donate. So yeah, we still need a lot of donations. So please, everyone, go ahead and donate. And Shubhajit, thanks for taking your time, and thanks for this awesome session. And
Thanks for
thanks a
having me,
lot.
Parthas. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, next coming up is a music session from us. And yeah, it's gonna be great, and I'm quite sure everyone will enjoy the music session. But before that, let me talk a little bit about our sponsor, Newton School. So I am quite sure everyone knows, especially new students, that how grueling the placement seasons can be at colleges, and especially in nowadays everything is online, right? So Newton School actually handholds you through the entire placement process, right? And they have mentors who train you specifically in developing soft skills as well as technical education, and they are quite comfortable, and they have quite confident on themselves, on whatever they are teaching, which says a lot. So all of you can go ahead and register yourself for the Newton School. It's the link is there in the description. So go ahead and check out Newton School. They sponsored us today, not today, basically our whole event, by donating to the meetup link. And everyone, all of you can go ahead and donate to our meetup link as well. And we are giving shout out to each donations in meetup. So yeah, everyone, please donate. Hey, Pavan.
Mute myself. Okay. Hi, Rivu. So we are now moving ahead to a great music session, which is by one of my friends, and he's gonna rock the stage, by the way. So we have done a lot of tech talks, and we will do more tech talks. But before that, I thought that it will be fun if we will have something related to music, so that in this tough time we can enjoy few moments And yeah, very excited to have Ankit on the stage, who will be, playing some songs and rocking the stage with some music. So I'm very excited for that. And he's about to join in a few moments. And by the way, as Review mentioned, you can donate if you want to donate, because this is an event which we are doing totally for people who are affected from COVID. So we have partnered with Hemkund Foundation, and the donation can be done via Milap. Or if you are watching us on YouTube, then you can also use Super Chat to donate. So yeah, feel free to do the donation, because that's gonna help someone somewhere in our country. So that's pretty good if you do it. And even if you don't want to do it, then also fine. Let's see. I guess Ankit will join in next couple of minutes. So I mean, like, whoever is there, please ask them to join, because this is going to be a music session. I think it can be enjoyed by everyone. It does not need you to be a techie or something. So we all are going through tough time mentally, we are affected somewhere. And what can be better than having a music session? So that's why we planned it, and I'm very thankful for my friends to join it. And yeah, I mean, it will be a lot of fun. So yeah, one more thing which I wanted to mention is that we have a panel discussion tonight as well. Yesterday we did a panel discussion where we talked about DS and Algo, and it was really good. And today we have been doing great sessions already, and we have a chai par chacha discussion in the night as well, which will be so much fun. So please join us, and it will be related to Android. So if you want to be an Android developer, it's gonna be really so much fun. We will have a lot of people from different companies: Zomato, Gojek, 1MG, and what else. Like, there are so many companies, people who are coming to the stage. But by the way, Ankit is here, who is gonna rock the stage, by the way. So let's invite Ankit. So I guess I think Ankit's connection dropped. So he will be back again in 1 minute. So yeah, join us around 9 o'clock for Chai Pe Charcha. There will be one more session after this music session, and then we will do Chai Pe Charcha. You can bring your coffee as well. That's fine. Or if you are like me, you can just take some water. That's also very fine. So I mean, I'm excited. What about you? Let me know in the comments, and please donate. Again, I'm saying the same thing. I know it's little, like, kind of promoting something, but it's for good cause. So I really love to. Yeah. So okay. So yeah. So Ankit is joining in a moment. He has some connection issues, and yeah, here we go. So we have kind of few people watching. So I ask you to invite more people. बहुत मजा आने वाला है. And आई एम श्योर कि म्यूजिक सुनना तो सबको पसंद है. आई गेस फ्रॉम एवरीवेयर. ऐसा नहीं है सिर्फ एक एरिया में या स्पेसिफिकली. सो हम लोग कुछ बहुत अच्छे अच्छे तरीके के गाने वाने सुनने वाले हैं. सो अंकित इज हियर फाइनली. एंड हाय अंकित, you are on mute, I guess. Can you just unmute you? Yeah, no, it's fine.
Hello, hello.
So thanks for joining, Ankit, and I'm really excited for having some music from your side. And yeah, now it's your stage. Do whatever you
Thank
want
you.
to do,
Thank
man.
you. First of all, I would like to thank you, Pawan ji. आपने invite किया मुझे, and it was like on a very short notice because I guess my friend was about to join this live session and he had some urgent
Yeah,
work, so he left. And I came here, and he told me the cause why you were doing this session. So many congratulations, and
thank you.
I wish आप बहुत अच्छा करें इसमें. So
Thank you, Ankit.
so my session, I was planning कि मैं आप लोगों को कुछ अपने दोस्तों के गाने सुनाऊं जो अभी रिलीज हुए हैं और उनको मतलब इट्स जस्ट लाइक कि आप देख ही सकते हैं कि आर्टिस्ट का जो सीन है अभी, सॉरी,
हाँ,
I guess the other link is also working. I could hear someone else talking. Yeah. Okay. So moving ahead, let me play something for you guys. I hope you enjoy.
okay, okay, Ankit, the stage is yours.
महफिल में बार बार इधर देखा किए, महफिल में बार बार इधर देखा किए, आंखों के जजीरों को मेरे नाम कर दिया, आंखों के जजीरों को मेरे नाम कर दिया, साकी ने फिर से मेरा जाम भर दिया, गूंजा कोई मेरे नाम कर दिया, साकी ने फिर से मेरा जाम भर दिया, गूंजा कोई। ना उम्र की सीमा हो, ना जन्मों का हो बंधन, जब प्यार करे कोई तो देखे केवल मन, सांसें देकर अपनी संगीत अमर कर दो, बन जाओ मीत मेरे, जगजीत अमर कर दो, तुम इतना जो मुस्कुरा रहे हो, क्या गम है जिसको छुपा रहे हो, तुम इतना जो मुस्कुरा रहे हो। याद है मुझको तूने कहा था तुमसे कभी रूठेंगे नहीं, दिल की तरह से हाथ जुड़े हैं, कैसे भला छूटेंगे कभी, तेरी बाहों में बीती हर शाम, बेवफा ये भी क्या याद नहीं, क्या हुआ तेरा वादा, वो कसम, वो इरादा, भूलेगा दिल जिस दिन तुम्हें, वो दिन जिंदगी का आखिरी दिन होगा, क्या हुआ तेरा वादा, वो कसम, वो इरादा। ओके, सो आगे की जो कुछ लाइंस हैं वो मैंने एक टाइम पर लिखी थी। यू नो, देयर इज अ टाइम जब आप कभी किसी के साथ हो एंड यू नो दैट थिंग्स विल नॉट गो द वे यू आर प्लानिंग एंड यू वोंट बी टुगेदर। तो वो जो एक फीलिंग होती है ना कि अभी आप किसी के साथ हो और ये जो टाइम आप स्पेंड कर रहे हो, ये आप फ्यूचर में दिस थिंग एंड दिस टाइम दिस मोमेंट विल हर्ट यू अ लॉट। लाइक आप ये सोच के कि वो बाद में आपको हर्ट करेगा, आप अभी भी उससे हर्ट हो रहे हो एंड इट्स हर्टिंग यू ट्वाइस। सो आई wrote a few lines and I added these lines to an old retro medley. It's a beautiful song. So I wrote कि कहे बिना मिले बिना तुम लगे जाने, कैसे अब रोकूं तुम्हें, करूं क्या बहाने, वो तेरी यादें आएंगी मुझको, आने से पहले लगी तड़पाने, जिया नहीं माने. कहे बिना मिले बिना तुम लगे जाने, कैसे अब रोकूं तुम्हें, करूं क्या बहाने. कहे बिना मिले बिना तुम लगे जाने, कैसे रोकूं तुम्हें, करूं क्या बहाने, वो तेरी यादें आएंगी मुझको, आने से पहले है लगी तड़पाने, जिया नहीं माने. कहीं दूर जब दिन ढल जाए, सांझ की दुल्हन बदन चुराए, चुपके से आए मेरे ख्यालों के आंगन में, कोई सपनों के दीप जलाए, दीप जलाए कहीं दूर. कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है कि जैसे तुझको बनाया गया है मेरे लिए, कि जैसे तुझको बनाया गया है मेरे लिए. तू अब से पहले सितारों में बस रही थी कहीं, तुझे ज़मीं पे बुलाया गया है मेरे लिए. Thank you. That was a short medley. थोड़े पुराने गाने. Okay, so I am a little bit confused. Am I still online, right? Because I cannot see Pavan or anyone else. If you can come up and you can tell me, that'll be great. Okay, so let's change the mode a little bit. Yes.
You are online
Was
and
I
you
on?
are doing great, man. Thanks for doing it. We are enjoying it. So continue. We are definitely into that mood now.
Okay. हम अपनी वफा पे ना इल्जाम लेंगे, तुम्हें दिल दिया है, तुम्हें जान भी देंगे. जब इश्क का सौदा किया तो क्या घबराना, तुमको आना पड़ेगा. जो वादा किया वो निभाना पड़ेगा, निभाना पड़ेगा. रोके जमाना चाहे रोके खुदाई, तुमको आना पड़ेगा. जो वादा किया वो निभाना पड़ेगा, निभाना पड़ेगा. Okay, this one goes out to all the people from the 90s. La 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 la. डूबा डूबा रहता हूँ आँखों में तेरी, दीवाना बन गया हूँ मैं चाहत में तेरी. अब दूसरे नहीं रातें कटती नहीं, तेरी तस्वीर से बात बनती नहीं. तो आजा हुआ कैसे तुम आ गए ख्वाबों में ऐसे कोई जाने ना पहचाने ना ये हुआ कैसे तुम आ गए ख्वाबों में ऐसे बेवफा सुन बेवफा बेवफा न जाना मैं तो खड़ा किस सोच में पड़ा था कैसे जी रहा था मैं दीवाना चुपके से आके तूने दिल में बसा के तूने छेड़ दिया कैसा ये तराना ओ मुस्कुराना भी तुझी से सीखा है दिल लगाने का तू ही तरीका है तू बार तुझी पे होता है आना होश में मैं कभी बाहों में है तेरी जिंदगी आए सुन मेरे हम सफर क्या तुझे इतनी सी भी खबर कि तेरी सांसें चलती जिधर रहूंगा बस वही उम्र भर रहूंगा बस वही उम्र भर आए क्यों चलती है पवन क्यों झूमे है गगन क्यों मचलता है मन ना तुम जानो ना तुम जानो ना क्यों आती है बात लुटता है करार क्यों होता है प्यार ना तुम जानो ना तुम जानो ना way on the way we lost the way oh way on the way we lost the way oh way on the way we lost the way oh way on the way we lost the way oh thank you all right I have lots of songs and lots of things to say तो मैं आप
यार
लोगों से ही
अंकित
पूछ लेता हूँ कि
there is a
हाँ
demand
जी
which is coming. एक डिमांड आई है कि एक गाना गा दो जो तू मेरा हमदर्द है, अगर आप गा
जो
सको तो.
okay I have heard the song but I haven't played it मतलब एकदम literally like किसी के सामने but I personally like the song so
चलेगा चलेगा,
uh,
हम लोग
I'll
एंजॉय
I'll
कर रहे हैं
I'll
तो जैसे भी चलेगा.
okay you know I guess this song is composed by मिथुन सर and he is an amazing composer जिन्होंने तुम ही हो वगैरह के जो म्यूजिक था वो
Yeah,
दिया था
I love मिथुन.
and yeah I am a big fan मैंने गाना अच्छे से सुना हुआ है मैं लूप पर सुनता रहता हूँ but मैंने कभी परफॉर्म नहीं किया किसी के सामने okay
चलेगा, कोई बात नहीं, पहली बार हमारे सामने ही कर दो. अब हम लोग भी आपके फैन हो गए हैं, तो हम तो
अरे यार
आपको फिर बुलाते रहेंगे यार.
thank you so much okay थोड़ा सा गाता हूँ है ना दो पल की क्यों है जिंदगी इस प्यार को है सदियाँ काफी नहीं तो खुदा से मांग लूं मोहलत में इतनी रहना है बस यहाँ अब दूर तुझसे जाना नहीं जो तू मेरा हमदर्द है जो तू मेरा हमदर्द है सुहाना दर्द है जो तू मेरा हमदर्द है तेरी मुस्कुराहटे है ताकत मेरी मुझको इन्हीं से है उम्मीद मिली Sorry, I don't remember the para. I was trying. Thank you
कोई
for
नहीं,
requesting
चलेगा
No
this.
issues,
चलेगा.
no issues. It was
बहुत
really great.
मजा
Thank
आया
you
यार,
so much.
बहुत मजा आ रहा है.
But I would say you guys have really good taste in music. So you know, I am always looking for people who are really good at this because I have many artists जो बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं and आजकल आप भी जानते हैं कि सोशल मीडिया का ट्रेंड ही ऐसा है कि the person who is paying more on social media gets to reach more
Yeah.
people. So I have a friend जिन्होंने अभी recently एक song release किया था in January and he is an amazing writer. So मैं आपको जो उन्होंने गाना लिखा था थोड़ा सा पढ़ के सुनाता हूँ. I hope you will connect it and फिर आपको मैं थोड़ा सा गा के सुनाता हूँ.
Sure,
Okay, so
sure.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
the song name is Tamam and this is the story about how a guy felt when he was separated from his beloved.
काफी दर्द
Okay.
भरे लोग हैं यहाँ पे जिनका दिल टूटा हुआ होगा तो काफी रिलेट कर पाएंगे. आई एम श्योर.
स्पीड सभी टूटे टूटे दिल वालों के लिए है ये
यार
कि
टेक में मैं बता रहा हूँ उनके यार हम लोग आधे से ज्यादा लोग बस शेयर नहीं करते बट टूटा दिल सबका ही हुआ है.
yes I can relate to that because I am also a BTech graduate but I couldn't practice मैं मतलब professionally engineer नहीं बना but I can totally relate to the people from tech. Yeah.
It's
Okay.
kind of like opposite thing for you and me. I used to play guitar. I am not a singer. I can't sing
Okay.
actually. But I used to play guitar during my student life, and later on, when I started studying engineering, once I started doing job, I stopped playing guitar, and now I it's out of practice and I can't play anymore. And yeah, it's opposite for you.
No, but I guess you should do it because it's not. I also started like कि ठीक है अब मुझे पसंद है तो मैं करता था but प्रोफेशन बन गया तो आई कैन नॉट हेल्प इट है ना. And अच्छा भी है मेरे लिए क्योंकि मैं जो अपना मतलब जो मेरा एक इमोशन है जब मैं बेस्ट फील कर रहा होता हूँ वो म्यूजिक के साथ ही है तो व्हाई नॉट गो फॉर दिस बिकॉज आई नो दे आर पीपल
Definitely.
जो टेक्निकली बहुत अच्छे हैं तो वो उनके लिए उस चीज का नशा बहुत अच्छा है कि यस दे कैन क्रिएट मोर सॉफ्टवेयर एंड डू देयर ओन थिंग.
Yeah.
सो it's good for us. Okay, so
सही है.
I was talking about Tamam. The song name is Tamam and it goes something like this. तमाम कोशिशों के बाद तमाम कोशिशों के बाद भी हम उनके ना हो सके तमाम कोशिशों के बाद भी हम उनके ना हो सके क्योंकि उनके अंदाज ही कुछ ऐसे थे उनके ख्याल ही कुछ ऐसे थे और तमाम जिल्लतों के बाद तमाम जिल्लतों के बाद भी ये दिल उन्हीं पर कुर्बान रहा तमाम जिल्लतों के बाद भी ये दिल उन्हीं पर कुर्बान रहा इसकी ये वफा मुझसे भी वफादार है इसकी ये वफा मुझसे भी वफादार है इसकी ये खता ताउम्र मेरी सजा. So I'll just this for
क्या
you
बात
again.
है.
तमाम कोशिशों के बाद भी हम उनके ना हो सके, उनके जज्बात भी कुछ ऐसे थे, उनके अंदाज कुछ ऐसे ही तो थे। तमाम जिल्लतों के बाद भी ये दिल उन्हीं पे कुर्बान रहा। इसकी वफा मुझसे भी वफादार है, इसकी खता ताउम्र में मेरी सजा। मैं तो दरख्त सा छिलता रहा, कटता रहा, जिंदा एक शख्स था जो मुझ में मरता रहा। ना देना उन्हें कोई इल्जाम, ये मेरे इश्क का भी हंसी हो अंजाम सही। थैंक यू।
बहुत ही बढ़िया, बहुत ही बढ़िया। यार अंकित,
Amazing,
मेरे को तो
amazing.
पुराने गाने बहुत पसंद है, तो आप कुछ ना
पुराने
पुराने
गाने
बजा दो यार, कुछ मस्त। हाँ, किशोर
हाँ,
कुमार
हो
टाइप,
जाए.
भाई,
मोहम्मद रफी, किशोर कुमार टाइप, मिडले एक हो जाए।
हम्म। मैंने सदा चाहा यही दामन बचा लूं हसीनों से मैं, तेरी कसम ख्वाबों में भी बचता फिरा नाज़नीनों से मैं। तौबा मगर मिल गई तुझसे नजर, मिल गया दर्द जिगर, सुन जरा बेखबर, जरा सा हंस के जो देखा तूने, मैं तेरा बिस्मिल हो गया। गुलाबी आंखें जो तेरी देखी, शराबी ये दिल हो गया। संभालो मुझको ओ मेरे यारों, संभलना मुश्किल हो गया। हमें तुमसे प्यार कितना ये हम नहीं जानते, मगर जी नहीं सकते तुम्हारे बिना। हमें तुमसे प्यार कितना ये हम नहीं जानते, मगर जी नहीं सकते तुम्हारे बिना। तुम्हें कोई और देखे तो जलता है दिल, बड़ी मुश्किलों से फिर संभलता है दिल। क्या क्या जतन करते हैं तुम्हें क्या पता, ये दिल बेकरार कितना ये हम नहीं जानते, मगर जी नहीं सकते तुम्हारे बिना। मारो दम मिट जाए गम, बोलो सुबह शाम। हरे कृष्णा हरे राम, हरे कृष्णा हरे राम, हरे कृष्णा हरे राम, हरे कृष्णा हरे राम। दुनिया ने हमसे लिया क्या, दुनिया को हमने दिया क्या, हम सबकी परवाह करें क्यों, सबने हमारा किया क्या। आ, वो दुनिया ने हमसे लिया क्या, दुनिया ने हमको दिया क्या, हम सबकी परवाह करें क्यों, सबने हमारा किया क्या। वो दम मारो दम, मिट जाए हम, बोलो सुबह शाम। हरे कृष्णा हरे राम, हरे कृष्णा हरे राम, हरे कृष्णा हरे राम, हरे कृष्णा हरे राम। ओ मेरे हमसफर, प्यार की राह पर साथ चले हम, क्या खबर, दिल ने देखा नहीं, देखा साया जिधर, तुम कहाँ,
मैं यहाँ,
तुम कहाँ, मैं यहाँ, जाने जा ढूंढता फिरता मेरा दिन, मैं यहाँ से वहाँ, मुझको आवाज हो गए वो सनम, तुम कहाँ, मैं यहाँ, मैं यहाँ। Okay, this one goes out to all the bachelors, I guess. सारे bachelors ही हैं, या कोई है तो नहीं है तो
Mix and
I am married.
तो भी enjoy कर लेते हैं। अरे बत्तियां बुझा दो के नींद नहीं आती है, और बत्तियां बुझाने पे भी नींद नहीं आएगी। अरे बत्तियां बुझाने वाली जाने कब आएगी, शोर न मचाओ वरना, वरना
भाभी भाग जाएगी,
भाभी जाग जाएगी।
जाग
मुझे आज
जाएगी।
तक समझ नहीं आया, मुझे आज तक समझ नहीं आया कि ये भाभी इतना सोती क्यों रहती है।
सही बात
ऑन
है,
द बीट फिर
मुझे लगा भाग ही जाएंगे।
प्यार हमें किस मोड़ पे ले आया, ये दिल करे हाय कोई ये बताए क्या होगा। प्यार हमें किस मोड़ पे ले आया, ये दिल करे हाय कोई ये बताए क्या होगा। मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी तू, आई रुत मस्तानी कब आएगी तू, बीती जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी तू, चलिया तू चलिया। मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी तू, आई रुत मस्तानी कब आएगी तू, बीती जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी तू, चलिया तू चलिया। अपना ही साया देख के तुम जाने कहाँ शर्मा गए, अभी तो ये पहली मंजिल है, तुम तो अभी से घबरा गए। मेरा क्या होगा सोचो ऐसे ना है भरा कीजिए, ओ मेरे दिल के चैन चैन आए मेरे दिल को जुआ कीजिए। भीगी भीगी रातों में फिर तुम आओ ना, ओ भीगी भीगी रातों में फिर तुम आओ ना, ऐसी बरसातों में आओ ना, आओ ना, आओ ना, ऐसी बरसातों में आओ तो फिर आओ मुझको रुलाओ, तो फिर आओ मुझको सताओ, आ भी जाओ, 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 आ भी जाओ। Thank you.
बहुत ही बढ़िया यार, मजा आ गया।
Amazing.
Anshu
It
Chawla
was
ji,
really,
thank you.
really amazing.
Thank you
Amazing.
so much,
Awesome,
everyone.
awesome
और
अंकित यार,
चैट में भी
मजा आ
बहुत
गया,
सारे
इसने
जनों का
सुना बांध
कमेंट
दिया।
आ गया है। अमेजिंग वॉइस, अमेजिंग
Thank you,
वॉइस।
thank you, thank you, Adit ji. Thank you so much. Thank you,
आपके
Purnendu
बहुत
ji.
सारे फैंस बन गए आज हमारे टेक कम्युनिटी के, और हम आपको फिर दोबारा
टेक
जरूर
वाले लोग
बुलाएंगे।
सारे मेरे टेक वाले लोग सारे लोग मेरे फ्रेंड्स होते हैं, फैन कोई नहीं होता।
आज हो गया।
हम आपको फिर बुलाएंगे इसी फ्रेंडशिप के नाम पे, और
पक्का,
बड़ा सेशन करेंगे, एक बड़ा ग्रैंड सा कुछ, और
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
मुझे आई एम श्योर बहुत मजा आएगा।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल मुझे भी मजा आएगा, बिल्कुल।
सो थैंक यू यार अंकित फॉर जॉइनिंग
अंकित,
अस,
या थैंक यू
रियली
सो मच,
अप्रिशिएट
थैंक यू
इट,
सो मच।
बहुत ही
Thank you
मजा आया।
everybody. You all have been so
स्पेशली
kind.
स्पेशली
Yes,
स्टफ
please.
पर टाइम में आई गेस म्यूजिक से बेहतर कुछ नहीं है अपने आप को अपने काम में एंगेज करने के लिए, या कुछ अपने आप को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए, या एंजॉय करने के लिए, जो बहुत मुश्किल है इस मोमेंट पे एंजॉय करना। तो
Yes.
मैं तो बहुत
100%, yes.
म्यूजिक के करीब रहता हूँ, जैसे आप हो। हाँ, मैं बजाता नहीं हूँ ना गाता हूँ ज्यादा, थोड़ा बहुत गा लेता हूँ ऐसे तैसे, पर अपने मजे के लिए।
Yes.
लेकिन बहुत
No,
मजा आता है
but
सुन के यार।
I can completely relate to that because from last 5-6 years I was working with Sony Music. तो हमारे वहाँ पे जो मैनेजमेंट में टीम थी ना, जो मैनेजर्स थे, जो बाकी लोग थे जो सब अरेंजमेंट्स करते थे, I have been with them and I know उन लोग का music sense. So it's not about कि if you are a musician then only you can understand music. They are also very good. Even sometimes they are better than us to suggest what you should sing, what suits your voice and all that. So
Right.
I can completely relate to that, how you love music, how deep your connection with music is.
That's true. But anyway, like it was so much fun. आपने आधे घंटे में ही
Thank
मतलब समा बांध दिया, एंड
you
आई
so
विश
much.
वी कुड डू इट मोर, बट हमारा शेड्यूल थोड़ा ऐसा है कि वी हैव टू मतलब आस्क यू कि आप दोबारा जरूर आना। ऐसा नहीं हो कि आप दोबारा ना हो, हम फिर आपको
नहीं,
बुलाएंगे, क्योंकि हमारा चैनल तो कहीं
पक्का
नहीं
सर,
जा रहा है, वो यहीं रहने वाला है, और कोडर्स भी कहीं
बिल्कुल।
नहीं जा रहे। ये सब थके हुए लोग हैं, ठीक है, इंक्लूडिंग मी, जिनको म्यूजिक का डोज चाहिए रहता है कि आता रहे, कोई कुछ ना कुछ करता रहे। तो थैंक्स यू
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
अंकित भाई। सो वी विल
Thanks,
मूव
Thank you.
फर्दर
Ankit.
नाउ, and now it's on up to you, Rivu, to announce our next speaker, and yeah, let's go.
Yeah. So our next speaker has already joined us. He's Dinesh Shanmugam, and he worked at many big startups in India, starting with Redbus to Gojek. He led a team in Gojek, and currently he's working with SumUp, if I am not wrong. Is that right, Dinesh?
Yep.
Yeah. So Dinesh is gonna talk about debugging recycle performance. So yeah, it's a very interesting topic in my opinion. So as an Android developer, we all have used Recycler View, and we all use quite often, right? It's one of the most used widgets in Android. So improving Recycler View performance is quite important thing for us, and it's a quite niche topic as well. So yeah, over to you, Dinesh, and yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Ritu. And yep, good evening, guys. And yep, I'm Dinesh, and so I've been on Android for the last 10 years. So yeah, so in this session, I'll cover um, how to debug Android recycler views performance, right? So because mostly every app in the world that I know of uses recycler view, and yep, I'll do a live coding session as well. So first, let me clear out a few things with respect to UI thread, and we'll get started from there. Awesome. So I hope you guys can see my screen. And give me a shout out if you cannot. And yeah, let's get started. Cool. The one of the most important and the less understood phenomenon of Android is the Android UI thread. Right? And what happens on your Android screen is that every frame on your phone has to be rendered within 16 milliseconds. Right? That's the time that you have one frame of a screen to render. Right? Which includes laying out the layout, measuring, and drawing. So all of them have to be done in 16 milliseconds. So that's already a lot of work. So do not make the UI thread to do anything more than these three things. Right? And yeah, so a few other things that would be good to know is that um, let's assume a recycler view with five elements on the screen. Right? So you see a recycler view with just five items on the screen, and let's assume that each item takes 5 milliseconds to render, right? So, and if we do the math, we know that five items is going to cost 25 milliseconds to render, which means that one frame has to be rendered. One frame will be rendered in 25 milliseconds. But uh, to render one frame, we only have 16 milliseconds. And so if we do the math, we are overshooting by 8 milliseconds, which means that some frame is going to be skipped or some frame is going to be dropped, which will introduce a lag in your UI, right? And let's jump into the code and see what we have interesting going on in here, right? And yep, so I have a application already coded, and this as simple and stupid as possible. So I want to especially keep this as simple and stupid as possible so that it's easy for everybody to understand. And let's do a scroll and see if we can do something, right? So is this smooth? I really don't think that this is a very smooth scroll, right? And how do we get to know that? Either by visual inspection, we know that, hey, you know what, I'm just scrolling, but it seems that there is some jag in the UI, right? But let's really see what's happening. Right? So what we can do is let's go to the settings developer options, right? And there is an option called um, hardware rendering. So let's try to see how the UI thread is being rendered and what's happening behind scenes. So there's this option called profile hardware UI rendering. So this basically will give us an indication about how bad the scroll is. And if we select this option on screen as bar, so we can see that there are these three lines that are appearing, these horizontal lines, red, yellow, and green. So let's check out how these lines are performing while we are actually executing. Awesome. Oops, oops, oops. Oh, that's no good. So right, so we can see the red vertical line, and we can see the number of spikes that are above the red line. So this is definitely not a good sign. And as we scroll through, yeah, it's definitely not good, right? So because you can see that there are too many lines above the red line, right? So this is the first indicator that you can see, right? That the recycler view is not good at this point of time, right? So this may be very useful to you when you're joining a new company and or seeing a new code base and performance is not good. And this is the first thing that you can do. So you can enable developer options, hardware UI rendering. In some phones, it's called profile GPU rendering. In some phones, it's called profile HWUI rendering. So based on the phone, you can just have a look at it. And yeah, so you can right away figure out that there are too many spikes above the red line. So this red line indicates the 16 millisecond window. And so any spike above the red line is a possible way for us to investigate. Awesome. So now that we know that something is wrong, so let's go into the code and see and try to figure out what goes wrong. Right. Awesome. So once now you have figured out that the recycler view is bad. So the next question that you need to ask yourself is what in the recycler view is bad and how bad it is. Right? There are two questions: what is bad and how bad it is. And so this brings us to a point where you need to investigate how much time that the recycler view is taking to render a few components, right? And yep, so let's go into the code. And so obviously there is some adapter. Okay, cool. So there is this item adapter, and this has all these things, right? So it's already coded. So let's find out what's wrong over here. Awesome. So you all know that the onBind view holder of the recycler view is gonna get called for every item on the screen on the recycler view, right? So that gives us an indication that you know what there are so many spikes, which means that something might be wrong with the onBind view holder, right? And by code inspection, we may not be able to find out what's wrong on how exactly it is wrong. So now we have an API called traces, right? So what we can do is let's try to measure how much time the onBind view holder is actually executing. Right. So let's use the trace function. It's in Android OS package trace start section. Let's use the start section, right? And let's name this as perf onBind view holder. Awesome. Awesome. So we have trace.begin section, and when we are, let's put a trace.end section where we want to stop measuring, right? So this trace.start section and trace.end section. So what they'll do is they'll measure this piece of code, right? So which is basically everything that's inside the onBind view holder and tell us how much time is this guy taking to execute. Awesome. Now let's build the app and run it. I still use a Windows machine, so my Mac is out of my reach at the moment. I know that's a crime, so apologies. Awesome. Yeah, it's a very simple app. Gradle is taking a lot of time, so hopefully someday in the future I'll let you know how to optimize Gradle as well for faster execution times. Awesome. So now that the app is installed, let's go over here. Let's disable the debug section. Cool. I'm disabling this because I want to. I don't want this to interfere with my profiling. Okay, awesome. So now we have put in trace markers inside the onBind view holder. Now we actually need to measure. We need to run the tracer. So the way that you can do this is you can go into developer options and you can search for system trace. Yeah, you can see this, right? System tracing. The record system activity and analysis is later to improve the performance, right? So you can put in a lot of markers and yeah. So right now I have enabled the default. So an activity manager is something that's important to us. GFX graphics, which is actually going to give us the input and then the CPU time as well. So CPU time will tell us how busy the CPU is, right? Cool. it may not make a lot of sense at the moment, but let's start profiling and you will be able to make sense, right? So I've also enabled the show quick setting style so that it comes over here. Awesome. Now let's start to record the trace, right? Awesome. So I'm starting to record the trace and I'm opening the app. I'm doing a few swipes. Awesome. So as I swipe around, right? So the trace is being recorded. Awesome. So now let me stop the trace. Awesome. So now the trace is saved. Let's go into the phone and take the trace. Right. So I'm going into ADB, and this is stored inside data slash local traces. Awesome. So you can see that there is a trace that is being captured at the moment. Right. So there is a trace which is being captured right now. Perfect. Now let's use ADB to pull chain. Cool. Now I have these three traces pulled into my machine. Now let's try to make sense out of the trace. So I'll go to ui.perfecto.dev, and this gives me an option of analyzing the trace file. So I'll open the traces file, and yep, this is the one that is being recorded at 2021, which is exactly what I see on the computer. Perfect. Now I open the traces file. So now this guy would have recorded how much time the on-bind view holder is being executed. Awesome. There's a ton of information, but let's skip through all the information and let's see what is interesting to us. Right. Cool. Now we have our process, which is displayed over here, which is com.codeaid.before.debugging. Perfect. Now this again is a lot of information. So let's go to the code and let's take this guy. We have named the section. So this section should be available somewhere. So let's put it over here. Awesome. Yeah, you can see that there is this black line over here. Right. Now what you can see is this is the UI thread, and the trace has measured everything on the UI thread. Right? So now we can see that there is this perf on-bind view holder, which is exactly the trace that we measured. And if we click on that in the bottom section, we can see that the duration is 365 milliseconds. Right? One frames, which is one on-bind view holder is taking 365 milliseconds, right, which is at least 300 times more than what it should be. Right, so this should be less than 16 millisecond. Right, so but it is more than 365 millisecond. And if you can see all these things, right, different on-bind view holders will take different time based on the caching of recycler view. And you can see that the second one is taking 86 millisecond, the third one 351 milliseconds, and 48 milliseconds. None of them is good, right? So the least is 48 and the most is 365, right? So this is no good, right? Because we want everything to be done in 16 milliseconds, and we have the lowest, which is 48 milliseconds. And you can imagine the number of frames which should have skipped. Awesome. Now we understood that this section is the problem. Now let's go into why this section is the problem, right? So by visual inspection, we can see that when comparing, we can see that there is this recycler view, or this list of chips that are there in the screen, which is exactly this piece of code. So what's happening over here is by visual inspection, I can identify that we are creating different chips and adding it into a linear layout, right? So this layout has a horizontal scroll view, which is this guy, and a linear layout inside, and we are adding chips inside the linear layout, which is exactly what's happening over here, right? So I can see two problems over here. One is we are just doing too much over here. We are creating the view, we are populating the view, we are adding the view, which means that there is draw multiple times happening, there is measure multiple times that's happening, right? And we're also doing something, right? So I can see only 4 chips on the screen, right? So but we are iterating throughout the data set, which might be of no use. Right? So what I can think about right now is that this is a scrollable component. Why am I using this sort of a linear layout to put them in a scrollable component? Can I make a modification over here? So if I can use a recycler view over here, it will render only what's on the screen, right? Which is it will render only four, right? And I can save a lot of things, right? So now let's do something. So now that we have a theory, right? So we can say that okay, there is a recycler view, there is a linear layout into which a lot of views are being created dynamically and then populated, right? If we can replace this logic with a recycler view, right, we may at least save 50 to 70 percentage of the rendering time. Let's try that out and see how the performance is improving, right? So now all we need to do is uh, let's go into this layout and then replace this linear layout with a recycler view. Awesome. So now this is the linear layout and this is the horizontal recycler horizontal scroll view. Let's comment it out and I'm sorry, let's replace this with a recycler view. Awesome. So now I have introduced a recycler view over here, and obviously we need to have a adapter for that, and that's where I have this chip adapter already coded for you. So yeah, it's a chip adapter, and it just takes in a small chip as the input to inflate, and it just inflates whatever it has to. Right, so it just reads through a list of states, and then it takes the correct position element, the correct position, and then sets a text. That's it. Right. So yeah, so let's comment this guy out. So that's what we are doing, right? So we don't want this linear layout anymore. Let's take in, let's replace that with a recycler view. Awesome. Cool. So we have the data set, which is data set of position of states. So I'm passing the same into the adapter. So we're just replacing it and creating a reference to the recycler view, which is represented by the ID tags. Awesome. So we have these tags. Awesome. So yeah, so let's change the uh, trace right now. So the trace should be perf on bind behold have optimized. Right. Now let's try to do two things. Let's build the app and let's enable the hardware, the GPU rendering option and see if the spikes have reduced. Next thing is we'll come back and then we profile it, export the trace, load it into Perfetto, and then see if the time has reduced or not. Awesome. So I am praying to the demo gods, hoping my demo would go right. Let me clean this guy. And I'll be back. So I'm not a fan of the play button because I am an old timer, so I'm used to uh, command line when Eclipse existed for Android development. So I'm sticking with that. Awesome. So yep, the new app has been installed. Let's go to developer options. Let's search for rendering. Let's enable this on screen as bars. Awesome. Fingers crossed. Let's open this guy. Still no good. Right, so the demo gods have played their part over here. So yeah, so let me try to install this and reinstall again. Cool. Now let's go to the. It doesn't look so good. So let's see what has happened to the traces. So yeah. So let's start recording the trace and then see the time if it has improved from 365 milliseconds to anything less than that. Awesome. So yeah. So let's disable the. Cool. So I'm starting to record the trace. Let's open the app. Do a few swipes. Awesome. And then let's stop tracing. Cool. Now the traces would be recorded. Let's go into the traces, CD, data, local. Cool. So we have these traces. Let's put the traces. Awesome. So now let's go to Perfetto again. And let's open the new trace file recorded at 2032. Yep. The trace goes on. Let it compute. Awesome. So now let's search for this guy. All right. So we have a hit. Yeah. So we see this black dot over here. Awesome. So we have on bind view holder optimized. Yeah, this is the trace that we recorded. Awesome. So now if we see the duration is 908 nanoseconds. Right? So earlier it was, you remember, earlier it was 300 and 300 odd, and in the least case it was 48 or something of that sort. Now let's see more. So let's see if we have more of these. Yes. Yeah. So we have one over here as well. Yeah, this is 312 nanoseconds, microseconds. Right. So earlier it was milliseconds. Now it has reduced to US. I believe it's microsecond. Right, so let's see if we have other instances. Yeah. So we have one over here. Yeah, which is 908. We have one which is 2 milliseconds. Perfect. And then we have one which is 148 microseconds. Perfect. All right, and then we have something with 248 microseconds. Awesome. Now we can see the difference, right? So we had replaced the uh, dynamic inflation of linear layout and replaced it with a recycler view, right? And what this guy has done is, so instead of inflating all at one time, right? If there are 20 items in this list, which you see over here, right? Bela, Bopa, Bokeh, and Konaki. So if there are 20 items in this list, instead of inflating 20 items, so we are inflating only 4, and with the additional caching mechanism that recycler view provides, right? So what has happened right now is we have reduced the amount of work that needs to be done in the UI thread, and we are able to measure it with Perfetto. So we're able to measure that it has reduced vastly, right? So this is one of the ways that you can use Perfetto, right? So as a rule of thumb, so what you can do is, as a rule of thumb, whenever you see a recycler view which is not performing well, ask yourself two questions, right? Um, how much work is being done on the on-bind view holder? And to figure out this, you need to measure exactly how much time the on-bind view holder is taking. Now, to use this, you have two options. One is use Perfetto at the moment, because Perfetto gives you good user interface to visualize it. And if you're not if you're not using the latest SDKs, or if you're using something that is behind KitKat, then you can use Systrace. Right? Systrace also is the same thing. You need to use the trace.begin section and trace.end section, but you need to use Systrace viewer to visualize the results. Right? And Systrace is not very user friendly, and it's terrible, and you cannot search, but in Perfetto you can search, and you can also execute SQL queries in Perfetto, and this upcoming, so this is pretty nice. So I've tried it out, it's pretty nice, and you can pinpoint what is the exact issue. And Perfetto allows you not only in terms of recycler view, anywhere, so any piece of code that you want to measure, you can just put trace at begin section and trace end section, and it will actually show you in which thread is this guy is executing, and then how much time it is taking in this thread. Right. So coming back to the slides, right? So there are common sources of slowness of the recycler view, right? So some of them that I have encountered in the recent past are, you need to parse data objects on the on-bind view holder. Never do that, right? So the general notion is, you receive something from the network, and devs often have this habit of bringing everything that they receive from the network directly to the on-bind view holder and then iterating on that. Right? So never do that, and don't write business logic on the on-bind view holder. Migrate all those things to a thread and then bring only what is required. Right? The classic example is, if you receive an input from the server which has a JSON which has 20 fields, and then you want to display only two fields on the UI. So you can disregard all the 18 fields and bring only what is required into the on-bind view holder. And so this is a very common source of error that I can see around in lots of different code bases. Right. The next one is highly nested hierarchies. Right. So this also is a huge problem, because I've also seen lots of code bases which have very complex view, and then based on business logic, you just show and hide these views. Right. And when you show and hide views, you need to write business logic, and often this business logic gets written inside the on-bind view holder, and stuff goes crazy. Right. And then the next problem is, when you have something very generic, right? So when you have a layout which is very generic, and this layout gets blotted during product iteration, right? And it's very easy to write views inside nested views when you have something very generic. So while you're doing things, make it very segregated, so that the view types are defined intelligently. The other source of slowness of recycler view is too many view types, right? So if you have too many view types, and recyclers view may not be the right choice for you. And next, let's see the alternatives of recycler view, right? So there are two things which I have tried, and then they work really well. So epoxy and litho. So epoxy is from Airbnb, you guys have known, and litho is from Facebook. And litho also provides very good optimization, and litho is very fine grained. So what litho does is, when you compare to recyclable caches view types, right? So if you have 5 view types, recyclable caches 5 view types, which is the view holders that you're creating. And litho goes another level. So litho actually caches and recycles based on the components that you have, the views that you have, right? So if you have 5 types of views, 5 types of view holders, recyclable caches types of view holders. Whereas litho, it caches on a view level. Right? So if your layout has text views and image views, litho does not worry about what is the kind of view holders that you are creating, or what is the kind of view groups that you're creating. It just caches out text views and image views, and it becomes much more efficient. Right? Uh, yeah, so this is a very simple introduction on how to use Perfetto, and I intentionally wanted this to have it as simple and stupid as possible, so that you can start from the basics, right? So, yep. So I think we are good in this aspect. So if you have any questions, let's get started on that.
Hey Dinesh, it was a really awesome session. So we have a question for you. So yeah, uh, here's the question. So what are your views on using measure nanotime function instead of using stack trace and Perfetto for finding the time it takes for bind view holder to execute?
Sure. So what you need two information over here, right? So whenever you're measuring something, you need two information. One is how much time a function is executing, and the second one is on which thread this function is executing, right? So
Yeah,
Perfecto can actually lay out time on a thread, right? So whatever you're seeing over here is the UI thread, and Perfecto actually overlays the time information on the UI thread. So Perfecto combines two
yeah,
things, right? One is thread and the time, right? So these are not the only two information that you can get out of Perfecto, right? So there are ton of functionalities that are available in Perfecto, which also indicates user input, right? So there is also
yeah,
a place in Perfecto which can actually tell you when a user has interacted with your screen. So that's also an indication, right? So Perfecto gives you a whole list of functionality, right? Which includes user interaction, and it also shows you the jank, right? So it also shows you where a jank is happening, and then it tells you how much resource was consumed by the CPU at that point of time, right? And how much
yeah.
memory was consumed by CPU at that point. Memory was consumed by your application process at that point of time. So it's a consolidated list of features that you can get out of Perfecto. So yeah. So if you want just the time information and you don't care about thread and all those things, then system.out.println would be good for you. A diff would be very good for you.
Good. So yeah, it was a really great and informative session, Dinesh, and thanks for that. Thanks for having our time and doing the session with us. And yeah, thanks a lot. And yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed the session. And if anyone has any further questions, they can reach out to Dinesh via Twitter or via LinkedIn. He's quite active on social media, so yeah, do reach out to him. And you can basically find his social media handles from our website as well. And his talk also mentioned the social media handle. So yeah, uh, do reach out to him. Thanks, Dinesh.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Bye. So next up is the Chai Pe Charcha. I'm quite sure everyone is waiting for Chai Pe Charcha only. And yeah, we'll be back with Chai Pe Charcha soon. And today we have an interesting topic about FOMO in Android, fear of missing out. And our panel is also quite great. We have Adit Lal, we have and a lot of we have people from lot of companies, right? We have Niharika, we have Adit Lal, and we have Darshan, we have Himanshu, and we also have Arnav today as well. So yeah, it will be really really great. And yeah, stay tuned everyone. And please donate, please donate, because it is the main reason we are doing this event yesterday and today. So yeah, our main focus is to raise as much fund as possible. And so far we have raised around 70K, which is not a bad figure, but still the people who are affected by COVID needs a lot more. And I have seen a few of my friends who are affected by COVID recently, and despite being financially very stable, they were like devastated with the COVID. And basically it happened that most of their insurances were ran out, right? When everybody in the family got affected. And just think, if this happens with us with proper insurances by both company and our personal, right? If we can run out of fund by us, what would happen with the people who don't have that luxury, right? I am pointing out the insurance as luxury here because we who are financially stable, we can afford that. But there are a lot of people in India who can't even afford an insurance. And what happens when their entire family is affected with COVID? And also with IT, everyone working as a software developer, we have a stable income even in the times of COVID. Most of us are. I know few are affected, but still most of us are entirely intact. Our income is entirely intact. But in the poor in India, they are most of their income is totally stopped. And if they by any chance catch COVID, because they have to go out, they don't have the luxury to stay in the home to actually earn the bread, right? And if any of them, if their whole family is affected, then they are totally devastated. And Hemkund Foundation is doing a lot to help them. And whatever we are raising, it's going straight to the Hemkund Foundation in Milap. So you can basically go to Milap and donate. And link is basically pinned in the comment. Link is also there in the description. Please go to Milap and donate.
लाइव है क्या हम लोग शुरू हो गए?
हाँ हाँ हाय सिर्फ StreamYard ओपन है मेरे लैपटॉप में एंड माय लैपटॉप इज ऑलरेडी गिविंग अप सिर्फ StreamYard ऑन है और कुछ भी और नहीं वी हैव वन मोर
मैं तो भी रिसेंटली वो एक इंस्टाग्राम पे फोटो डाला था, काफी वायरल हो गया था कि मैं 16 इंच वाले मैकबुक पे खाना रखा हुआ था गर्म करने के लिए।
रिव्यू भैया अभी काफी M1 को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं
M1 सपोर्ट तो ठीक है, वो OBS पे स्ट्रीम करने से चीजें अटक उटक जाती है अभी भी, मतलब ग्राफिकल स्टफ थोड़ा
मैं OBS यूज नहीं किया, लेकिन other than that everything is working smoothly.
आप करते हैं
मतलब वो गोदी में रहने से गर्म नहीं होता, ये इतनी बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। लैपटॉप को एक्चुअली फाइनली वापस लैब पे रख पाते हैं, मतलब।
अरे भाई ये सिर्फ एंड्रॉइड स्टूडियो चलाते हैं और कुछ नहीं करते, इनकी बातों को सीरियस मत लो।
कूल है,
करें शुरू?
हाँ शुरू करते हैं।
चलो
कोई और है क्या?
नप सब आ गए?
नहीं सब है।
कूल है
Viewers
तो
तो आ जाएंगे।
स्टार्ट करते हैं। हाँ व्यूअर्स तो आ जाएंगे। तो
भाई करो,
मैं
बुलाओ अपनी जनता को।
वही
अरे ट्वीट वो
एक
कर
बार
दिया क्या?
हाँ रिव्यू भैया हो गया क्या ट्वीट?
नहीं ट्वीट कर रहा हूँ बस।
कर देते हैं फिर लिंक्डइन पे भी कुछ है।
कर लो भाई, लाइव ट्वीट करो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। सब अपने
दो
लोग
वेट
हैं।
करेंगे उसमें।
अर्णव भाई तब तक हो जाए एक, तुम ही हो।
एक अरिजीत सिंह का या तब तक वी कैन स्टार्ट विद वन राउंड ऑफ इंट्रोडक्शन। तब तक ट्वीट हो जाना चाहिए।
I will introduce myself last.
अरे ठीक है,
आप ऊपर हो एकदम, ऐसे कैसे लास्ट होएगा?
ठीक है भैया, नो प्रॉब्लम, हम लोग नीचे में स्टार्ट करेंगे। नो प्रॉब्लम। तो मैं स्टार्ट कर लेता हूँ पहले तो। हाय गाइस, माय नेम इज पीयूष महेश्वरी। आई वर्क एज एन एंड्रॉइड इंजीनियर एट Zomato and I'll try to moderate today's session. So over to you, Niharika.
क्या करोगे तुम ऐसा?
पता नहीं। वही तो बोला, ट्राई करूंगा ना मैं।
Yeah, let's go to Niharika.
नाम तो आपने बता ही दिया।
मैं कैसे बताऊं?
दोबारा बता दो, कोई इशू नहीं है।
So my name is Niharika and यार और समझ नहीं आ रहा है ऐसे क्या बोल रहे हैं। But ठीक है, मतलब glad to be here.
Awesome. Let's go to Darshan.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Darshan. I lead the team at CleverTap, and first time at a chai pe charcha at 10 in the night or 9 in the night.
और किसी के पास चाय नहीं है अनफॉर्चुनेटली।
पानी लेके आया।
चाय पीते नहीं है।
पानी
रिव्यू भैया एकदम तैयारी करके बैठे।
कॉफी।
रिव्यू भाई तो एक्सपर्ट है। हिमांशु भाई
नहीं, वो कल उनको नींद आ गई थी ना, तो आज इसलिए लेके बैठे।
रिव्यू भैया आज पहले ही बॉन्ड कर दिए। आज पहले ही बॉन्ड कर दिए, वो ज्यादा लेट तक नहीं रुकेंगे।
मैं बाय द वे चाय बागान में ही बैठा हुआ हूँ।
ओह नाइस।
भाई साहब असम में है,
असम
है ना?
हाँ
बहुत ही बढ़िया।
नाइस नाइस।
तो आप कुछ असम के बारे में बताना चाहेंगे?
असम के बारे में सच क्या है, लाइक अभी आई एम लाइक इन द सेंटर ऑफ अ टी गार्डन राइट नाउ। तो मैं इनफैक्ट चाय पीता नहीं हूँ, बट मजबूरी में पीनी पड़ती है यहाँ पे। इट्स द बेस्ट एंड इजी थिंग जो मिल जाता है।
आप असम में कहाँ पे हो?
मैं गोलाघाट।
Gulamarg. I am from Dibrugarh, by the way.
Hey, nice.
दो दोस्त मिल गए पुराने बिछड़े हुए।
नहीं, मेरा
चार
पूरा
घंटे की
फैमिली
दूरी पे।
आसाम में रहता है। पूरा फैमिली आसाम में रहता है, पूरा का पूरा। तो लेट्स मूव टू आदित्य।
Hey guys, Aditya. I work as a product engineer at Gojek. Yeah. Over to the next.
जो कल थे वो ये भी बोल सकते हैं मैं कल भी था, ऐसा करके।
चलो कल भी था मैं, आज भी आ गया।
रिकॉर्ड निकाल के देख लीजिए नाम क्या है।
अर्नब भैया।
Hey guys, Arnav here. Right now, I look after product and strategy at Scalar, and I have worked on Android for almost 10 years now.
कौन भैया? अच्छा छोड़ो, कौन भैया क्या कहते हैं? सागर।
बहुत बढ़िया।
Hey guys, Sagar here again. Currently working at Book My Show as an Android engineer, and I've been into Android since past 8 years.
रियू भैया आप बच गए।
So yeah. Hey guys, I'm Rivu Chakraborty, and I am also working with Android for past around 8 years. And currently, I'm working as an Android architect at Paytm, and I'm also a Kotlin advocate and a GD for Kotlin.
हो गया सबका?
हाँ। Right. So we'll be starting now. Just one information for everyone watching and here. We are doing this as a fundraiser for Hemkund Foundation, and donation ka link is in the pinned comment and description. So go ahead and please donate. We don't have a minimum amount, so whatever you feel like you can donate. Sure. Let's start. अब कौन भैया आप संभालो।
ओके, तो सारे ठंडे पड़े हुए हैं, तो कुछ कंट्रोवर्शियल टॉपिक्स लाएंगे सीधा, ठीक है? तो सबसे पहले अपन क्या डिस्कस करने वाले हैं उस पर बात करते हैं। फोमो इन एंड्रॉइड। तो पहले कोई जिसने ये टॉपिक सोचा है वो एक्सप्लेन करे कि इसका मतलब क्या है। पीयूष करेगा या जो भी करेगा?
मैंने नहीं सोचा।
टॉपिक मैंने
भी नहीं सोचा। हाँ,
सागर बताओ यार।
तो इसके पीछे रीजन ये था कि देयर आर लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स गोइंग ऑन राइट नाउ, राइट? हर एक दिन नया कुछ आ जाता है एंड्रॉइड में, एंड इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू कैच अप विद एवरीथिंग, एवरी न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी. सो that was the main reason, like I decided, okay, like we should have at least panel discussion on this. कि लोग काफी सब जन माइंड में यही होता है कि लाइक ऐसे ये सारी चीज़ें कैसे सीखे, मतलब कैसे कैचअप कर पाएगा. तो दैट वाज द मेन रीज़न. तो आई थिंक पैनल में दर्शन, निहारिका, हिमांशु, अर्नब, आई थिंक आदित्य, सभी जन, आई थिंक बेस्ट पीपल टू एड्रेस दिस टॉपिक, आई वुड से. सो वही था रीज़न एक, कि अवेयरनेस लाए कि like you are not alone, like everyone goes through this, and you have to face it and how to deal with it. वही है.
ओके,
can discuss on that.
ठीक है, काफी बोरिंग था, तो अब हमको इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन के साथ स्टार्ट करते हैं. कि पहली चीज अच्छा ये कि लोगों का पहला क्वेश्चन है कि एंड्रॉइड कैसे सीखें, ठीक है? क्या आज भी हम न्यू बोस्टन वाले ट्यूटोरियल देख सकते हैं, जो 160 ट्यूटोरियल थे? अगर किसी ने देखे हो यहाँ पे?
देखे, जावा के लिए देखे,
दर्शन भाई ने देखे हैं, पक्का सबने देखे हैं मेरे ख्याल में, बट बता नहीं रहे.
वहीं से सीखा था एंड्रॉइड डेवलपमेंट, न्यू बोस्टन भाई के भरोसे.
सेम.
मैं शायद सब लोगों से थोड़ा ज्यादा ही पहले सीखा था क्या एंड्रॉइड, मतलब मैं उस टाइम सीखा था जब न्यू बोस्टन नहीं होता था.
हाँ, आप
So I did my project in 2011-12, but उसके बाद like I lost touch with Android, and जब obviously 3 years के बाद So after the whole gingerbread boom went away, and then lollipop boom had come at that point of time. So New Boston was the rage, and Eclipse pe, I think those were the best videos to learn.
राइट राइट
सही बात है। इससे मुझे याद आता है कि एक्लिप्स पे कितने लोगों ने काम किया हम में से, मतलब ऐप डेवलपमेंट किया।
मैं एक्लिप्स से पहले के जमाने का आदमी हूँ। मैंने विम में कोड
आपने
एडिट करके
Vim वगैरह पता नहीं
APT
क्या-क्या किया होगा।
से कंपाइल किया है उसको।
नहीं,
एक्लिप्स की प्लगइन
नहीं,
नहीं थी एंड्रॉइड डेवलप करने की तब, जब मैंने पहली बार करी।
मैंने एक्लिप्स से शुरू किया था।
आदि मानव के जमाने के हो मतलब आप।
हाँ
अच्छा, जब मैं क्वेश्चन पूछा था एक चीज और, किसने किसने यहाँ पे कस्टम रोम बनाई है? क्योंकि ना ऐसे क्वेश्चन आया हमारे पास चैट में कि कस्टम रोम कैसे बनाते हैं।
ये तो हम मतलब मजे में खिलाड़ी हैं।
थोड़ा बहुत तो मैंने
कॉलेज
भी
के
किया है।
कॉलेज के फीस के पैसे निकाले हुए हैं कस्टम रोम के डोनेशन से वो।
तो अन्ना भाई आप बता दो थोड़ा कि कस्टम रोम कैसे बनाते हैं, थोड़ा एंड्रॉइड
अरे
किचन वगैरह वाला ज्ञान दे दो।
हाँ, तो किचन वाला एक थ्रेड है मेरा XDA पे, मतलब उस पे 10-20 हजार कुछ लाइक्स वाइक्स है। तो वो उस टाइम पे वो क्या रिकॉग्नाइज डेवलपर होता था, फिर एलीट रिकॉग्नाइज डेवलपर होता था। अभी तो मैं रिटायर्ड रिकॉग्नाइज डेवलपर हूँ, डेवलपर, क्योंकि वो साइट ही नहीं खोला मैंने इतने टाइम से। मेरे को अभी भी याद है, मेरे को किसी ने एक पूरा बिटकॉइन डोनेट किया था, क्योंकि तब बिटकॉइन $1 का होता था। तो इसलिए कि अच्छा, बिटकॉइन नया नया आया था, इंडिया में पैसे भेजना बड़ा मुश्किल होता था पेपाल वगैरह के थ्रू। तो लोग ऐसे बिटकॉइन डोनेट करते थे कि अच्छा, तो अब वो रख लिए होते तो फिर अभी थोड़े और अमीर होते।
ऑसम यार। चलो हम एक काम करते हैं, लास्ट से स्टार्ट करते हैं, निहारिका से। और इस बारे में आप बताओ मुझे कि मतलब सबको ही बताना है कि आपने एंड्रॉयड कैसे सीखा और अब जो नए लोग आ रहे हैं उनको कैसे सीखना चाहिए।
यार मेरी जर्नी इंटर्नशिप से स्टार्ट हुई थी, बट उससे पहले मैंने स्टार्ट कर दिया था, जावा से स्टार्ट किया था। तो जावा में इंटरेस्ट था। उसके बाद जब समर वेकेशंस अगेन दैट कम इन थर्ड ईयर, तो या तो एडवांस जावा करना था या एंड्रॉयड में जाना था। तो एंड्रॉयड का हमेशा से ये रहा है ना, वो ब्लैक एंड वाइट दुनिया नहीं है। तो एक ये रीज़न था, एक्चुअली यही रीज़न था। मतलब आई ऑलवेज से दिस कि तो एक एक्साइटिंग सा है, कुछ एप्लीकेशन सामने दिख रहा है। तो उस टाइम यही समझ आता था। एंड देन आई स्टार्टेड, और इंटर्नशिप में एंड्रॉयड पे इंटर्नशिप मिला। और उसके बाद तो अभी तक आई एम नॉट बोर्ड। मुझे लगता नहीं है मैं एंड्रॉयड से बोर होने वाली। आई लव डूइंग इट। सो दिस इज अ शॉर्ट जर्नी।
और अभी जो नए डेवलपर्स आ रहे हैं उनको कहाँ से सीखना चाहिए, कैसे सीखना चाहिए, अगर आप कुछ बताओ थोड़ा।
यार आर्टिकल्स और ये सब चीज़ें तो बहुत ज़्यादा, मतलब ऐसे मुझे लगता है बहुत सारी चीज़ें मिल जाएंगी, डॉक्यूमेंटेशंस। लेकिन अगेन कोई भी एक छोटा सा भी कॉन्सेप्ट उठा रहे हैं तो आई थिंक प्रैक्टिस बहुत ज़रूरी है, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन बहुत ज़रूरी है। मतलब जस्ट नॉट बाई जस्ट रीडिंग समथिंग। और कोड लैब्स, गूगल कोड लैब्स काफ़ी ऑर्गेनाइज है। मतलब इवन आई फॉलो दैट अभी तक। तो मुझे लगता है कि या माइंड ऑप्स का भी है। तो यहाँ से ईजी है सीखना, ईजी है इन कंपैरिजन टू अदर सोर्सेज। सो मैं वो रिकमेंड करती हूँ जब मुझे कोई रिसोर्सेज पूछता है। बट हाँ, प्रैक्टिस बहुत ज़रूरी है, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन बहुत ज़रूरी है, ये
ऑसम। दर्शन सर आप बताइए।
So yeah, so I started with my final year bachelor's of engineering project was a Dropbox replica. So Android app बनाया था where you can upload files, and PHP में backend लिखा था to save it and then all that. But then once I got a job in an MNC and then वो सब छूट गया, and 3 years after that I quit that company and I started I joined my friends at a startup, and so I joined as a backend engineer, but उनका ऐप रेडी नहीं था। तो आई वाज लाइक जावा आता ही है तो लेट्स ट्राई, मतलब कितना ही फर्क होगा, ठीक है। एंड बहुत फर्क था बिकॉज आई हैड टू लाइक आई थिंक फॉर 3 weeks I just binged watched New Boston tutorials, and I just like that's how I got into Android. And then I think I just like remained in Android because like you can say, so there was interest as well as majburi, but I stayed, and I'm glad I stayed in Android because finally it paid off. And abhi I'm at CleverTap, so deep into SDK development, so that's a great thing for me. Coming to the question, ki where do you start learning Android, right? That is a very, like, even I asked, like I had this thing, like I had collated a few resources and I had put it up on my website. Ki, this is where you can learn now. So the problem right now is that I think uh, since like back in 2015, when that new Boston tutorial was there, right? The greatest thing about it was like sub ek saath, step by step videos the. Now, right now, if you see, right, there is so much, and Android has become so abstracted, right? Uh, I think uh, it's finding the right tutorial or the right article or the right a course. Now there are Udemy courses, Udacity courses, and everything as well. So I think that is it's a lot of chaos out there. So I think just like pick one and then start implementing that, like how Niharika said. I think that's the way to go. That's the only way to go, I think.
Himanshu.
My journey actually started off majburi mein, sort of. Like, I had an Android phone, मुझे पता नहीं था करना क्या इसके साथ, but apps fascinating लगते थे. I started building something, some crap. मेरे को पता है, my first app was around 20 MB का. API call, network call कुछ नहीं था, फिर भी 20 MB का था वो. So it was a very crappy app, but still that got me into Android, frankly. And above that, there were a lot of events going around my college. Google events थे या फिर talk shows होते थे. So that actually fascinated me. If these people can do it, I should at least try my hands into Android. And जब start किया, फिर अच्छा लगने लग गया. So I was like, नहीं, I can at least choose this as my career path. That's how I got into Android. Secondly, for the learning resources, I'm like, Niharika, Darshan tackled each and every part. The only one suggestion which I have is, सीख कहीं से भी सकते हैं. The only thing you need is the just inside you कि तुमको सीखना है क्या. Like just because you have, like, you are in India, Android phone सस्ता मिलता है doesn't mean that you want to be an Android developer.
कहाँ सस्ता मिलता है?
यार Android अब तो जियो ने भी कल लॉन्च कर दिया भाई.
अब तो एंड्रॉइड का रेट यार बहुत महंगा हो गया है यार. मतलब OnePlus भी अब महंगा हो गया है. क्या बात कर रहे हो यार?
OnePlus ही महंगा हो गया.
हाँ,
OnePlus ही महंगा हो गया.
Realme हो गया. So if somebody wants to try it out, try करो, but at least have a dedication कि वो करना है. फिर अगर पिकअप किया है तो करेंगे, नहीं तो फिर बीच में ड्रॉप नहीं करना. That's the one thing I recommend if somebody has to start in Android.
Very nice. Piyush.
Yeah. So मेरा तो सेकेंड ईयर में जब वो ट्रेनिंग करना होता है सबको कॉलेज वाले में, तो मेरे कॉलेज से सब उसमें जाते थे वेब डेवलपमेंट में, एंड उसमें मशीन लर्निंग बहुत बज़वर्ड था. सो देयर वर 3 टॉपिक्स, आइदर एंड्रॉइड, मशीन लर्निंग या वेब. तो मशीन लर्निंग एंड वेब में सब घुस गए थे, एंड्रॉइड में 0 थे. तो मैं बोला फिर जब 0 है तो फिर मैं जाता हूँ, मतलब जहाँ सब लोग जा रहे हैं वहाँ तो नहीं जाना है. तो फिर उस तरीके से एंड्रॉइड में गया था. एंड आई हैड दिस कॉन्फिडेंस कि हाँ 9-10 में जावा किया है तो कुछ तो आता ही होगा. बट वहाँ जाके पता चला कि कुछ नहीं आता था. बट दैट्स हाउ आई गॉट इनटू एंड्रॉइड. 15 डेज का इंटेंसिव टाइप का ट्रेनिंग था. एंड फिर उसके बाद बहुत सारे कोर्सेज किए, कभी टोरेंट से, कभी कहाँ से, कभी वहाँ से. तो कर के
कंट्रोवर्सी स्टार्ट हो गई है. ये बंदा टोरेंट यूज करता है.
अभी तक वो वर्ड को यूज नहीं किया था, इसलिए मैं वो कर दिया कि हाँ आप लोग भी नॉर्मल हो जाओ, सब यूज करते हैं. तो वही उससे ही कोर्सेज डाउनलोड कर करके, दैट्स हाउ आई लर्न. मतलब आई यूज्ड टू कंपेयर कोर्सेज की सबसे बेस्ट किस में है, तो फिर हर एक का बेस्ट पोर्शन में लिख के फिर वहां से सीखता था. एंड अभी अगर किसी को करना है तो सेम ही प्रोसेस है आई गेस. टोरेंट तो अभी भी है.
मैं पता करना चाहता हूँ कि मेरा कोर्स भी टोरेंट से डाउनलोड करके देखा कि
नहीं. मतलब इफ यू टाइप एंड्रॉइड डेवलपमेंट टोरेंट पे, जो आता था मैं डाउनलोड करते रहता था.
डजंट मैटर अर्नव का है कि नहीं, हमें नहीं फर्क पड़ता.
मेरे को उसमें से एक टॉपिक चूज करना है. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल रिसाइक्लिंग व्यू है, कोई 1 घंटे में समझा रहे, कोई 4 घंटे में, तो मैं 4 घंटे के पास जाता था क्योंकि मेरे पास टाइम था. तो 4 घंटे में सीखता था मैं। तो ऐसे ही करके 10
मतलब
15
ऐसा
कोर्स
कैसे
डाउनलोड कर
तुमने
लिए थे।
डिसाइड करा कि 1 घंटे वाला नहीं सीखूंगा, 4 घंटे वाला ही सीखूंगा?
4 घंटे
तो
में
1 घंटे में
ऑब्वियसली
यार
अरे
कॉन्फिडेंस
वो
नहीं था।
सब टॉपिक्स रहता है, सब टॉपिक्स भी तो
अच्छा।
रहता है और टाइम भी तो निकालना होता है ना। तो कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा ना कॉलेज
नाइस।
में। तो
ये
मतलब
लड़का
तुम्हारा
सही है,
कॉलेज
मैं
का
टाइम
समझ आ रहा है।
निकालने के लिए मैं गेम
हाँ।
खेलता हूँ, ये टाइम
हाँ,
निकालने के
ये
लिए
टाइम निकालने के
एंड्रॉइड
लिए।
वीडियो दे।
यार सीएस को छोड़
ये
के भी
सही
तो
है।
कुछ करना पड़ेगा ना, सीएस को छोड़ के भी तो कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा ना लैपटॉप में। ये घर पे रहते थे, हॉस्टल में नहीं, तो वो भी
अच्छा।
एक रीजन था।
हम जिस चीज से दूर भागते थे, ये उसकी तरफ अट्रैक्ट होता था कि नहीं यार, मतलब ये तो करना ही है।
गंदा ही साउंड कर
अब
रहे हैं लेकिन ठीक है। आदित्य भैया नेक्स्ट।
चलो मैं आऊंगा आप पे भी वापस। आदित्य भाई आप बताओ।
वेल, मेरा करियर स्टार्ट हुआ एज एन इंटर्न वर्किंग फॉर अ ट्रेनिंग कंपनी। मतलब एक कंपनी थी जो एंड्रॉइड को ट्रेन कर स्टूडेंट्स को ट्रेन करती थी। एंड दिस वाज circa 2009। एंड्रॉइड अभी निकला था, तो स्टूडेंट्स को थोड़ा सा इनकरेज करने की जावा बना लो अपने कोर्स में। तो दीज वर लाइक फर्स्ट ईयर, सेकंड ईयर एंड थर्ड ईयर्स काइंड ऑफ डील। And this was during my college days. तो मुझे Android from even the alpha, the 0.1 उससे मुझे आदत है। फोन तो था नहीं, एमुलेटर तो were a myth. For a student like me, लैपटॉप के लिए इतने पैसे नहीं थे कि where I could invest in a heavy duty laptop. But from there I started working with service-based company and my learning curve was very simple. जो नहीं आता वो सबसे पहले देखो, उसी पे बनाने का कोशिश करो। Like
जिसको
something
कुछ
like
नहीं आता।
ओके, स्लाइटली डिफरेंट कॉन्टेक्स्ट देन। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल, जैसे आपने एक स्क्रीन बनाना हो, आपको एक ऐप पसंद आ गया, आपने उसका रेप्लिका बनाने की कोशिश करी, राइट? आई थिंक दैट इज वेयर आई लर्न अ लॉट ऑफ द कंपोनेंट्स इन एंड्रॉइड। जैसे सिंपल पहले लिस्ट किया, एक तो एक्लिप्स के साथ कौन सा प्लगइन लगाना है, उसमें 2 घंटे लगे होंगे एटलीस्ट कोई ट्यूटोरियल पढ़ने
सही
में।
बात है।
कमिंग टू व्हाट दर्शन मेंशनड, यस, बोस्टन videos were like perfect as like one of the best mediums. But then there was no medium.com back then, right? It was all articles flying around. तो थोड़ा बहुत हाथ इधर XDA.com पे भी गए, प्रॉम बनाना शुरू करा, देखा कि कैसे होता है। आई एम बेसिकली फ्रॉम इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स बैकग्राउंड, तो मुझे कर्नल पे काफ़ी इंटरेस्ट था। एज अ मैटर ऑफ फैक्ट माई फाइनल प्रोजेक्ट वाज ऑन ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी। मुझे प्रोजेक्ट करना था हार्डवेयर पे। प्रिंसिपल मुझे आके गाली दे रही थी, भाई तू क्या कर रहा है, तुझे सॉफ्टवेयर हार्डवेयर नहीं बोला है करने को, तुझे सिर्फ हार्डवेयर करना है। तो आई बॉट एंड्रॉइड, आई मेड मैंने बीगल बोर्ड के साथ काम करा, दिस इज माई लेयर ऑन टॉप, एंड्रॉइड का ऐप बनाया, वो सब दिखाया वगैरह। तो कमिंग टू द सेकंड क्वेश्चन, आई थिंक फॉर न्यू गाइस, आई थिंक काफ़ी कंटेंट है उधर। व्हाट आई वुड से, डोंट गेट वरीड अबाउट टुडेस टॉपिक, लाइक डोंट गेट फोमो। छोटा छोटा चीज उठाओ, एक एक करके देखो क्या आपका इंपॉर्टेंस है, क्या आपको देखना है, एंड आई थिंक दैट इज वेयर यू विल गेट द वैल्यू फॉर योर मनी। आई सी अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल कमिंग फॉर इंटरव्यूज और इवन लाइक ऐसी बात करने के लिए, अरे मुझे ये करना है, मुझे वो करना है। बंदों को ये नहीं पता कि रिसाइकलर व्यू का रीजन क्या है। लाइक पीपल हु स्ट्रगल्ड विद लिस्ट, यू डोंट will know what is the pain point of working with it, and then why did something like recycler view got originated. So I think आप इवन तो अगर वो डिप्रिकेटेड है, जरूर देखो, पढ़ो उसका, एक पेज का डॉक्यूमेंटेशन ही पढ़ लो या वीडियो देख लो। यूट्यूब पे बहुत कंटेंट पड़ा है, बहुत सारे लोग हैं, उनका देखो, शायद मे बी समथिंग माइट।
रेगुदा।
Basically, when I graduated from college in back in 2012, I was a diploma holder. So I started my career as an instructor in a small programming training organizations in Kolkata. I used to teach C, C++, Java, and all those things. And in the basically organization I was working in, they were bringing in a new course for Android, and they trained two of the trainers Android, and since I was already in Java, I was selected for that, and I learned Android, and I immediately fell in love with it, and I started exploring it on my own as well. So yeah, I was basically teaching Android and exploring it, and then I kept applying for Android developer roles, and finally I got my first opening, and yeah, that's how Android dev journey started for me.
नाइस नाइस। सागर।
Cool. मेरा तो like I started as a backend dev after my college, and then I was figuring out कि किसमें career pursue करना है, like front end, back end. And one day I stumble upon, Google I/O video. Sundar Pichai was presenting numbers key like Android is future, mobile is future. So I thought, let me just give one try at least because back then Java और वो सब आता था. So I went through the documentation, एक sample ऐप बनाया. और तभी कैसा था कि अभी भी है. So मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी में like there's a rule of 70% attendance. So अगर उससे
हर
कम है तो
यूनिवर्सिटी में है वो, मान के चलो
हाँ तो
75 है, तुम्हारे में 5 कम था।
करेक्ट सो उससे कम है तो यू आर नॉट अलाउड टू अटेंड एग्जाम्स एंड वाइवास एंड अदर स्टफ. तो I thought let me just create one application wherein like student can track their attendance. तो वो चीज़ पे एक ऐप बनाया, अपलोड किया और काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग लगा. एंड देन नेवर लुक बैक. वहाँ से बेसिकली एंड्रॉइड जर्नी स्टार्ट हुआ. And coming to second question, which is resources, I think there are tons of resources out there, right? आज का टॉपिक वही है कि फोमो इसीलिए होता है कि like there are so many things to explore. कहाँ पे जाए, क्या सीखे. It really depends on you, like what kind of person you are. Like अगर तुम्हें वीडियो कंटेंट अच्छा लगता है, so many videos out there, right? Android is a community, like very strong community. तो काफ़ी टॉक्स है, काफ़ी मटेरियल है ऑनलाइन व्हेन इट कम्स टू वीडियोस. ब्लॉग्स भी काफ़ी है. तो इफ़ यू आर ब्लॉग पर्सन, इवन पॉडकास्ट, तो कोई लोगों को पॉडकास्ट भी पसंद है. तो इफ़ यू आर पॉडकास्ट पर्सन, लाइक देयर आर लॉट ऑफ पॉडकास्ट. तो मटेरियल्स काफ़ी है. यू जस्ट हैव टू डिसाइड कि क्या पसंद है एंड यू कैन एक्सप्लोर बेस्ड ऑन दैट.
काफी हल्के में आपने बता दिया सब कुछ, फिर दोबारा कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट कर दिया कि पॉडकास्ट भी है, वीडियो भी है, ब्लॉग भी है, जो करना है करो. तो हमारा वो अभी आउटकम आया नहीं है तो हम इतने आसानी से छोड़ेंगे नहीं. तो मैं आगे बढ़ता हूँ क्वेश्चन पे, पर मैं थोड़ा अपना भी बता देता हूँ. मैं जब कॉलेज में था तभी मैंने एंड्रॉयड डेवलपमेंट स्टार्ट किया था. मैंने एक ना कॉलेज में था तो एक नया फ़ोन आया था, सुना होगा उस टाइम पे जितने भी लोग, सब तो थे. कैनवस 2 करके फ़ोन आया था, ठीक है, माइक्रोमैक्स का. तो काफ़ी पॉपुलर. तो मेरे दोस्त आके बोलते थे देखिए सब 512 MB रैम है, मतलब तूने सुना भी है कभी? तो मैंने बोला यार बात तो सही है तेरी कि बहुत ज़्यादा रैम है इसमें. तो इसमें देख तू ऐप कितनी फास्ट चलती है. तो मैंने बोला यार ये ऐप मेरे को ही बनानी है, कैसे बनती है. तो मैंने एक इंस्टीट्यूट ज्वाइन कर लिया. कोई सो तो था ये अपने लक्ष्मी नगर और ये जो प्रीत नगर, कौन सा वो कुछ तो है वहाँ पे 3-4 ना, मतलब लोकेशन है दिल्ली में जहाँ पे इंस्टीट्यूट्स भर भर के, ठीक है. तो उनमें से एक मैंने ज्वाइन कर लिया जोश जोश में कि यार मैं सीखूंगा. उसने मुझे कुछ तो सिखाया एंड्रॉइड छोड़ के, ठीक है, कुछ तो सिखा रहा था कि मैंने बोला मेरा एंड्रॉइड डेवलपमेंट स्टार्ट कब होगा ये बताओ. तो बोला होगा, अभी तुम सीखो थोड़ा, अभी बेसिक सीखो. तो बेसिक सिखा रहा था कुछ कुछ. फिर मुझे लगा कि यार इसमें मेरे को कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है क्या हो रहा है, मैंने छोड़ दिया. तो फिर मैं बैक टू न्यू बॉस्टन और मैंने भी सर्च करना स्टार्ट किया. तो वही वीडियो मिलता था, आप एंड्रॉयड ऐप डेवलपमेंट सर्च करो, आपको न्यू बॉस्टन का प्लेलिस्ट दिखता था. उसमें 160 वीडियो था जितना मुझे याद है. और 30 वीडियो तक आपकी हिम्मत होती थी कि पहले 30 वीडियो आप देखोगे बैक टू बैक, ठीक है. उसके बाद आपका हो जाएगा कि भाई अब या तो बना लेते हैं या मतलब अब नहीं हो पाएगा इससे आगे. तो हमने स्टार्ट किया, अच्छा लगा. वही एक्लिप्स का एरा था, जार फाइल ढूंढते रहते थे कि कहाँ से क्या होगा, कैसे लगाना है और कौन सी फाइलें यूज़ करनी है, कुछ आइडिया नहीं होता था. बट अच्छा था, काफ़ी मज़ा आता था उस मोमेंट पे. फिर उसका एंड्रॉयड स्टूडियो आया, तभी भी था मेरे ख्याल में बीटा में था, लेकिन काफ़ी बग थे उसमें. तो बहुत बार मन किया कि छोड़ देता हूँ क्योंकि नहीं हो रहा है, बट स्टिल करते रहे कि चलो ट्राई करते हैं कि क्या पता हो जाए. तो एक दो ऐप बनाई तो थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ने लगा. सो वो था, मेरा भी ऐसा ही स्टार्ट हुआ था. एंड रिसोर्सेज का मैं थोड़े देर में फिर आऊँगा, फिर दोबारा डिस्कस करेंगे रिसोर्सेज का. बाय द वे मैं थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे यूट्यूब वीडियो बनाने के बावजूद यूट्यूब को रिकमेंड नहीं करता हूँ एंड्रॉयड सीखने के लिए. उसके कुछ रीजंस है जो मैं बताऊँगा थोड़ी देर में. लेकिन अब अब आते हैं मेन मुद्दे पे कि आप लोगों में सबने बोला कि मेरे को आती थी जावा, तो मैंने बोला एंड्रॉयड कर लेते हैं, ठीक है. ठीक, क्योंकि हमारे कॉलेजेस में पढ़ाई जाती है जावा, राइट, C++ जावा पढ़ाई जाती है. अब के जो बच्चे हैं, ठीक है, कॉलेज का सिलेबस तो आज भी वही है, ठीक है, लेकिन एंड्रॉयड थोड़ा आगे निकल गया है. तो अब अगर वो जावा सीख रहे हैं तो यहाँ तो बंदे कॉटलिन वाले हैं। अब वो बोलते हैं भाई कॉटलिन सीखो, उधर पिचाई जी भी बोल जाते हैं कि मतलब उनकी ग्रुप का जो भी बंदा आता है वही बोल जाता है भाई कॉटलिन सीखो। तो फोमो का असली रीजन यहाँ पे ये भी है कि अब बंदा करे क्या, उसके कॉलेज में तो जावा पढ़ा रहे हैं ठीक है, लेकिन जो डेवलपमेंट कम्युनिटी है वो बोलती है कॉटलिन सीखने के लिए। सो इस चीज को आप लोग कैसे देखते हो कि मतलब क्या करना चाहिए उनको, अब जावा छोड़ दें या जावा में अपना अलग से फ्यूचर बनाए, या जावा के साथ एंड्रॉइड करें अभी भी?
See, in my opinion, there's no harm in learning Android with Java as well, right? If you are good with Java, right, and if you enjoy Java, you can start Android with Java and then slowly start exploring Kotlin. And then you can basically, if you like Kotlin, then you can learn it. If you like Android as well, then you can learn it. And if you see that, hey, I am not enjoying Android, then there's no or I am not enjoying either Android or Kotlin, then there's you can drop it, right? Otherwise, if you enjoying Android, if you are enjoying, then you can start learning Kotlin to make it even more enjoyable, and then you can basically go ahead from there, right?
Nice. कोई और
Like
कुछ
you
बोलना चाहेगा?
don't have to learn Kotlin first to start Android, right? It's not a mandatory thing to learn Android. You have to first know Kotlin to start learning Android. It's not yet that compulsory.
सब अग्री
ठीक
कर
है।
रहे क्या वैसे इस पॉइंट पे?
नहीं, I think
नहीं यहाँ कंट्रोवर्सी है थोड़ी
हाँ,
सी।
वही,
हाँ,
तभी-
हाँ,
तभी
यहाँ
मैं
पर बहुत कंट्रोवर्सी है।
तभी मैं
क्या
पूछ
है?
लिया।
अरे तो इसमें
निहारिका
मैं एक
बोलो,
पॉइंट
बोलो।
ऐड कर। अच्छा ठीक है।
अच्छा।
यार कॉलेज में भी जो सिखाया जाता है, अगर जावा की अगर आप बात करोगे तो कॉलेज में ना प्रैक्टिकल इम्प्लीमेंटेशंस नहीं होती, वहाँ पे सिर्फ थ्योरी है। और मुझे लगता
Point
है
to be
जो
noted.
बेस जो सिखाया जाता है ना, वो आपका कॉटलिन में भी काम आएगा अगर किसी को एक्चुअली एंड्रॉइड में इंटरेस्ट है। लेकिन मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि वो स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं कॉटलिन से, क्योंकि बेस उनका वहाँ पे बेस ही बन रहा है। वो प्रैक्टिकल इम्प्लीमेंटेशंस अभी तक नहीं है इंडिया में, तो मैंने नहीं देखी, टू बी ऑनेस्ट। जो भी कॉलेजेस हैं वो लोग जावा भी आपको सिर्फ जो बुकिश नॉलेज है वो दे रहे हैं, लेकिन एटलीस्ट यू गेट टू नो कि क्या वेरिएबल्स हैं, कहाँ पे मेथड्स कैसे डिक्लेयर करने हैं, ये सब चीज़ें। एंड वो चीज़ें आपकी कॉटलिन में भी ऐसे ही हेल्प करेंगी। तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि आपको जावा से स्टार्ट करके करना चाहिए मतलब आप कॉटलिन से सीधा जा सकते हो, क्योंकि आपको अब बेसिक पता चल चुका है। कॉलेज यही करते
नहीं,
हैं।
I think
I agree. I
अर्नब
agree
भैया क्या बोल
actually.
रहे थे? अर्नब
मैंने
भैया
बोला
आपका
कि if you enjoy Java, you can and if you are confident with Java, then you can start with Android. It's not mandatory to learn Kotlin first, but yeah, if you already learned Kotlin and if you enjoy with it, you can learn start Android with Kotlin as well.
अन्ना भाई कुछ
yeah, I
बोल रहे थे आप?
think I think that it doesn't matter what language it is, right? Because
Yeah.
like I think everyone in all our colleges, I think they teach Java just because it's an object-oriented programming language. And I
Yeah,
think what is more
exactly.
important is that is the object-oriented principles and the object-oriented concepts. And once you get to know that, then I think Java, Kotlin, Dart, any JavaScript, everything becomes the same. It's a level playing field after that. So once I think if I would suggest that first get your concepts right, then everything else is just syntax. मतलब वो Matrix में Neo वाली feeling आएगी कि everything you can read everything then.
अन्ना भाई कुछ बोल रहे थे?
Completely
हाँ,
agree.
अर्नब भाई।
तो एक्चुअली काफी सिमिलर पॉइंट टू व्हाट दर्शन वाज सेइंग कि वही है, मतलब एक्चुअली एंड्रॉइड वगैरह स्टार्ट करने से पहले आई हैड ऑलरेडी वर्कड विद 3-4 प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेजेस, तो आई हैड गॉन ओवर दैट स्टेज इन लाइफ वेयर प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज सीखने का जो नोवेल्टी है ना वो वेयर ऑफ हो जाता है, एंड देन यू रियलाइज कि जस्ट सी द एनालॉजी कि अच्छा ठीक है इसमें फंक्शन को fun लिखते हैं, fn लिखते हैं, कहीं पे func लिखते हैं, मतलब द चेंज इन द सिंटैक्स बिकम्स वेरी इजी टू ट्रैवर्स। पर वो लिटरेरी लैंग्वेजेस में भी सेम होता है कि आपको अपना एक्सप्रेशन जो है वो आपको एक्सप्रेस करना है, कोई आइडिया एक्सप्रेस करना है, वो एक पार्ट होता है, और उस लैंग्वेज में वर्ड्स कौन से यूज होते हैं, ग्रामर क्या यूज होता है, वो एक सेपरेट पार्ट होता है। दैट्स जनरली मच इजियर टू लर्न। वो दोनों चीजें पहली बार हम सीखते हैं, दोनों चीजें एक साथ सीखते हैं। मतलब हम टोकन्स क्या है, कहाँ सेमीकोलन डालना है, वो उसका भी ध्यान रखना पड़ रहा है, और साथ में ये भी लॉजिक को भी ध्यान रखना पड़ रहा है। बट 2-3 लैंग्वेजेस के बाद वो फिर उतना मैटर नहीं करता। ऑल्सो अनदर थिंग वाज कि मतलब एक्चुअली फर्स्ट वाले क्वेश्चन के राउंड के बीच में मैं थोड़ा ड्रॉप ऑफ हो गया था, तो
कट गया था।
कोई नहीं।
वहाँ पे आई एक्चुअली डिड नॉट स्टार्ट ऑफ विद जावा एट ऑल। मतलब ये कई लोग बोल रहे थे कि जावा आता है तो इसलिए एंड्रॉइड ही कर रहे थे, तो आई न्यू ओनली लाइक सी प्लस प्लस, पाइथन एटसेट्रा, इस टाइप के लैंग्वेजेस। जावा का आइडिया नहीं था। तो एंड्रॉइड के एप्स वगैरह जब बनाने लगा तो बहुत चीजें नहीं पता थी। मतलब ना ऐसे @ क्यों लिखते हैं, लिखना होता है, सजाते हैं, ऐसे लिखना होता है। मतलब पर्पस क्या होता है, कुछ होता होगा पर्पस, ठीक है, ऐसे लिख देते हैं इसको, कोई बात नहीं। इंटरफेस भी नहीं समझ आया पहली बार जब इंटरफेस लिखा होगा। मतलब मैंने काफी कॉम्प्लेक्स ऐप बनाए होंगे लाइफ में विदाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग इंटरफेस का क्या मतलब होता है। ऑन क्लिक लिसनर, तो उसमें ऑन क्लिक लिसनर को इम्प्लीमेंट करना होता है, तो अंदर इसको कंट्रोल क्लिक करके देखो तो दिखने में वो इंटरफेस होता है, ये क्लास होता है। तो इतना समझ नहीं था कि मतलब इंटरफेस के साथ न्यू यूज कर रहे हैं, क्लास के साथ न्यू यूज कर रहे हैं, फर्क क्या पड़ता है, ऑल दैट स्टफ। तो वो सब सिमेंटिक्स बाद में सीखे हैं, उससे पहले एक्चुअली काफी कॉम्प्लेक्स है। मैंने ऐप बनाया, मतलब इन टुडेज टर्म्स यू वुड थिंक कि अच्छा ये तो काफी कॉम्प्लेक्स ऐप है। मतलब दैट ऐप यूज्ड टू डाउनलोड कस्टम कर्नल, आपके डिवाइस के अंदर वो करता था, सिस्टम पार्टीशन को मतलब वो राइटेबल माउंट करता था, फिर कर्नल को राइट कर देता था उसके अंदर और डिवाइस को रिबूट कर देता था। इस टाइप की ऐप थी। तो उस ऐप का अभी मैं सोर्स कोड दिखाता हूँ अपने स्टूडेंट जब पढ़ाता हूँ तो मैं दिखाता हूँ। तो उसमें क्या है, एक सिंगल एक्टिविटी फाइल है, पूरी ऐप एक सिंगल एक्टिविटी फाइल है। ऑब्वियसली मतलब आज तब के जमाने का वही आर्किटेक्चर होता था, गॉड एक्टिविटी। और उसके अंदर गिटहब पे जो स्टैट्स दिखाते हैं ना कि लैंग्वेज के जो स्टैट्स हैं, तो उस ऐप में 50% ज्यादा शेल है स्टैट्स में। क्योंकि मतलब अब एक ड्राइव को कैसे माउंट करते हैं, रीड राइट process.cmd स्टार्ट करके शेल में लिख दिया मैंने, तो सारा चीज। और थोड़े सेफगार्ड भी कम होते थे तब एंड्रॉइड में, आजकल तो स्टोरेज फ्रेमवर्क के बिना आगे बढ़ नहीं सकते। बट तो जावा नहीं लिखना था तो क्या करें, हर चीज process.cmd करके अंदर शेल पेल लो, क्योंकि शेल में लिखना आता है मेरे को। लिनक्स बहुत अच्छे से आता है, बचपन से लिनक्स कर रहा था, तो वो सब चीजें आता था, तो ऐसे ऐप बनाया था। वो तो काफी लेटर ऑन जाके। और बाय द वे रिसोर्सेज की बात करें तो वन रिसोर्स आई थिंक नोबडी मेंशन्ड, भोगेला के बहुत अच्छे ब्लॉग्स होते थे। तो आजकल माइंड डॉक्स हैज बिकम मोर पॉपुलर, तो भोगेला उतना ज्यादा शायद पॉपुलर नहीं है। बट मेरे को वो ये वीडियोस मेरे को नहीं पल्ले पड़ते बिल्कुल ही। मतलब वीडियो से कुछ नहीं सीख पाता हूँ, वीडियो में 2 मिनट ज्यादा देख नहीं पाता हूँ।
ये भी
तो
बनाने
न्यू
वाले हैं
वॉच
वैसे, बाय द वे, जस्ट मैं मेंशन करना चाह रहा हूँ, ये भी वीडियोस
कैसी?
बनाते हैं।
नहीं,
हाँ
ये
हाँ, ये तो कल अटप भैया बोले ही थे
ये
कि next videos,
अर्नव जैसे डेवलपर्स की वजह से ना ये लोग एंड्रॉइड में परमिशंस लेके आए।
एग्जैक्टली।
तो
फिर भी मेरे को
एक्चुअली एंड्रॉइड में
अर्नव,
इनफैक्ट डेवलपमेंट
हाँ
वगैरह
करो
स्टार्ट करने से पहले आई वर्कड ऑन समथिंग। मैंने एक रूट किट एक्सप्लॉइट था, रेज अगेंस्ट द केज करके, बड़ा पॉलिश डेवलपर था, पोलैंड का कोई बंदा था, तो उसने बनाया था। बड़ा मस्त चीज था कि आपने बहुत फटाफट एक फॉर लूप, मतलब इनफाइनाइट वैल्यू बना के बहुत फटाफट न्यू प्रोसेस फॉर करते रहो। तो 2 to the power 128 नंबर ऑफ प्रोसेस हो जाने के बाद नेक्स्ट जो प्रोसेस बनता था उसका प्रोसेस आईडी 0 हो जाता था। प्रोसेस आईडी 0 को ना रूट परमिशन होता था, तो ऐसे करके डिवाइस रूट हो जाता था। तो ये बहुत सिंपल सिक्योरिटी एक्सप्लॉइट होते थे तब के जमाने। अब तो बहुत ज्यादा प्रोटेक्शन हो गया एंड्रॉइड के अंदर, तो
इसीलिए प्रोटेक्शन हो गया है।
तो ये सब चीजें पहले करता था। ऐप तो बाद में बनी है उसके बाद। तो ऐप बल्कि पहले बनाया था क्योंकि कॉलेज में सीनियर ने पकड़ के बोला, यार तू एंड्रॉइड पे काम करता है? मैं बोला हाँ मैं करता हूँ। तो उन्होंने बोला ऐप बना देगा। मैंने कहा यार ऐप तो नहीं बनाना आता मेरे को। कहते तू फिर करता क्या एंड्रॉइड पे? मैं कहा मैं मतलब ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम के अंदर कोड लिखता हूँ। कहते ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम में कोड लिखता है तो ऐप नहीं बनाना था? झूठ बोल रहा है। मतलब सीनियर ने पकड़ के झाड़ा मेरे को, कहता है कि हमारा फेस्ट है उसका ऐप बनाना पड़ेगा। तो मैं कहा अच्छा ठीक है, बोल रहा है तो बनाना पड़ेगा। तो फिर मैंने सीखा कि अच्छा ऐप कैसे बनाते हैं।
मैंने भी पहला ऐप फेस्ट का ही बनाया था, वो भी बहुत
मेरा
दबाव था,
भी फर्स्ट ऐप
काफी
कॉलेज
प्रेशर था।
फेस्ट का ही था।
बट स्टिल मेरे को ना एक बहुत रिस्पेक्ट है ऐसे डेवलपर्स के लिए, अर्नव टाइप के, जो उंगली करते थे एंड्रॉयड में और कुछ बढ़िया मतलब लोगों के लिए आसान लाइफ बनाते थे। मज़ा बहुत आता था उस टाइम पे। कुछ डेवलपर से मुझे ज़्यादा नफरत उस टाइप की होती है कि भजन की ऐप बना दी, ठीक है, एक ऐप के अंदर एक भजन है, फिर उसी की दूसरी ऐप है, ठीक है, उसके अंदर दूसरा भजन है, ठीक है, ऐसी 10 ऐप हैं जिसके अंदर 10 अलग भजन है। मैंने
यार
बोला भाई क्या है?
पवन को ये नहीं पता कि मैं ही दोनों टाइप का डेवलपर हूँ। मैंने एक साई बाबा का लाइव वॉलपेपर का ऐप बनाया था, बहुत पैसे कमाए थे ऑल्ट अकाउंट से। तो साई बाबा का लाइव वॉलपेपर था, उसमें वो होम स्क्रीन पे लेफ्ट और राइट जब भी स्वाइप करो तो साईं बाबा के हाथ में से सिक्का निकलता था एक,
अरे एक ऐड आती थी।
और ये $1 की ऐप थी और 10-20 हजार लोगों ने खरीदा।
अच्छा
सही है यार, मतलब अर्णव का क्या है, पैसा कमाने का जुनून ना बचपन से ही था कि
बचपन
बहुत
से ही
तगड़ा
था।
पैसा पेलना है, कहीं से तो आए, तो ऐड लगाओ चाहे जो लगाओ, और पैसा आना चाहिए। पर
अरे
अच्छा
मैंने
यार,
देखा कि
मतलब
लाइव वॉलपेपर ऐसे ही होते थे, मतलब भजन कीर्तन हो रहा है और एक $2-2 के, और उसके 1-1 लाख 2-2 लाख डाउनलोड। तो मेरे को
अभी भी ऐसे ही
तरीके
है।
के एंड्रॉइड ऐप बनाने आते नहीं थे, ये जैसे अभी लोग बता रहे थे ना कोई ड्रॉप बॉक्स का क्लोन वोन बना दिया, मेरे को इतनी नॉलेज थी नहीं। मैं कहा भाई मेरी जितनी नॉलेज है उतने में मैं वॉलपेपर में जिप तो चिपका ही सकता हूँ, ये इतना तो आता है मेरे को।
कितना पैसा कमाया आपने उससे, ये भी बता दो चलो।
अरे कॉलेज में एडमिशन के बाद पापा से कोई पैसे नहीं लिए, फ्लैट खुद के पैसों से, कॉलेज खुद के पैसों से, उसके पीछे
ये
देखना ही नहीं।
देखो,
एक बार लोगों का काटना आ जाए उसके बाद लाइफ में पीछे नहीं देखना।
साईं बाबा की कृपा
साईं
बरसती
बाबा।
गई इन पे, और इन्होंने पैसे छापते गए। वेरी नाइस यार।
हाँ,
और
कमेंट
और
में
और
एक
कोई,
आया है, एक और रिसोर्स तब के जमाने में बहुत फेमस था, एंड्रॉइड हाई।
हाँ एंड्रॉइड हाइव भी अच्छा था, मैंने
वो
यूज
बहुत
किया है
अच्छा था,
एंड्रॉइड।
रवि तमादा।
एंड्रॉइड हाइव का एक ट्यूटोरियल था म्यूजिक प्लेयर का, सब वही देख के बनाते थे
हाँ
म्यूजिक प्लेयर। ठीक है,
एग्जैक्टली,
जितने लोग
एक्सेप्ट
मैंने
पूरा
देखे
उधर से कॉपी पेस्ट था।
गिटहब पे ओपन सोर्स प्रोजेक्ट, जितने भी म्यूजिक प्लेयर के थे सब वही बनाते थे। मैंने भी
हाँ
पहला उसी से बनाया था कि हाँ चलो ठीक है, ये अच्छा लग रहा है, इससे
उसको
म्यूजिक प्लेयर
उडासिटी
बनाते
के
हैं।
वेदर ऐप ने रिप्लेस कर दिया।
हाँ। म्यूजिक प्लेयर का भी एक्चुअली ना बहुत टशन था, तो मेरे को भी बहुत शौक था। म्यूजिक प्लेयर में बहुत पैसा मिलता था, ऐड लगा दो म्यूजिक प्लेयर में, बढ़िया से उसका यूजर इंटरफेस बना दो, और बहुत चलती थी, डाउनलोड्स बहुत होते थे। तो मेरा एक दोस्त था, उसने बनाया, तो उसको कुछ तो 20-30 लाख रुपए कमा गया वो। मैं बोला यार ये तो अपने को भी करना है। उस टाइम पे स्ट्रीमिंग का एज सच कोई इतना बड़ा कोई था नहीं, मतलब ये गाना
सॉन्ग्स
वाना
डॉट
ये
पीके
सब।
का जमाना था तब वो।
हाँ songs.pk का था, सारे गाने ही उसी के होते थे ना, वो अपने जो थंबनेल में songs.pk ही होता था। इनफैक्ट मैं आपको बताता हूँ, पहला म्यूजिक प्लेयर जब मैंने बनाया था ना, तो मैंने बाय डिफॉल्ट उसका थंबनेल, मेरे को थंबनेल निकालना नहीं आ रहा था गाने से, तो मैंने उसका बाय डिफॉल्ट songs.pk का थंबनेल लगा दिया था कि जो भी गाना बजेगा थंबनेल वही आएगा। तो वो आधे गानों में चल भी जाता था।
अरे सॉन्ग्स डॉट पीके जहाँ था वहाँ स्पॉटिफाई कोई नहीं पहुंच पाएगा कभी।
कभी नहीं। खूब ऐड पे लिया उन्होंने भी, आप जैसे पैसा
हाँ,
छापा होगा
राइट
बहुत।
डाउनलोड नाउ का 4 बटन है, फिक्स करो कौन से से डाउनलोड करना है,
गेस करना पड़ता था उसमें, वो
गेस करना पड़ता था, राइट।
पर कलेक्शन उनका बहुत जबरदस्त था, सारे गाने मिल जाते थे। चलो हम
अरे
लोग
मेरे
भड़क
दोस्त ने
सकते हैं।
songs.pk का डाउनलोडर बनाया था, उसी में बहुत पैसे कमाए उसने। 3 बार गूगल अकाउंट बनाया, अलग अलग डाला, एक हफ्ते में गूगल ने उड़ा दिया उसका, फिर उसने फिर डाला, फिर गूगल ने उड़ा दिया।
और कोई मतलब जो रिसोर्स वगैरह कुछ बताना चाहता है एंड्रॉइड का? भाई की लाइट चली गई है हिमांशु की, तो बाकी कोई अपना कुछ शेयर करना चाहे ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस, नहीं तो फिर हम फोमो वाले टॉपिक पे दोबारा आते हैं।
आई थिंक एक चीज़ है, developer.android.com किसने पढ़ा है अपने करियर में? आई थिंक एक बार देखा होगा आपने, 2 बार देखा होगा, उसके बाद यू हैव नेवर टच्ड इट, करेक्ट? क्योंकि वो इतना फ्लोट होता रहा एंड इट डिड नॉट शो रियल वर्ल्ड एग्जाम। उसके कारण एंड्रॉइड हाइव, यूट्यूब और ये सब एक्चुअली मार्केटिंग बना, राइट? It created a trend for everyone to start looking at other alternatives. I think मुझे इतना याद नहीं है, I think my memory serves me right, I think it is आर्टिकल्स पढ़ते थे, थोड़ा बहुत वीडियो देखते थे, थोड़ा बहुत ये करते थे, राइट? आपने जो बोला ना म्यूजिक वाला, वो आई थिंक इवन नोटिफिकेशन, राइट? वेरी नीच टॉपिक। आज तक लोग कभी भी वो पुराना आर्टिकल, वो 2012 या 11 का कुछ होगा, आज भी वो गूगल सर्च पे 3rd या 4th रैंक पे मिलेगा, नहीं? बिकॉज इतने व्यूज है ना। आई थिंक इट इज आज के ज़माने पे इफ यू आर लुकिंग फॉर रिसोर्सेज टुडे, आई थिंक बहुत जगह है, लाइक रे वेंडोलिच है, देन देयर इज दिस कैस्टर जो अब मर गया, बट फिर भी देयर इज गुड कंटेंट देयर। आई थिंक इंडिविजुअली जो लोग कर रहे हैं, जैसे अनव, पवन, आप लोग जो कर रहे हो, आई थिंक दैट इज आल्सो स्केलिंग अप, राइट? लोगों को कंटेंट दिख रहा है, लोगों को ज़रूरत है,
बट जो कास्टर बंद हुआ तो आई फेल्ट वेरी बैड। मैं डॉन के साथ बात किया एक दिन, मैंने उसको ट्वीट किया, फिर उसके साथ कॉल पे बात किया 1 घंटा बैठ के, तो ही वाज सेइंग मतलब क्या कहते हैं, स्केल वेल नहीं हो पाया, बट कास्टर वाज अ वेरी गुड रिसोर्स, मतलब मेरे को तो बहुत
exactly when Don first shared in the internal Slack channel, right? that hey, I will be like we'll be closing down Tester, and if you want to move your courses back to YouTube or anywhere, feel free to. It was a shock to us all, right? Yeah.
वैसे
इसका
प्रॉफिटेबल
रीजन
एजुकेशन
क्या
बिजनेस
लगता
रन
है?
करने के पीछे मतलब सी प्रॉफिटेबल एजुकेशन बिजनेस रन करने के पीछे इट्स नॉट नेवर इजी एट द एंड ऑफ द डे मतलब
Agreed.
ये आई मीन थोड़ा वही है कि एस्ट्रे चला जाएगा टॉपिक से बट दिस वो है कि आप तो कोर्स बेचते हो काइंड ऑफ थिंग लिंक्डइन पे आई गेट लॉट ऑफ कमेंट्स आल्सो ऑन दैट बट वही है कि लाइक इफ यू वांट मतलब पीपल हु आर sort of up there in the industry उनका आप टाइम निकाल के आप गुड क्वालिटी कंटेंट बनाओगे एंड देन इफ इट इज नॉट सपोज टू बी वेंचर फंडेड क्योंकि वेंचर फंडेड है तो आप एडवर्टाइजमेंट वगैरह रन करके फिर आप लॉन्ग टर्म वैल्यू जनरेट कर सकते हो यूजर में से मतलब अन अकेडमी काइंड ऑफ चीजें वो कुछ ना कुछ पैसे निकाल लेंगे लॉन्गर टर्म पे ठीक है वो एक यूट्यूब चैनल बनाने के पीछे $10 मिलियन खर्चा कर सकते हैं फिर यूट्यूब चैनल पे 10 मिलियन यूजर आ जाएंगे सब्सक्राइबर आ जाएंगे तो वो 10 मिलियन पैसे निकल आते हैं बाद में बट वेन यू आर डूइंग इट इन अ बूटस्ट्रैप प्रॉफिटेबल वे तो उतना आसान होता नहीं है और एजुकेशन के पीछे खर्चा होता है विच इज नॉट वेरी अपैरेंट टू पीपल मतलब लोग ऐसे सोचते हैं कि स्टेटअप लोग अगर कंजम्पशन वाला प्राइस कंपेयर करेंगे अच्छा यूडेमी पे 300 रुपए कोर्स है यहाँ पे आपका कोर्स 30,000 का है तो वो सब चीजें दोज आर वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम यू नो हाउ थिंग्स वर्क बट स्ट्रक्चर्ड कंटेंट मतलब वही है कि सस्टेन करना मुश्किल होता है वो तो मैंने देखा है एंड देयर आर लॉट ऑफ अदर सच रिसोर्सेज एज वेल कास्टर की तरह जो कि आए हैं चले भी गए हैं
सही बात है इनफैक्ट इसमें बहुत बड़ा दोष पीयूष जैसे लोगों का है तो सारा कंटेंट तो टोरेंट से डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं ठीक है तो जो लोग हैं जो बेचारे बना रहे बेचारे कहाँ जाएं तो ऐसा नहीं है इसने किया है मैंने भी किया सबने किया होगा आई गेस सबने स्टार्टिंग में सबने किया है एंड ये जब तक रियलाइज नहीं होता जब तक आप नहीं करते ऐसा कुछ काम जैसे मुझे याद है मैं पहले एप्स वगैरह जब पेड होती थी तो नहीं डाउनलोड करता था मैं बोलता ढूंढ लेते हैं कहीं से मिल ही जाएगा कुछ ना कुछ तो नहीं तो दोस्त शेयर कर देते थे क्योंकि एपीके तो शेयर हो जाती थी और उस टाइम पे एक चीज चलती थी लकी पैचर ठीक है अगर कुछ नहीं चल रहा है ठीक है तो लकी पैचर डालो ठीक है पैच करो और उस टाइम पे मोस्टली परमिशंस पैच कर देता था वो ऐड वैड होती थी उसको ही पैच कर देता था हटा देता था तो जब मैंने अपना ऐप बनाया ना मैंने उसको कर दिया पेड और भाई वो देखा तो उस पर 70,000 डाउनलोड से ऐसा एनालिटिक्स बोल रहा है लेकिन प्ले स्टोर पे सिर्फ 70 होगा मतलब 70 भी नहीं होगा कम ही होगा ठीक है वैसे उस पर 70,000 है ठीक है तो मैंने बोला यार ये हो क्या रहा है आखिर तो देखा तो सर्च करा ऐप को तो लिस्ट ऐसे आ रही है कि ऐप डाउनलोड एपीके मैंने बोला भाई ये क्या हो गया मैं मेरा इतना बड़ा क्यों काटा तुम लोगों ने मतलब भाई ठीक है पैसा नहीं देता मैं
ब्रेन एप्टियोड मतलब बहुत सारे साइट है ये
हाँ तो मुझे रियलाइज हुआ उस दिन की यार नहीं यार मतलब अपन भी ना मैं जैसे उस टाइम के बाद से एप्स वगैरह छोटी भी एप्स खरीदनी होती है वो मैं पैसे देके खरीद लेता हूँ मैंने फाइनल कट प्रो नहीं खरीदा था बस मैं बोला यार इनको नहीं दूंगा पैसा ये 25,000 रुपए का मुझे चूना लगा रहे हैं ठीक है इनको नहीं दूंगा पैसा बाकी ये मैं कह रहा हूँ एप्पल को बुरा लगे अच्छा लगे ऐसे भी उनको फर्क नहीं पड़ता पर अपन ने उसके पैसे नहीं दिए बाकी अपन ने सब चीज के पैसे दिए इसके बाद तो जैसा अर्णव ने बोला क्योंकि आप जब एडवर्टीजमेंट नहीं करते कोई भी प्रोडक्ट आप ऐसा बनाते हो तो उसको स्केल करना बहुत मुश्किल है क्योंकि आप पूरा ऑडियंस पे डिपेंडेंट हो आप पूरी जनता पे डिपेंडेंट हो उसके बाद भी जब जनता देखती है कि यार यूट्यूब पे वीडियो डल ही रहा है या यहाँ डल रहा है सीखता कोई नहीं है ठीक है बट उनको रहता है कि फ्री में तो अवेलेबल है तो हम क्यों पैसे दें कहीं पे जाके और कुछ नहीं होगा तो यूडमी जिंदाबाद है ही कि वहाँ जाएंगे वहाँ ऑफर तो चलेगा ही 300 वाला किसी दिन ठीक है तो या तो 300 रुपये दे देंगे
हर दिन
उनका डेली चलता ही है कुछ ना कुछ तो ये तो है एक चीज बिवेयर लोकेशन चेंज हो सकती है
कल अर्णव भैया के साथ हुआ
मैं अभी एप्पल की बुराई करी गूगल की नहीं करी अभी तक
हाँ अभी नहीं करी है यहाँ गूगल छोड़ो मेन मुद्दे पे आते हैं अच्छा एक और चीज है ऐसा है ना फोमो का एक और रीजन है सारे जितने भी जो यंगस्टर होते हैं ना उनको लगता है कि जितने भी एंड्रॉइड ऐप डेवलपर्स हैं ना इनको पूरी एंड्रॉइड आती है तो ये मिथ थोड़ा सा हटाते हैं ठीक है और सब अपना अपना बताओ भाई कि क्या आपको पूरी एंड्रॉइड में हर चीज आती है क्या मेरे को तो जैसे
मतलब मैंने आज तक एक भी बंदे को नहीं देखा है जिसका एंड्रॉइड में सब कुछ आता है
चैट को भी नहीं आता जैक वॉर्टन को भी नहीं आता
जैक को मैंने सामने से नहीं देखा ना जैक को बस ट्विटर पे देखा है और टॉक्स पे वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग देखा है, सामने से थोड़ी ना देखा है।
हाँ सही
मैंने
बात है।
आज तक ऐसे कोई बंदे को सामने से नहीं देखा जिसको एंड्रॉइड में सब कुछ आता है।
यार
नहीं,
इट्स
मैंने
नॉट
मैंने जे
अबाउट
मैंने जेक को
एंड्रॉइड
सामने से
में
देखा है, और आई
साथ
थिंक मैं भी किसी से मिला नहीं हूँ जिसको सब मिला।
निहारिका कुछ अलग व्यू है, हम वो सुनेंगे, आप लोग शांत रह सकते हैं।
नहीं ये सिर्फ एंड्रॉइड के साथ नहीं है, ये आई गेस सब डोमेन सब लैंग्वेजेस के साथ है। मतलब ये मतलब यू कांट कॉपी विद एवरीथिंग, क्योंकि
नहीं
हम अपने
एक्चुअली
यूज केसेस के अकॉर्डिंग करते हैं चीज़ें, हमें किस चीज़ की
हाँ
ज़रूरत है
Agreed.
अभी, या हम उसे कंपेयर कर रहे होते हैं। तो ज़रूरी नहीं है, मतलब अगर आपके साथ एक, अगर हम एंड्रॉइड की बात कर रही हूँ, सभी डिपेंडेंसी इंजेक्शन फ्रेमवर्क्स आ रहे हैं, तो आप एक बेसिक आपको पता है कैसे काम चीज़ें कर रही हैं, लेकिन आप एक ही चीज़ को जान पाओगे एक टाइम, किसी और को कुछ और आता होगा, तो ये हमेशा रहेगा। तो मुझे नहीं लगता एंड्रॉइड में सभी डोमेन सभी लैंग्वेजेस के साथ रहेगी।
सही बात
थोड़ा
है।
आज का
मतलब
एजुकेशन इंडस्ट्री थोड़ा टू ब्लेम है, मैं कहूंगा इसमें। आई विल से दैट बिकॉज देयर आर लॉट ऑफ एडवर्टीजमेंट्स यू विल सी, मतलब स्पेशली इंस्टाग्राम पे आते हैं एडवर्टीजमेंट की पूरा नोट जे सिखा देंगे एक हफ्ते के अंदर।
हाँ
आपका
तो
वाले की बात तो नहीं कर रहे, वो जो
हाँ
आप लोग चला रहे हो।
तो ऐसी चीजें देखने से
एजुकेशन
बिगिनर्स को कई टाइम लगता है कि ऐसा हो जाएगा, शायद हफ्ते में
ऐसा
सीख
हो
जाएंगे।
जाएगा, करेक्ट।
yeah,
हिमांशु
you
भाई
were,
कुछ
you
बोल
were
रहे
saying
नहीं
something.
हाँ,
नहीं, और
बहुत
अगर सब
लेंथी
सीख
प्रोसेस है कि जो एक इशू क्रिएट करता है फॉर पीपल टू हैव दिस फोमो, बिकॉज स्कूल में होता है कि एक लाइक लिमिटेड सेट ऑफ आपका सिलेबस होता है जो आप करते हो, जिससे आपका कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है। बट जब आप कोर्सेज देखते हो, वो हर इंसान कोर्स अपनी एक्सपीरियंस से बनाता है। जैसे अगर मैं कोड लिखता हूँ तो मेरा एमवीपीएम ही होगा मोस्टली आर्किटेक्चर में, बट ऐसी बहुत कंपनीज है जो एमवीपी अभी भी चला रही है, दैट वर्क्स फाइन। बट अगर
Yeah.
मैं कोर्स बनाऊंगा तो हमेशा टारगेटेड एमवीपीएम होगा। सिमिलरली कोई और कोर्स बनाएगा वो एमवीपी पे होगा। बट एक नया लड़का या नई लड़की जो कोड सीखने जा रही है, उसके लिए ये कन्फ्यूजन है कि कौन सी सही चीज़ है सीखने के लिए, एंड वहाँ पे उसको कन्फ्यूजन होगा कि इधर दिस इज अ कंप्लीट कोर्स और दिस इज अ कंप्लीट कोर्स। लेकिन अगर दोनों के बैनर्स देखोगे वो ये होगा 0 to 1 या 0 to हीरो बन जाओ पूरे कोर्स सीख के। बट वो डेडिकेशन, वो आपको पॉइंट ये नहीं बताता कि शायद इसके अलावा भी एक दुनिया है जो आपको खुद से भी सीखनी है। ये मैं आपको बता दे रहा हूँ जो आप सीख सकते हो, बट इसके बाद क्या करना है वो भी देखो। वो चीज़ कभी भी कोर्सेज के एंड में नहीं बताता वो, क्योंकि आप अगर नोटिस
नहीं यार,
करोगे तो लास्ट में सारे
दर्शन आप
क्वेश्चन
कुछ
ही
बोल रहे
आंसर
थे।
देते हैं वेयर टू गो फ्रॉम हियर में अपना दूसरे कोर्स का लिंक डाल देंगे, बट ये नहीं बोलेंगे कि तुम्हें और भी कुछ सीख सकते हो यहाँ से, मे बी
पैसा वो भैया,
डॉक्यूमेंट या कुछ और।
वो पैसा, उनको
I
अपना व्यूज
I
करना है,
I
व्यूज बढ़ाना है।
no, I agree with Himanshu, but like let's say hypothetically, one like if you are able to learn everything right in Android, तो कल कुछ गूगल नया निकाल लेगा, तो it's a new process all over again then. So like I think by the time you learn something, there is so like for example, I have not been into app development for the past 4 years. Okay, I have जब मैं लास्ट ऐप डेवलपमेंट कर रहा था तब कंस्ट्रेंट लेआउट आया था, ठीक है, एंड अभी जेटपैक कंपोज
खैर
आ
अभी
गया
भी
है,
वो नई चीज है,
ठीक है,
अभी भी वो नई चीज है।
हाँ,
मतलब
एग्जैक्टली
लॉट ऑफ
कंस्ट्रेंट लेआउट भी
कोर्सेज वुड
अभी
स्टिल से
नई चीज है।
न्यू थिंग्स के अंदर कंस्ट्रेंट लेआउट को लिखते हैं अभी भी।
Agreed.
हाँ
So for the first 2 years, I was like, यार, I'm missing out on all the amazing stuff which is happening in the app development world. उसके बाद I was like, नहीं मतलब like by the time if I start like अगर मैं constraint layout सीखना जब तक चालू किया तब तक RX Java आ गया, RX Java थोड़ा चालू किया तब तक coroutines आ गए, coroutines चालू किया तब flows आ गए, तो ऐसा करते करते I was like, यार ये तो नहीं हो पाएगा मुझसे। then what I did was I did reverse FOMO. So I was like, लोगों को SDK डेवलपमेंट नहीं आता तो उस पे टॉक देते फिर।
क्या बात है, ये अच्छा है, मतलब
बट
ये अच्छा
दर्शन,
एक आपने
एक
चीज बोला।
क्वेश्चन है दर्शन के लिए। So what will be your advice to all the library devs ki how to cope up with this, because you can't learn new technology, you can't simply use new tool. अगर कल जाके गूगल ने कुछ अनाउंस कर दिया, यू कैन जस्ट यूज इन SDK, राइट? तो वो चीज़ कैसे हैंडल करोगे एज अ लाइब्रेरी डेव, कैसे मतलब कोप अप करोगे?
Yeah, so I think if you want to just learn on your own, so then side projects is the way. If you, okay, I'll just give this very like the most relevant example which I have is when Android X came out, right? We could not migrate to Android X for the longest time because our clients were like, "Okay, nahin, we had to support both, right? And if we migrated it to Android X, that means we had to support two repositories. So at like we delayed it till the very end जब तक like finally Google ने बोला कि अब तो तुम्हें करना ही होगा वरना we will not allow your libraries to go inside apps. Okay, so that's when we did it. So, but obviously, on the side, I was, fidgeting with it, making POCs and stuff like that. So when I had to do it, it was a little easy to do it. So if you're a library developer and if you think you're missing out on stuff, the only way you can learn is by making side projects on it. I have like some tons of it, which जो मतलब मैंने GitHub पे भी नहीं डाला क्योंकि I've just left it halfway. Like ऐसा मेरे laptop पे ही पड़े वो projects. So that's all you can do about it.
I think one more thing would be like open source contribution maybe. Like if you want to try something, let's say, and if there's a project out there, you can try contributing there, and at the same time you can learn things. So that is also option, but correct. Matlab side project is one way, and open source is also another way to catch up with everything.
पवन का लोकेशन चेंज हो ही गया फाइनली लग रहा है.
हाँ, पवन का फाइनली लोकेशन चेंज
कंट्रोवर्सी हो गई.
किसी के बारे में भी गलत नहीं बोलना. मेरे को बोल रहे थे कि पीयूष के वजह से हुआ. तो बोलो फिर इनको कुछ
नहीं. बेसिकली एक कमेंट आया कि पवन भैया relocated, so yeah, he's finally relocated.
He's not here, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's not yet here.
I have an interesting topic. I think we can discuss.
उनका स्ट्रीम टॉरेंट पे चला गया लग रहा है मेरे. पीयूष भाई कुछ बचाओ भाई.
फाइनल कट.
मैं अब बंद कर दिया ना. अब एक्चुअली पता है जैसे तो ये हुआ था. मतलब ये भी मैं खुद रियलाइज नहीं किया. ये कोई एक ऐप है शायद जिससे वो पता चलता है परफॉर्मेंस का. कुछ पता चलता है एप्स का भी, अलग अलग एप्स का. एंड वो शायद पेड है गूगल में, प्ले स्टोर पे. तो मैं जहाँ काम करता था पिछले कंपनी में, वहाँ पे मैं मेरे कलीग के सामने डाउनलोड कर रहा था. अर्णव आप जानते हो शायद, नमन. हाँ, तो नमन भैया मेरे को बोले कि अब तो शर्म कर, अब तो पैसे देके डाउनलोड कर. वो मेरे को बोले कि ये ऐप है. तो मैं डाला प्ले स्टोर पे, देखा शायद कुछ तो फिगर था डाउनलोड का, मतलब अमाउंट था. तो बोला ठीक है, मैं घर जाके इसका कुछ करता हूँ. तो बोलते मैं समझ गया, अब मत कर ये सब, अब डाउनलोड कर, तुम्हारी की वजह से ही पैसे नहीं आते. तो बोला ठीक है, आई विल मेक दिस रूल कि एटलीस्ट एपीके के लिए मैं पैसे दे के करूँगा. कोर्सेज का अभी तक मैं उस फेवर तक नहीं आया.
अभी भी करंट.
हाँ,
अभी भी करंट कोर्सेज के लिए.
मतलब मैं आई वोंट अग्री और डिसएग्री.
affordability plays a long
Neither confirm nor deny.
same product US audience को बेचो तो मतलब वो common saying है ना कि it is easier to make $1 than to make ₹1. तो
right.
वो है.
So basically, I will come back to our discussion on FOMO. So I think मतलब मेरा जितना बाकी एंड्रॉइड डेवलपर्स के साथ इंटरेक्शन है, or at least I do that. So you can't learn everything, and you don't have to learn everything. So what I do is that if I'm really interested in something, right? So I keep myself updated with all the new releases. But I only learn those things if I am interested in that. Or for example, if I need that for some work, right? For example, I learned about 5S ML Kit and Camera X because I needed that at work, and I learned about Compose and because I was really interested into Compose, right? I don't need that for work yet, but I was really into that. So that's why I learned Compose and Camera X and ML Kit. I just learned as much as I need for work. nothing too deep about it as well. So yeah, I think everyone else also does that, or at least my understanding is that. So you don't have to learn everything. So yeah.
यार मैं वापस आ
अरुण
गया हूँ,
भैया आप
सॉरी।
सेम जगह पे कैसे आए वापस?
ये
हाँ,
तो
ये
ठीक
एक
है।
मिस्टरी है।
ये तो कुछ गलत है। ये तो कुछ गलत हो रहा है।
बहुत
मतलब
बेइज्जती हो
आप
सकती थी अगर मैं नीचे आता
खुद का चैनल है तो कुछ भी चलेगा।
नहीं यार, मैं पहले नीचे ही आया था, फिर मेरे को मेरा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी चला गया था, सब कुछ चला गया था, सब बंद हो गया था, तो मैं वापस आया तो कोई कृपा बरसी और साईं बाबा की, और मैं
साईं बाबा, राइट।
यहाँ पे फिर सेम लोकेशन पे आ गया हूँ। तो हाँ,
तो वहाँ
मतलब
टिम कुक ने
मैं
सुन लिया था वो फाइनल कट वाली चीजें, तो वहां से वो
ये
M1
होता
के
है,
अंदर M1 के अंदर वल्नरेबिलिटी है, वो सीधा ट्रिगर हो गया वहां से।
ये हम कल से नोट कर रहे हैं, वैसे जब भी हमने कुछ ऐसा बोला तब कुछ तो हुआ है,
कुछ तो
राइट?
हुआ।
मतलब कोई तो है,
फाइनल कट हो गया ना।
फाइनल कट हो गया। बट हाँ, तो मैं हम लोग क्या क्वेश्चन चेंज कर दिए क्या? क्या अभी भी हमारा वही चल रहा है?
नहीं,
वही
मैंने
चल
अभी
रहा
उस
है, वही
पर
चल रहा है।
बहुत
मतलब
ज्ञान दिया।
तो
कॉमन
मैंने वो
अभी
क्वेश्चन
अभी
क्यों
उस पर
छेड़ा था
बहुत
वो
ज्ञान
बताता
दिया।
हूँ। हाँ ठीक है, तो मैं लास्ट मतलब उसको खत्म करता हूँ उस क्वेश्चन को, बेसिकली कि अपना क्वेश्चन बेसिकली ये था कि क्या था क्वेश्चन, मैं भूल गया।
कि
Homo and
एंड्रॉइड में सब
Android,
कुछ आता है कि नहीं? नहीं,
सबको
कि
सबको सब
एंड्रॉइड में
कुछ
सब
आता है
कुछ
क्या?
आता है कि
फ्लो में भूल गया यार मैं, सॉरी। तो हाँ, सब कुछ आता है कि नहीं इसके ऊपर, इसलिए मैंने पूछा था क्योंकि ज्यादातर लोग आते हैं ना जो ट्यूटोरियल वगैरह देखने के लिए भी आते हैं, तो उनको लगता है कि सब कुछ सीखना है और इस चक्कर में वो कुछ नहीं सीख पाते हैं। क्योंकि मैं अपना एग्जांपल दूं तो मेरे को गूगल मैप्स इंप्लीमेंट करना नहीं आता था जब तक मुझे जरूरत नहीं पड़ी उसकी। मतलब जब मुझे लगा कि हाँ मुझे अब एक प्रोडक्ट में ऐड करना है किसी ऐप में, तो मैंने सीखा भाई कैसे काम करता है। उससे पहले मेरे को नहीं पता था कि गूगल मैप्स कैसे काम करता है, क्या कर, मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता भाई कि क्यों मैं सीखूंगा गूगल मैप्स कैसे काम करता है जब मेरे को यूज ही नहीं करना है वो। और ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें जो मैं भूल गया हूँ, मतलब सीख के, क्योंकि आप इम्प्लीमेंट किए नहीं कभी उसको, आपने देखा अच्छा अच्छा ऐसे ऐसे होता है और फिर आपने कभी यूज ही नहीं किया उसको। तो रीजन ये था इस टॉपिक को छेड़ने का कि अगर आप ऐसा सोचते हो कि मुझे सब कुछ सीखना है तो गलत है। बेसिक सीखना जरूरी है। इनफैक्ट इंटरव्यूज में भी मेरे ख्याल में ज्यादातर आप कंपनी देखोगे, दे डोंट बॉदर कि आपने मतलब कितना क्या क्या किया है, और आपके बेसिक्स थोड़े क्लियर होने चाहिए। आधे लोगों को यही नहीं पता कि एक्टिविटी की लाइफ साइकिल क्या होती है, तो फिर बहुत मुश्किल है भाई आगे बढ़ना। क्योंकि मेरे से तो मेरा पहला इंटरव्यू हुआ तो उसने मुझे ऐसे पूछ लिया था कि बटन दबाने पे बताओ कौन सी एक्टिविटीज लाइफ साइकिल ट्रिगर होती है। मतलब यार इतना नहीं सोचा मैंने, बटन दब जाता था अपना ऐप चल जाता था, काम खत्म। तो उस टाइम पे इतना पता ही नहीं था, पहला पहला था शुरू शुरू में इंटरव्यू। तो उसने बोला नहीं भाई ऐसा नहीं होगा, तो फिर मैं वापस गया। मैंने बोला यार देखेंगे ढूंढेंगे कहाँ है आखिर ये पूरी कहानी, क्योंकि उस टाइम ये सब नहीं पता था। इनफैक्ट मेरे ख्याल में बिगनर्स को इन सब के बारे में पता भी नहीं होता है कि मतलब व्हाट शुड बी द राइट वे ऑफ लर्निंग, है ना, कि मुझे कैसे सीखना चाहिए। उसके लिए तो एक बटन दबाया और काम हो रहा है तो उसको लगता है कि सब कुछ ठीक है। जैसे कल अर्णव भाई ने एक एग्जांपल दिया था, मैंने एक पीआर डाला और उसमें चीजें चल रही थी, तो मैंने सबमिट कर दिया कि भाई सब सही है, कि भाई हमने तो हमारा चल रहा है, तुम्हारे में दिक्कत है तुम देखो। तो उसने बताया नहीं भाई तुमने ये यूज किया हुआ है, तुमने यहाँ वेरिएबल ऐसे यूज किया हुआ है, मेमोरी लीक हो सकता है ये वो। तो इतनी नॉलेज नहीं होती है। एंड आई थिंक इट्स फाइन इनिशियली जब आप सीख रहे हो तो आप मतलब इट्स ओके टू नॉट नो एवरीथिंग। ठीक है यार, आप मिस्टेक से ही सीखते हो। आप इंटरव्यू में भी एक दो रिजेक्ट हो गए तभी आपको पता चलेगा यार ऐसी चीजें सीखनी होती है। इनफैक्ट मेरे ख्याल में हम में सब ऐसे होंगे जिन्होंने कभी इंटरव्यू दिया होगा, कुछ ऐसी चीज पूछी होगी, उसके बाद चेक करते हैं जाके कि यार ये क्या पूछा था उसने, मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि ये मतलब इसका क्या था, पर्पस क्या है या क्यों यूज होता है। एनीवे, तो अभी कोई क्वेश्चन आ रहा है हमारे पास, कुछ डिस्प्ले हुए थे।
पवन
आदित्य कुछ बोलना चाह रहे हैं?
कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं।
अरे एक छोटा सा पॉइंट, आई थिंक हमें एजुकेशन सिस्टम में सिखाया नहीं जाता हाउ टू आस्क द राइट क्वेश्चन, करेक्ट? लाइक हम कंटेंट कंज्यूम कर लेते हैं बट वी डोंट नो व्हाट टू आस्क। लाइक जैसे इफ आई वॉच योर वीडियो टुडे, आई विल बी शाय टू इवन कमेंट ऑन योर वीडियो, करेक्ट? और इट कुड बी लाइक आपको मैं किसी मीटअप में मिलूंगा, आई विल बी शाय टू कम टू योर ऑफलाइन काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चनर मोमेंट। आई थिंक दैट इज व्हाट इज मिसिंग टुडे। रिसोर्स का जो आपने बहुत पहले एक क्वेश्चन पूछा था स्टार्ट ऑफ द सेशन, आई थिंक even without like or rather having a plethora of these resources, I think the bigger point is people don't know how to ask the right question, and it's as simple as, hey, पूछ लो, क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
सही
They're
बात
not
है।
gods. I mean,
आदित्य के
I
पॉइंट पे
am
मैं
not
ऐड करूंगा, अभी हमने यूट्यूब पे जो स्कैम रन किया था मैंने, जो क्या कहते फिज बस के ऊपर एक स्कैम रन किया था, तो 2 लाख व्यूज आ रखे हैं उस वीडियो पे। तो उसमें मैंने ऐसी मतलब, अब क्या है कि एक सर्टेन नंबर ऑफ फॉलोइंग हो जाने के बाद चौड़ में जाके कोई बकवास कर सकते हो। तो मैंने किया कि
सही बात
मतलब
है।
ऐसे कि इंटरव्यूज में ऐसे फिज बस के लिए पूछते हैं और ऑप्टिमाइज करने के लिए इंक्रीमेंटल मेथड लगाते हैं ये वो, और नीचे मतलब आई थिंक देयर वर अराउंड 2000 कमेंट्स। उसमें से मैंने एक्चुअली पढ़े वो 2000 खुद, क्योंकि वो था एक्सपेरिमेंट, सोशल एक्सपेरिमेंट में किया। 4 या 5 थे जिन्होंने एक्चुअली पूछा कि मतलब इस लेवल की ऑप्टिमाइजेशन करना जरूरी है क्या, कोड तो रीडेबल ही नहीं रह जा रहा है इस पॉइंट पे। किसी ने, कोई सीनियर इंजीनियर गूगल का था, तो उसने लिखा था कि मतलब ये वीडियो तो बकवास है। उसका कमेंट डाउनलोड कर दिया लोगों ने, उसको पेल दिया एकदम पकड़ के कि भाई तू भाग यहाँ से अर्नब भैया के वीडियो पे कैसे बकवास कर रहा है तू, तू भाग यहाँ से।
इंडिया वाला प्यार। अरे वही है ना,
उसने लिखा
स्नैपडील की
कि ऐसे
तरह।
कोड लिखने से, उसने लिखा कि ऐसे कोड लिखने से मैं तो इंटरव्यू में सिलेक्ट ही नहीं करूंगा, ये अनरीडेबल कोड हो गया है और परफॉर्मेंस ऑप्टिमाइज करने के चक्कर में कहां पहुंच गया। तो उसके बाद मैंने एक्सप्लेनेशन वीडियो मैंने खुद डाला है कि भाई देखो, वो 1 महीने पहले वीडियो डाला था, वो स्कैम था। वो लंबा था, थोड़ा एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया मैंने कि ऑप्टिमाइजेशन कहाँ जरूरी है कहाँ नहीं जरूरी है, और ऐसे मतलब पहले तुम्हारी ट्रिवियल सोल्यूशन जो पढ़ने में ठीक लगे वो तो कर रहे हो। उस पे कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं था लोगों को, बट पहले वाला वीडियो था कि मतलब दैट वन क्वेश्चन दैट इज आस्क्ड इन ऑल कंपनीज फिज बस, वो सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन का गलत सा आंसर, और दबा के व्यूज लोग देख रहे हैं उसको, और किसी ने एक्चुअली अच्छा क्वेश्चन पूछा ना, उसको पकड़ के पेल दिया हुआ है कमेंट के अंदर नीचे लोगों ने।
वो लोग वही होते हैं, फिर वो स्नैपडील की जगह स्नैपचैट अनइंस्टॉल मार देते हैं फिर उनको गुस्सा आता। अगर गुस्सा, ये हमारे थोड़ा हमारे भाई बंधु ऐसे हैं, क्या कर सकते हैं। तो एक क्वेश्चन आया बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग सा, कि आप में से कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने एडवर्टीजमेंट से पैसा कमाया। अन्ना भाई को इंक्लूड नहीं कर रहे अभी फिलहाल हम, ठीक है। और उसमें सक्सीड भी हुए हैं। तो सक्सीड मतलब कि अच्छा पैसा कमाया है, तो मैं अच्छा पैसा मान के चल रहा हूँ कि 1-2 लाख रुपए तो कमाए होंगे आप लोगों ने। तो ऐसे कौन कौन है, एक एक करके अगर बताए तो। कोई नहीं है?
मैंने कमाया
लग नहीं रहा मुझे यहाँ
लाइक, बट
हाँ, मंशु ने कमाया।
मैंने ऐप से नहीं कमाया था, ऐप बेच के कमाया था। सो एक ऐप बनाई थी कैमरा की, जो नॉर्मल फोन्स पे भी पोर्ट्रेट मोड क्लिक करता था, ठीक है। तो उसका एसडीके बेच के मैंने कमाए थे 1.5 लाख रुपए।
क्या बात
फ्लिपा
है।
पे बेचा था, कहाँ बेचा था?
नहीं, सो देयर वाज अ दुबई,
वो मेल आया होगा।
मैंने रीच आउट किया था।
हाँ, मेल आया होगा एक कि भाई ऐसा है, आपकी ऐप में बहुत पोटेंशियल है।
करवाया था कनेक्ट दुबई पे।
मेरे पास मेल आता है कि आपकी ऐप में बहुत पोटेंशियल है, इसमें बहुत ही मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये बहुत अच्छी ऐप बन गई है। अब आपके पास 2 ऑप्शन है, या तो हमारा एसडीके इंटीग्रेट कर लो या हमको ये ऐप बेच दो। तो तो मैं बोला भाई मेरे को दोनों में से कुछ नहीं करना है, बड़ी मेहनत से ऐप बनाई थी, उसको चलने दो भाई, चाहे पैसा आए ना आए। बट हाँ, मतलब मैंने भी ऐप बनाया है, एडवर्टीजमेंट लगाया है, पैसा कमाया है। पहली ऐप जो मैंने पैसा कमाया था वो थी म्यूजिक प्लेयर ही, जिससे एडवर्टीजमेंट मैंने बढ़िया पेल के लगाया था। मुझे समझ आ गया था पेड वाला कुछ ने लिया नहीं ना, क्योंकि वो लोगों ने टॉरेंट से डाउनलोड कर लिया। तो मैंने उसमें कुछ और फीचर ऐड करे और उसके 2 वेरिएंट निकाल दिए फिर, वो एक तो फ्री वाला और एक पेड वाला। और पेड वाले के भी ना प्रोमो कोड्स बना दिए मैंने बहुत सारे। पहले एक्चुअली मैं फ्री में ही प्लान कर रहा था। फ्री में क्या हुआ, फ्री में ना जब मैंने फ्री कर दिया तो किसी ने डाउनलोड करना ही छोड़ दिया उसको। तो मैंने बोला जब पेड था तब तो बड़ी जल्दी गए थे डाउनलोड करने, और जब फ्री कर दिया तो अब किसी को इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं है। तो मैं बोला अब लोगों को लाए कैसे, तो फिर मैंने क्या करा, 2-3 फीचर एक्स्ट्रा करके उसको पेड कर दिया। और उसके ना गूगल प्ले स्टोर आपको प्रोमो कोड्स देता था कि आप 500 प्रोमो कोड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हो, ठीक है। तो अपन ने बढ़िया बढ़िया XDA वाले ग्रुप्स पकड़े इधर उधर, ठीक है, और उनमें कूपन डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करने चालू कर दिए, ठीक। तो क्या होता था कि प्ले स्टोर का ना एल्गोरिथम ऐसे काम करता था, अगर आपकी ऐप पे ना एक दिन में 1000 डाउनलोड आ गए या कुछ आ गए, ठीक है, तो आपका ऐप उस कैटेगरी में सबसे टॉप पे चला जाएगा, ट्रेंडिंग पे, ठीक है। तो मैंने वो ट्रिक लगाया और फटाफट आने लग गया फिर। तो मैंने बोला यार ये अच्छा स्टाइल है, इससे तो अपना काम हो जाएगा। तो ऐसी मेरी पहली ऐप तो ऐसे चली थी। इसका मैंने एक फाइल मैनेजर भी बनाया था, उसके भी 2 वर्जन निकाले थे, प्रो और फ्री वाला। तो फ्री में एडवर्टीजमेंट होता था, उससे मैंने इतना कमाया नहीं। फिर उसके बाद अभी जो मेरा करेंटली चल रहा है वो क्लिक टू चैट है। वो एक फीचर बनाया था छोटा सा, उसको ऐसे ही बना दिया, 2 घंटे में बन गया था वो। मतलब रात को बैठा, एकदम से मेरे दिमाग में आया कि अच्छा ऐसी एपीआई वगैरह व्हाट्सएप ने खोल रखी है, इसको यूज करके ऐप बना दो, बड़ा यूज होगा अपने को, तो यूज होगा ही। अपन नंबर सेव करते हैं क्योंकि बेमतलब में किसी दुकान पे जा रहे हैं, उसको पैसा देना है या उसको कुछ करना है, उसको फोटो भेजना है, तो उसका नंबर सेव कर रहे हैं और उसको फिर फोटो मतलब दे रहे हैं, भेज रहे हैं, और उसके बाद वो नंबर पड़ा हुआ है कॉन्टेक्ट में, जिसका कोई यूज नहीं है कभी फ्यूचर में। तो इसलिए वो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा उस टाइम पे, 2017 की बात है। तो मैंने बना दिया, 2-2.5 घंटे लगे होंगे उसको बनाने में। उसके बाद फिर मुझे आइडियाज आते गए, उसमें मैं जोड़ता गया, तो मैं बोला अब इसमें एडवर्टीजमेंट लगा ही देते हैं, क्योंकि वैसे भी किसी को फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है। तो एडवर्टीजमेंट लगा दिए, अच्छा चला और ठीक ठाक पैसा कमा ही लिया अपन ने, 2-3 लाख रुपए तो कमा लिए होंगे। अर्णव भाई ने तो बहुत मोटा कमाया, तो मैं इसलिए उन पे आया नहीं था। अब आ सकता हूँ, अब आप बता सकते हो।
ये मतलब हमने तो काफी अलग अलग स्ट्रीम्स ऑफ रेवेन्यू निकाले हुए हैं, मतलब एड से तो कमाए कमाए हैं। एड का एक याद है, तो मेरे दोस्त है उमेर, तो हम लोग ऐसे कॉलेज में साथ में फ्लैट में रहते थे, तो अपना करते रहते थे एकदम, ये उंगली करने वाले एप्स ना बनाते रहते थे। तो एक तो वो बनाया था, ये टेम्पल रन का जो ओरिजिनल गेम था, तो वो अपने जितने कॉइन्स है ना उसको शेयर्ड प्रेफरेंसेस में स्टोर करता था, और वो मोड प्राइवेट करके नहीं स्टोर करता था। सीखा नहीं होगा उसके डेवलपर ने भी, न्यू वॉशटन की वीडियो से। तो उसका मोड पब्लिक था शेयर्ड प्रेफरेंसेस का। तो हमने ऐप बनाया था जो उस कॉइन्स को बढ़ा देता है जाके। आपने ना कस्टम कॉइन सेट करो टेम्पल रन,
काफी पॉपुलर था ये उस टाइम पे, है ना?
हाँ। अब वो टेम्पल कॉइन चेंजर करके ऐप, अब वो एक बार पॉपुलर हुआ तो फिर उसमें एक अपडेट डाला जिसमें ना ऐप खुलते 15 ऐड खुल जाते हैं। मतलब आप कुछ भी बटन दबाने जाओगे ना, उससे पहले ऐड आ जाएगा आपके उंगली के नीचे एकदम फटाक से। वो एकदम ऐड बॉम्ब था बिल्कुल वो ऐप। वो एक वेबसाइट है ना, वो क्या 1 मिलियन पिक्सल्स करके कुछ वेबसाइट है जिसमें पूरा वेबसाइट ही ऐड है। तो हमारा ऐप एकदम ऐसा था, मतलब एकदम दबा के ऐड था, और उसमें जो ज्यादा सारे बटन ऐसे थे ना उसमें, मतलब वो यूएक्स पैटर्न कहते हैं उसको, लेआउट शिफ्ट कहते हैं लोग। ट्विटर की काफी वो करते हैं, क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं कि सर्च करने जाओ तो सर्च रिजल्ट नीचे शिफ्ट हो जाता है। तो हमने तो मैनुअली लेआउट शिफ्ट डाला था ऐसा कि पहले आता था सबमिट बटन, दिखने के 2 सेकंड बाद सबमिट बटन नीचे खिसकता था, वहां एक ऐड आ जाता था। जैसे ही बंदा दबाने जाएगा ऐड पे दबेगा उंगली।
सही में यार, इनफैक्ट मतलब आज भी लोग बहुत पैसा कमाते हैं एडवर्टीजमेंट से। बाय द वे मैं बताना चाहता हूँ आपको, ऐसी ऐप्स बतेरी मिलेंगी प्ले स्टोर पे, जो मतलब मैं बताता हूँ। एक ऐप, अभी ऐप का देख रहा था मैं, एक बंदा है, उसका नाम मुझे पता भी नहीं है वैसे भी, बट उसने क्या किया, वो क्या करता है, जब जब आईपीएल होता है ना, तो एक ऐप बनाता है, ठीक है, और उसमें कुछ कुछ तो डालता है वो, ठीक है, कोई कोई स्कीम डालता है, कुछ ऑफर डालता है, और ऐड होती है भर भर के। ऐसे ही वो ट्रेंडिंग टॉपिक्स पकड़ता है, उसकी ऐप बनवाता है किसी से, उसको आती नहीं ऐप बनवाने, किसी और से बनवाता है, और एडवर्टीजमेंट लगाता है वो फेसबुक वाली, ठीक है, एडसेंस नहीं लगाता है, फेसबुक एडवर्टीजमेंट लगाता है। एंड आई नो उसने कुछ नहीं तो 20-30 हजार डॉलर कमाए हैं 1-2 महीने में। तो
एडसेंस लगाना रिस्की होता है एक्चुअली, क्योंकि वो एडसेंस का अकाउंट
ब्लॉक कर देते
प्ले
हैं
स्टोर का अकाउंट एक साथ ब्लॉक होता है, तो इन मोबी लगा लेना बेटर रहता है। हाँ
हाँ, इन मूवी वगैरह भी बहुत लोग लगाते हैं, तो करते हैं यार, मतलब लोग पैसा तो कमाते हैं एडवर्टीजमेंट से। तो अगर
अरे
आपके
तो एक जो किस्सा बताता हूँ। तो एक बार हम ऐसे दोस्त मिलकर ना इसे सर्वे कर रहे थे कि इसे डेटिंग एप्स का थोड़ा, कि मतलब क्या चल रहा है प्रोडक्ट ये डेटिंग एप्स के। तो हमने देखा कि टॉप के जो ये मैच ग्रुप के जो एप्स हैं, मतलब टिंडर, ओके क्यूपिड, हिंज, ये सारे एक ही कंपनी के एप्स हैं बेसिकली। तो ये भी कई लोगों को पता नहीं होता। तो ये सारे टॉप के 10-15 ऐप के बाद ना बतेरे ऐप्स हैं, और 20 कुछ ऐप्स हैं जिनका बड़ा सिंपल सा थीम होता है। वो रेड में थीम होता है जनरली ऐप का, और वो चाइनीज डेवलपर होता है, क्योंकि उसका वो डोमेन नाम से पता चल जाएगा कि वो चाइनीज डेवलपर होता है उसका। वो डोमेन खोलोगे तो वेबसाइट चाइनीज में दिखाएगा, मतलब कुछ ऐसा होगा ना, com.something.something, वो रिवर्स करके अगर वेबसाइट खोलोगे तो पता चलेगा कि चाइना की वेबसाइट है। और उस पे नीचे कमेंट ही यही लिखा रहता है कि जितने भी रिव्यूज आए हुए कि नोबडी रिप्लाईज, ये वो। तो हमने देखा कि भाई बढ़िया स्कैम चल रहा है, मतलब ये इसमें यूजर तो डेफिनेटली फेक होते होंगे, मतलब हमने अज्यूम किया, हमें नहीं पता उन ऐप में क्या। तो अपन ने बनाया ऐप, तो हमने ऐप्स के अंदर, मतलब वो उसमें बैकएंड था ही नहीं, डेटिंग ऐप था जिसका कोई बैकएंड नहीं था, फ्रंट एंड था बस उसमें। अब वो face.ai करके साइट है, उसमें क्या है कि आप ना एआई से जनरेट करके फेसेस बना सकते हो बड़े सारे। तो एज ए रियल ह्यूमन बीइंग का यूज नहीं करना चाहिए, तो हमने फेसेस बनाए बहुत सारे, तो सबके प्रोफाइल बने हुए फेक, तो आपके मतलब अराउंड 100 है, तो आप स्वाइप करोगे तो पहले 100 में किसी पे तो दिल आ ही जाएगा, मतलब कहीं ना कहीं पे लोगों का।
ये
तो
देखो भाई
100 के बाद रिपीट हो रहा है कि नहीं, कौन देखने आ रहा है अब, ठीक है। तो अच्छा सा मतलब रैंडम नंबर जनरेटर एकदम बढ़िया लगा के, तो ऐप खोलोगे तो प्रोफाइल आएंगे, और प्रोफाइल के साथ जैसे आपको स्वाइप करोगे राइट, तो 5 स्वाइप राइट करने के बाद एक के साथ आपका मैच पक्का आ जाएगा। मैच आएगा, उसके साथ आप बात करने लगोगे, तो उधर क्या था कि कोई एआई एनएलपी कुछ नहीं, रैंडम वो थे, स्टैंडर्ड टेक्स्ट थे 50, उनमें से कोई भी रिप्लाई आता था। आप हाई बोलो, वो उधर से कुछ भी बोल रहा हूँ, लेट्स मीट टुमारो बोल दे रहा हूँ, ठीक है। तीन मैसेज के बाद लिखा आता था बाय प्रीमियम फॉर कंटिन्यूइंग मैसेजेस। और लोग दबा के प्रीमियम खरीदते थे भाई। और वो बॉट से बात कर रहे हैं, और डिस्क्रिप्शन के नीचे लिखा हुआ था कि दिस इज नॉट अ रियल डेटिंग ऐप, ऑल द प्रोफाइल्स आर फेक। डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिखा था, हमने कहा हम डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिख के रखेंगे, कोई कुछ नहीं बोल सकता। हम केस स्टडी करने के लिए ऐप बना रहे, गूगल कोई पूछने आएगा तो बोलेंगे देखो डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिखा हुआ था, कोई डिस्क्रिप्शन तो पढ़ता नहीं आपका। आजकल तो लंबा वाला डिस्क्रिप्शन पढ़ने का तरीका ही नहीं होता, वो 3 बार क्लिक करना पड़ता है लंबे डिस्क्रिप्शन तक पहुंचने के लिए। छोटा वाला डिस्क्रिप्शन लोग देखते हैं तो खत्म, बिना
ये
बैकएंड का
सेम
टेंडर
चल
बना
रहा
रखा
है
था हमने।
कि हमारे प्रो डेवलपर्स कितना बड़ा स्कैम करते थे। मतलब आपके ऊपर पता है, आपके ऊपर लोग कितना भड़क सकते हैं अभी। आपके जो स्टूडेंट है भाग गए तो कहेंगे भाई ये बंदा स्कैम कर रहा है।
हमारे स्टूडेंट अब ऐसे ऐसे ऐप ही बनाते हैं, मतलब तो ज्ञान भी हम
अरिजीत
ऐसे
सिंह
ही
के
बांटते
वीडियो
थे।
में अरिजीत सिंह के वीडियो में जाके डिसलाइक मारेंगे।
वो बोलेंगे यार ये बंदा स्कैमर है। अरिजीत
ये
सिंह भी
गलत
सोच
कर
रहा
रहे
होगा
हैं,
कल को कि यार
ये गलत
मैंने
कर
ऐसा
रहे
किया
हैं।
क्या मैंने सलमान खान को फिर कुछ बोल दिया क्या। तो वो बेचारा
अरे
सब परेशान रहेगा।
जुगलबंदी में चलती है, उसके गाने सुन के रोते हैं, फिर मेरे ऐप डाउनलोड करते हैं भाई, यही जुगल।
नाइस यार, बहुत बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है आपने, आपकी प्रशंसा होगी। और कोई क्वेश्चन अपने पास अलग से आ रहा है तो अपन उठा लेते
नहीं
हैं।
यार,
Everyone, please ask questions on Milap. सब लोग मिलाप पे क्वेश्चन करो, 10 रुपए भी डोनेट कर दो और मिलाप पे क्वेश्चन करो, तो it will help our cause as well.
the main motive of this event is to raise donation.
ये अच्छा एक क्वेश्चन है बहुत अच्छा, एंड्रॉयड से रिलेटेड, इसलिए मैंने डाल दिया है कि बैकग्राउंड सर्विसेज रिलेटेड जितना भी स्टफ होता है उसको इग्नोर कर दिया जाता है, ठीक है, वो उसको ज़्यादातर कवर नहीं किया जा सकता, ऐसा क्यों।
मैं इसको लेता हूँ, एक मैं सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें बताता हूँ इसमें।
हाँ
मैं एक क्वेश्चन बहुत पूछता हूँ, एक सर्विस आप बना दो, मतलब मैं जनरली लोगों को एक कोड करके दिखा देता हूँ कि अच्छा एक माई सर्विस एक्सटेंड्स न्यू सर्विस, और इसके अंदर कोड लिखा और सिंपली एक इंटेंट स्टार्ट सर्विस कर दिया। मैं पूछता हूँ कि ये कौन से थ्रेड पे चलेगा, 9 आउट ऑफ 10 पीपल से बैकग्राउंड थ्रेड पे चलेगा। और वो इसीलिए क्योंकि अभी आदित्य बता रहे थे ना, developer.android.com खोल के कोई देखता नहीं है, और developer.android.com पे ऊपर सबसे बड़ा एक डब्बा लिखा हुआ है जहाँ लिखा हुआ है कि सर्विसेज डोंट रन ऑन बैकग्राउंड थ्रेड बाय डिफॉल्ट अनलेस यू क्रिएट थ्रेड्स इनसाइड देम और यू यूज इंटेंट सर्विस एटसेट्रा। इतना कोई नहीं पढ़ता, लोग ना वैसे ही पढ़ते हैं कि एंड्रॉइड के होते हैं 4 कंपोनेंट, जैसे कि वो हेड फर्स्ट एंड्रॉइड टाइप की किताबों में लिखी रहती है कि 4 होते हैं कंपोनेंट, एक्टिविटी, सर्विस, रिसीवर और ये प्रोवाइडर। ऐसी किताबों का सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम पता है क्या होता है, जब मैंने एंड्रॉइड का पहली बार कोर्स बनाया तो कोई आए बंदे, उनके भैया आ रखे हैं, वो कहीं जॉब अप करते हैं, उन्होंने एंड्रॉइड के बारे में बेसिक पढ़ के आए हैं ताकि वो मेरे को ग्रिल कर सके एज इंस्ट्रक्टर। कहते आप क्या क्या पढ़ाते हो कोर्स में, मैं बताइए ये पढ़ाते हैं। कहते आप कंटेंट प्रोवाइडर नहीं पढ़ाते अपने कोर्स में। मैंने कहा कंटेंट प्रोवाइडर कहाँ यूज करेगा कोई बंदा, मतलब आपका भाई है कॉलेज में पढ़ रहा है, वो पहला अपना ऐप बनाएगा, कैलकुलेटर बनाएगा, कंटेंट प्रोवाइडर क्या करने के लिए बनाएगा। कहते नहीं एंड्रॉइड के 4 कंपोनेंट होते हैं, आपको पता है। मैंने कहा हाँ मेरे को पता है। कहते आप चौथा कंपोनेंट कैसे नहीं पढ़ाते हो अपने कोर्स के अंदर, ये सबसे मैंने पढ़ा है कि ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है एंड्रॉइड का। मैं तो ये प्रॉब्लम होता है कि ऐसे टाइप की किताबों में कि उसमें सबसे कुछ सिंपलीफाई करें। सबसे पहले कहा था मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इन एंड्रॉइड इज 4 कंपोनेंट, चाहे कंटेंट प्रोवाइडर पढ़ाओ, उसमें सर्विस का मीनिंग लिखा होता है, सर्विस इज फॉर डूइंग बैकग्राउंड टास्क। बस ये डेफिनेशन पढ़ लिया लोगों ने। अब मजे में एंड्रॉइड डेवलपर भी होते हैं, 2-3 साल बाद उनको पूछो, बोले हाँ सर्विस तो बैकग्राउंड पे चलता है। तो एक तो ये प्रॉब्लम है on how to teach Android में, this is the problem. Second thing is doing background service is actually very difficult. मतलब if I talk about my experiences in most teams, that generally gets handled by platform team type की कोई टीम होगी, या जो सबसे सीनियर डेवलपर होगा वो हैंडल कर रहा होगा। मोस्टली somebody who gets into a team first 2-3 years of experience वो जनरली यूआई पे काम करते हैं. प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर के पास पकड़ा देते हैं बकरियां हलाल होने के लिए, तो प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर ले जाता है उनको, बैठ बैठ जा चल फीचर बना. तो वो स्क्रीन बनाते हैं 2-3 साल. तो सीरियस बैकग्राउंड सर्विसेज के ऊपर काम किए हुए लोग कम मिलते हैं इंडस्ट्री में. दैट इज वन ऑफ द रीजन. और उसके बाद थर्ड रीजन आई वुड से गूगल ने काफी गंद मचाया है ये वर्क मैनेजर और वो क्या राम मैनेजर. मतलब आज के डेट में ना अगर आपको API 21 से लेके 30 तक ना एक कंसिस्टेंट बैकग्राउंड सर्विस बनाना है ना, तो मम्मी याद आ जाती है पूरी एंड्रॉइड में. कोई तरीका ही नहीं है जिससे प्रॉपरली चल सके.
उसके बाद आता है क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म, जिसमें आपके आत्मा निकल जाते हैं जब आपको इम्प्लीमेंट करना हो कि बैकग्राउंड सर्विसेज कैसा काम
there's
करती
also
है.
one more point, ठीक है. स्पेशली आप Windows 11 एंड्रॉइड ऐप का सर्विस सपोर्ट करने से ये और भी इम्पोर्टेंट हो गया. So there are two ways of dealing background related stuff, right? One is with Google Play support, and another one is without even Google Play support. So when you are writing a background service, you have to consider that hey, what's my target user is. Yeah, all my users will be expected to be on Android device with Google Play support, or वहाँ पर basically कोई mixer हो सकता है, right? तो ये भी थोड़ा और कॉम्प्लिकेट कर देता है मैटर को. तो या दैट्स व्हाई देयर आर वेरी लेस कंटेंट्स ऑन बैकग्राउंड सर्विसेज देन ऑन अदर स्टफ.
दर्शन मैं एक चीज बताता हूँ थोड़ा सा कंट्रोवर्शियल बताऊंगा ना, कि ज्यादातर लोग जो कोर्स बनाते हैं ना,
तो पहले एक बार दर्शन को बोल लेते दो.
अच्छा दर्शन बोल रहे थे कंट्रोवर्शियल के बाद. हाँ बोलो, मैं लास्ट बोलूंगा.
नहीं तो बैकग्राउंड सर्विसेज का मेरा तो बहुत ही लाइक नाइटमेरिश एक्सपीरियंस रहा है. बिकॉज सो वी हैव अ बैकग्राउंड सर्विस व्हिच इट्स यूज्ड फॉर amplifying push notifications and stuff like that. So we directly poll our servers and we show push notifications on the app. अब background service तो मैंने बना दी, and turns out Android Oreo के नीचे there was a bug, and were shared. So okay, this is a little like very highly technical. I don't know what kind of audience is here, but this is very technical because स्टार्ट सर्विस के कोड के स्टॉप सर्विस के कोड के अंदर द एंड्रॉइड OS वेट्स फॉर ऑल शेयर्ड प्रेफरेंसेस का कमिट टू गेट ओवर ऑन द मेन थ्रेड अंडर एंड्रॉइड ओरियो. सो
वो मैं ठीक हुआ है
हमने. एंड वही नो बैकवर्ड कंपैटिबिलिटी, सिर्फ ठीक कर दिया. एंड दे वर लाइक हमने ठीक कर दिया, अब तुम जानो नीचे तो नहीं चलने वाला है कभी भी.
यूजर्स होके पीछे बैठे हुए हैं, बट हमने ठीक कर दिया और उन्होंने वो बग ट्रैकर में बंद कर दिया इशू, और वो उस पर कमेंट भी नहीं करने देते अब.
एग्जैक्टली.
तो नाउ अब लोग हमारे ऊपर चिल्ला रहे कि हमारे को क्रैश आ रहे हैं तुम्हारे सर्विस की वजह से. एंड अब मैं लिटरली रो के मैं लिटरली गूगल के डेवलपर्स के पास भी गया हूँ, बोला हूँ कि भाई ये तो पीछे क्यों नहीं ठीक किया, पैच डाल देते, कुछ तो करते. नहीं, हमने कर दिया ठीक, हमारा काम खत्म. ठीक है. एंड देन द सेकंड थिंग व्हिच आई वांटेड टू से वाज लाइक अर्नव सेड, राइट, लाइक नो वन रियली नोज हाउ सर्विसेज वर्क, राइट. सो आई हैड लाइक एक मैं इंटरव्यू ले रहा था एंड आई वाज आस्किंग हिम कि ओके व्हाट आर द डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ सर्विसेज. तो उसने बस अब बताया इंटेंट सर्विस होता है, नॉर्मल सर्विस होता है, फोरग्राउंड बैकग्राउंड व्हाटएवर. ठीक है, जॉब शेड्यूलर होता है, ये वो. फिर मैंने उसको पूछा ठीक है तो वर्क मैनेजर क्या करता है, तो भूल गया, मतलब ही कुडंट आंसर. एंड आई वाज लाइक यार मतलब थोड़ा पढ़ लेते तो भाई वर्क मैनेजर भी यही सब करता है. ठीक है. तो no, so they told me work manager is used for repetitive things, like the common answer I get for work manager is ki because you have to do some work, we use a work manager like at a regular interval. And I'm like,
तो सर्विस क्या करता है,
तो फिर सर्विस जॉब शेड्यूलर क्या करता है. And so that I think now when Arnav told me that people are usually making screens and features for 2-3 years, I basically get the correlation that why people don't know how things work inside.
Actually Android का
सर्विसेज आर डेलिकेट होते हैं ना, सर्विसेज आर डेलिकेट पीस, मतलब वो नहीं चलेगा तो आपके बहुत ही सीरियस मैट्रिक्स खराब हो जाएंगे. तो इन अ बिग प्रोडक्ट कंपनी कोई आपको मतलब जो 1-2 साल एक्सपीरियंस वाले बंदे हैं उसको सर्विस वाला काम पकड़ाएंगे नहीं, वो मतलब एकदम सबसे सीनियर बंदे के पास ही वो जनरली जाएगा, क्योंकि उसको डिबग करना ही मतलब इफ यू गिव इट टू सम ऑफ द जूनियर डेव्स उसका डिबगिंग लाइफ साइकिल इतना बड़ा हो जाएगा, एंड देन दे डू नॉट जनरली हैव दैट एप्टीट्यूड की नहीं इसको हमें 15 तरह के डिवाइसेस पे टेस्ट करना है। मतलब आई हैड वर्कड ऑन अ फ्यू बैकग्राउंड सर्विस स्टफ एट जोमेटो, तो मैं उसका सेपरेट एपीके बना के इंटरनल एम्प्लॉय ग्रुप पे डालता था कि यार सब लोग इसको टेस्ट करो। मैं जा जाके पूछता था लोगों को कि आपने इंस्टॉल किया, टेस्ट किया, चला है कि नहीं चला है, दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग। एज ए जूनियर डेवलपर समझ लो शिफ्ट कर दिया, हाँ नहीं चलता है मेरा सर्विस, किस पे चलता है, पिक्सल पे तो चलता है। अब भाई पिक्सल पे चलता है वाह हुआ भाई बैटरी सेवर लगा देता है तुम्हारा, सब कुछ बंद हो जाता है, मतलब नोबडी चेक्स फॉर दोस थिंग्स, तो वो बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है। उसके बाद अच्छा है पवन से या गो अहेड।
नहीं बोलो बोलो बोलो।
नहीं मैं कहता कि पवन से कुछ बुलवाएंगे कि फ्लटर एप्स को आईओएस में बैकग्राउंड सर्विसेज के पीछे कुछ रसीले।
मैं आऊंगा उस पे, मैं आऊंगा उस पे। निहारिका कुछ बोल रही थी, पहले वो बोल ले।
यार बैकग्राउंड सर्विसेज का एक और प्रॉब्लम है चाइनीज होम डिवाइसेस के साथ। क्लेवर टैप के साथ हमारा बहुत इशू हुआ है क्योंकि आई नो आपकी प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी वो, बट क्योंकि एंड्रॉइड के डिवाइसेस फ्रेगमेंटेशन बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो वो लोग क्या करते हैं, फोर्स स्टॉप कर देते हैं आपकी एप्लीकेशन को। सो देयर इज नो लिसनर टू लिसन एनी नोटिफिकेशन। तो जब भी आप ऐप खोलते हो तो एमआई के डिवाइसेस में तो अलार्म्स भी नहीं चलते जब तक हम
अरे फायर बेस बंद कर देते हैं यार, ये अलार्म तो दूर की बात है।
Exactly. तो ये प्रॉब्लम सबसे बड़ा है बैकग्राउंड सर्विसेज के साथ, जो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा सुनती भी और मैंने तो बहुत ज़्यादा फेस किए। मेरे सीटीओ ऐसे होते थे, यार कैसे एंड्रॉइड डेवलपर्स हो तुम यार, इसको ठीक नहीं कर पा रहे। मैंने कहा यार पीछे से ठीक नहीं हो रहा। और डिवाइसेस क्या इंडिया में मोस्टली एमआई डिवाइसेस आर गेटिंग यूज्ड, और ई कॉमर्स एप्लीकेशंस के लिए आई डोंट थिंक दे विल बी वाइट लिस्टिंग द एप्लीकेशंस। जैसे व्हाट्सएप फेसबुक है, ये तो चैट एप्लीकेशन है, दे आर ऑलरेडी वाइट लिस्टेड, तो उनकी नोटिफिकेशंस आर ऑलरेडी देयर, ऑलवेज देयर। बट मुझे नहीं लगता इनके लिए होने वाला है। बट गूगल से हमने जब ये बात की थी तो वन प्लस के लिए आफ्टर एंड्रॉयड 9 देयर आर इम्प्रूवमेंट्स जहाँ पे नोटिफिकेशंस आर गेटिंग लिसन्ड, बट एमआई में अभी भी नहीं है इसी से। जैसे आप रिसेंट्स में से किल करते हो तो बैकग्राउंड सर्विसेज डोंट बी देयर, इवन वर्क मैनेजर्स डोंट वर्क, तो हर चीज़ फोर्स हो जाती है।
एंड्रॉइड के साथ एक और चीज भी रहा है ना कुछ, कि मेरे को याद है कुछ उन्होंने शेयर्ड प्रेफरेंस भी ब्रेक कर दिया था किटकैट के टाइम पे, कुछ तो उन्होंने किया था ऐसा कुछ कि शेयर्ड प्रेफरेंसेस ब्रेक हो गया था स्टेबल के अंदर ही, और मैं ऐप अपना कुछ डिप्लॉय कर रहा हूँ, शेयर्ड प्रेफरेंस ही काम करना बंद कर गया है। कुछ तो ऐसा हुआ था, फिर उन्होंने उसका पैच डाला था या कुछ डाला था, उसके बाद वो ठीक हुआ था। तो ऐसा तो होता रहता है, मतलब एंड्रॉयड वालों ने भी काफ़ी पीछे कांड किए हैं ऐसे कि उन्होंने कुछ तो मतलब पंगे किए। एक तो एपीआईज वाले जो इन्होंने लाइक जब वो आया था क्या बोलते हैं अपना लॉलीपॉप आया था, तो उससे पहले की कहानी में थोड़ा ट्विस्ट होता था कि अब अगर आपको कुछ बैकवर्ड कंपेटिबिलिटी करना है तो बहुत सारे वर्क अराउंड होते थे इधर उधर के। तो ऐसा भी मैंने काफ़ी कुछ फेस किया है इस मामले में। बाकी कोर्स की बात कर रहे थे,
हो भी नहीं सकती है वैसे ना, क्योंकि एंड्रॉइड ओपन सोर्स है ना, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं रहेगा हमेशा कि अपनी मैनिपुलेशंस लोग करते हैं वॉइस के अंदर। ये यूजर के लिए अच्छा है, डेवलपर के लिए अच्छा नहीं है यू कैन से दैट, क्योंकि उनके लिए तो बैटरी सेव हो रही है, नोटिफिकेशंस नहीं आ रही है।
बाकी बैक टू ओरिजिनल क्वेश्चन जो बोला था कि मतलब कि कोर्स ज़्यादातर क्यों नहीं कवर करते, तो उसके दो मोस्टली रीज़न मुझे नज़र आते हैं। पहला रीज़न ये आता है, अगर आप ज़्यादातर यूट्यूब वगैरह ऐसा देखोगे तो आधे लोगों को तो देखो आता नहीं है, सच्चाई यही है। अगर लोग माने ना माने कि उन्होंने नहीं किया उस पर काम और वो बनाना भी नहीं चाहते। दूसरा बहुत बड़ा रीज़न ये है कि यूट्यूब पे कंटेंट जनरली वही बनाया जाता है जो लोग ज़्यादा देखते हैं, ठीक है। अगर कोई बंदा बैकग्राउंड सर्विसेज पे ना एक पूरा कोर्स बना देगा ना, तो उसको हार्डली 5 व्यूज़ आएंगे या 10 व्यूज़ आएंगे। वो भी बहुत रेलिवेंट ऑडियंस होगी जो आके देखेगी कि भाई ये टॉपिक मेरे मतलब का है। लेकिन अगर एक बंदा बनाएगा एक वीडियो कि हाउ टू मेक योर फर्स्ट एंड्रॉयड एप्लीकेशन, तो उस पर देखना तुम व्यूज़ कितने आएंगे। तो मतलब जितना एडवांस आप घुसते जाओगे यूट्यूब जैसे प्लेटफॉर्म पे, उतना ज़्यादा आपकी रीच कम होती जाएगी टेक्निकली। ऐसा मतलब मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस है यूट्यूब के साथ वो ऐसा ही है कि जब जब हमने कुछ अच्छा करने की कोशिश की तब तक वो बेकार ही होता है। और फिर आता है एक जनरेशन ऑफ स्पीड कोड आज के ज़माने में, जिसमें क्या करते हैं, कुछ नहीं करना होता है, कोड लिखते हुए पीछे कैमरा चला देते हैं या स्क्रीन रिकॉर्डर ऑन कर देते हैं और फिर उसको 3x की स्पीड से चलाया जाता है और एक म्यूजिक पीछे डाल दिया जाता है। तो अब वो जनरेशन
और
है,
फिर रील्स बन जाते हैं उसके।
फिर उसके रील्स ही बन जाते हैं। तो इसलिए जनरली लोग कोर्सेज में ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करते हैं। और बहुत मतलब अर्नव ने भी बताया कि है भी थोड़ा मुश्किल करना, कि एक्सप्लेन करना, एक तो हर किसी पर्टिकुलर डोमेन को एक्सप्लेन करना इतना आसान नहीं होता है कि आप इवन डॉक्स में भी ऐसा होता है कि बहुत चीज़ें आप डॉक्स से भी नहीं समझ सकते हो, क्योंकि वो उनका एक्सप्लेन करने का मतलब एंड्रॉइड का डॉक्स अब मुझे नहीं पता, बहुत टाइम से इतना चेक नहीं किया, पर बहुत पहले मुझे बहुत दिक्कत होती थी, मुझे समझ में भी नहीं आती थी आधी चीज़, फिर मुझे जाके सर्च करना पड़ता था, कोई और ब्लॉग ढूंढता था तो वहाँ पे किसी ने एक्सप्लेन किया होता था तो मुझे समझ आता था कि अच्छा यार ऐसे होता है।
और इसके ऊपर कोई
Right.
प्यारा सा एग्जांपल भी नहीं बना सकते हो ना बैकग्राउंड सर्विस के ऊपर, मतलब यूआई के ऊपर पोकेमॉन मैच करने की ऐप बना दिया है, बैकग्राउंड सर्विसेज के ऊपर जो रियल वर्ल्ड प्रॉब्लम होते हैं वो एक्चुअली कॉम्प्लिकेटेड प्रॉब्लम होते हैं, जो आप मतलब एक तो पहली बात सबसे मतलब मोस्ट बैकग्राउंड सर्विसेज में ये है कि देयर इज द फर्स्ट प्रॉब्लम इन लाइफ टू सॉल्व। बैकग्राउंड सर्विस तो बना लिया कि वो पीछे किल हो जाएगा, वो पीछे किल 1 घंटे बाद होता है, तो मतलब वो वीडियो में आप क्या यूज केस लेके आओगे जहाँ पे आप एक बैकग्राउंड सर्विस बनाए 1 घंटे बाद किल हो गया, फिर आपने उस केस को प्रिवेंट किया होने से। तो दैट्स अ टू कॉम्प्लेक्स एग्जांपल टू शो।
सही बात है। आप क्या बोल रहे थे अर्नव? आप बोल सकते हो, आप कुछ पूछ रहे थे मेरे से।
यार वो कमेंट का साइज छोटा कर सकते हैं क्या थोड़ा?
नहीं कर सकते, अर्नव को हमने जानबूझ के हाइड किया था कि उनकी शक्ल ना दिख सके थोड़ी देर के लिए।
बैकग्राउंड सर्विस बन गया हम। आवाज आ रही होगी कमेंट के पीछे से।
नहीं आप कुछ बोले थे ना, फ्लटर का बोल रहे थे
कि हाँ मैं कहा फ्लटर में iOS पे बैकग्राउंड सर्विस बनाने के पीछे कुछ मतलब हॉरर स्टोरीज हैं कुछ।
बहुत सारी हैं, बहुत सारी है, आज तक इसका कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं निकला है। एंड ये एक बहुत बड़ा कंसर्न इसलिए क्योंकि एक तो मैं बता रहा हूँ 90% मैंने तो जितना भी यूज़ किया है बैकग्राउंड सर्विस का जो भी कोड है, मैंने एक थर्ड पार्टी प्लगइन पे डिपेंडेंट हूँ, क्योंकि देयर इज़ नो प्रॉपर वे ऑफ डूइंग इट इवन टुडे, ठीक है। और प्लस iOS की अपनी 50 चीज़ें और हैं, ठीक है, कि iOS में आप मतलब उसका टाइम ड्यूरेशन नहीं लगा सकते हो कि क्या होगा बैकग्राउंड में, एक बार आपने ऐप किल हो गई तो आप उसको फायर ही नहीं कर सकते इवेंट को, तो 50 चीज़ें उनकी है। और फिर उसको आपको एक प्लगइन बनाना है जो एंड्रॉयड और iOS दोनों सपोर्ट करेगा, ठीक है, दोनों की अलग अलग चीज़ें उसको मैनेज करनी पड़ेगी। और फिर उसके जो इश्यूज देखोगे आप जाके गिटहब पे, तो बेचारा वो परेशान जिसने वो प्लगइन बनाया है, वो बोला भाई ऐसा कर तू ही बना ले, तुम मेरे से, तुम सारी चीज़ें मेरे से क्यों करवाना चाहते हो, तुम खुद बना लो। तो बहुत दिक्कत है यार, मतलब iOS साइड पे तो और ज़्यादा दिक्कत है, बढ़ जाते हैं, उनकी इतनी सारी रेस्ट्रिक्शन है। कुछ तो शेड्यूल टास्क वगैरह यूज़ करते हैं, डिटेल में तो मुझे भी नहीं पता कि हाउ इट वर्क्स बिहाइंड द सीन्स। बट आप फ्लटर के, आप मेरे ख्याल में कोई भी क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म सोल्यूशन अगर यूज़ कर रहे हो तो यू माइट हैव टू लाइक राइट एवरीथिंग फ्रॉम स्क्रैच बाय योरसेल्फ। मतलब इट्स वेरी टफ कि आपका पर्टिकुलर यूज़ केस मैच करने के लिए आपको कोई प्लगइन मिल ही जाएगा, बहुत मुश्किल है। इट्स लाइक कि कुछ यूज़ केसेस में तो मिल जाएगा, पर कुछ ऐसे यूज़ केसेस भी हो सकते हैं जिसमें आप जाओ फिर अपना लिखो और फिर एक कहानी और स्टार्ट होगी आइसोलेट्स वाली। वो अर्नव को पता होगा कि वो किस लेवल पे जाके उसमें प्रॉब्लम आती है, पर हाँ जनरली नहीं आती है ज़्यादातर लोगों को, क्योंकि वो उतना हेवीली उसको यूज़ नहीं करते हैं। बट हाँ जब आपको बहुत ज़्यादा कोई स्पेसिफिक यूज़ केसेस में घुसना पड़ेगा तो आपको पता चलेगा कि ये सारी चीज़ें कैसे कॉम्प्लिकेटेड बना देती हैं चीज़ों को। फिर आपको डेटा अगर इधर से उधर भेजना है ना, चाहे आप प्लेटफॉर्म चैनल यूज़ करो चाहे कुछ यूज़ करो, और वो भी बैकग्राउंड सर्विस के थ्रू भेजना है ना, कि कुछ हो और बैकग्राउंड सर्विस को डेटा इधर से उधर भेजे, भाई लग जानी है फिर उस बंदे की, वो बेचारा कुछ तो टाइम अपना लगाएगा बढ़िया, और फिर भी सॉल्यूशन बड़ा मुश्किल है।
So I have this. I still have. So I wrote the Flutter plugin for CleverTap, and अभी भी एक बड़ा issue is जब kill state में push notification आता है, तो at that point of time I need to initialize the Flutter plugin from Dart. मतलब मुझे Android side से Dart को invoke करके अपना ही plugin को initialize करना है,
और फिर वापस आना है
और फिर वापस
ये है एक दिक्कत।
and people are like फिर तो हम ये प्लगइन यूज ही क्यों करें? मैं बोला फिर मत यूज करो यार, मत करो, खुद ही लिखो
मैं
तुम।
वही मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ ना कि जो डेवलपर्स हैं जो प्लगइन बनाते हैं उनके लिए बड़ा मुश्किल है उन सिचुएशन को एक्सप्लेन भी करना, क्योंकि देर आर मेनी रीजंस। 3 डिपेंडेंसीज हैं बेसिकली। एक एंड्रॉयड की अपनी प्रॉब्लम है, ठीक है, एक iOS की अपनी प्रॉब्लम है और एक फ्लटर की अपनी प्रॉब्लम है। जो तो तीनों चीज़ों को मैनेज करना डेवलपर भाई कैसे कैसे करे। अब वो या तो एक इशू, अब आप जाओगे 3 साल पहले एक इशू किसी ने क्रिएट कर रखा होगा ऑलरेडी, ठीक है, या फ्लटर की कहीं रेपोजिटरी पे वो इशू क्रिएट हो रखा है, 3 साल हो गए उसको, लेकिन आज तक वो टच नहीं हुआ है। तो ये भी एक है, ऐसा हो रहा है। और आई डोंट नो मतलब उनका क्या प्रायोरिटीज होता है इन चीज़ों को पिक करने का, या इतना मुश्किल है कि होगा। मतलब कोई ऐसी बड़ी बात नहीं है कि मुश्किल नहीं होगा। देर आर मेनी थिंग्स जो कि उनके लिए भी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है कि उसको कैसे चेंज करें या क्या सही तरीका होगा उसको करने का। तो हाँ, मतलब अभी भी दिस इज स्टिल अ प्रॉब्लम एंड आई थिंक कि इसलिए लोग ज़्यादातर इन चीज़ों पे कंटेंट बनाते कम हैं, क्योंकि देर आर मेनी एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ इट और है भी थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सब्जेक्ट। एक क्वेश्चन हमारे पास आया था, वो इंस्टाग्राम वाला जिसने अर्नव को हाइड कर दिया था। इंस्टाग्राम कह रहा हूँ, लिंक्डइन वाला था वो।
लिंक्डइन वाला।
हाँ, वो कहीं गायब हो
काफी
गया।
बड़ा क्वेश्चन था।
नहीं नहीं, अभी भी है। आई विल पिन दैट।
हाँ,
पिन करने से तो गायब हो जाता है।
अरे
क्रिक बस वाला है क्या? हाँ
हाँ,
हाँ,
क्लिक
हाँ।
बस वाला।
क्रिक बस में मुझसे पूछा गया था कि रेट्रोफिट के साथ असिंक टास्क यूज़ करना चाहिए, बट मैं उनको बोला कि रेट्रोफिट असिंक कॉल रखता है पास, तो वाई शुड आई यूज़ असिंक टास्क? इस पे कोई सजेशन? तो रेट्रोफिट वाला कोई होगा वो सजेशन दे पाएगा मेरे ख्याल में।
नहीं, मतलब
I
रेट्रोफिट तो
think
सबने यूज किया है एज एन एंड्रॉइड
हाँ
डेवलपर। रेट्रोफिट
async.
गिव्स यू हाँ, सागर, गो अहेड।
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
First of all, Retriever gives you option that which networking library or how you want to actually use it. So it mostly uses OKHTTP, and OKHTTP does all the async things by itself. और async task वैसे भी deprecated हो गया, तो मतलब अब तो छोड़ दो भाई async task यूज करना, ठीक है।
I think
तो
अभी
ये
interview में if someone is asking you for async task, you should run away.
Exactly. If someone is asking you for a async task, you should just stop it right there, ठीक है, and
आप
run
लोग
away.
लोगों को भड़का रहे हैं यहाँ पे, ठीक है। लोग बेचारे बोलेंगे यार ये लोग हमारी नौकरी चाहते ही नहीं, हमारी नौकरी लगे।
फाइनली।
नहीं तो उनको एसेंट टास्क रिप्लेस कर लेना चाहिए ना, अगर उनको नए जमाने के डेवलपर हायर करने हैं।
सही बात है। तो अभी तक मेरे ख्याल में वो डेप्रिकेटेड में है क्या, मतलब अभी
नहीं,
करेंट
वो
सिचुएशन?
हटेगा तो नहीं, क्योंकि वो
Deprecate,
ओएस के
हाँ।
अंदर का चीज है, तो वो हटेगा नहीं, डेप्रिकेटेड ही रहेगा।
Deprecate ही रहेगा।
उसको हटाया था ना, लेकिन उन्होंने बीच में ऐसा कुछ, मैंने कहीं
नहीं
रेडिट
नहीं,
पे कुछ
बीच
थ्रेड
बीच
देखा था
में
सिंक टास्क के रिलेटेड।
deprecate किया था।
90% एप्स बंद हो जाएंगे।
नहीं, कुछ तो था
हट गया
रेडिट
तो।
पे, काफी कंट्रोवर्शियल
हाँ,
कंटेंट था,
Reddit
तो
में
मेरे को
वही
बड़ा
था
मजा आया था
कि
उसको पढ़ने में।
बहुत दिनों बाद अभी रिसेंटली वो डेप्रिकेट हुआ है, ठीक है।
अच्छा।
ये बहुत दिनों से होना था, अभी रिसेंटली
हाँ।
किया है उन लोगों ने।
नहीं, वो
मतलब उसको
डेप्रिकेट
चलने
होगा,
दे
उन्होंने
रहे थे वो।
अनाउंस 3 साल पहले अनाउंस किया था डेप्रिकेट होगा। अब वो एक्चुअली
अच्छा।
मतलब वो @deprecated वाला सिंबल अब उन्होंने लगाया है लास्ट एंड्रॉइड रिलीज में, तो अब वो कटा हुआ आता है।
और वो भी रहेगा, राइट, वो रहेगा
डेप्रिकेटेड
मतलब
तो
ऐसे।
अभी नेक्स्ट 3-4 एंड्रॉइड वर्जन तक वो डेप्रिकेटेड में रहेगा, हटने तो नहीं वाला इतनी जल्दी वो।
और
अभी
एक
भी
चीज है,
हाँ, और
हाँ,
हटा देंगे
async
तो
task के
वार्निंग भी नहीं
साथ
देंगे अब तो।
करेक्ट।
हाँ।
और एक चीज है, async task से याद आया कि काफी जन अभी वॉली भी यूज कर रहे हैं। लाइक वॉली इज अनदर नेटवर्किंग लाइब्रेरी फ्रॉम गूगल।
मैंने भी यूज
तो
किया है वो।
I have a
हाँ,
big pain point about it.
तो
I
लाइक
will
अभी
share.
भी लाइक
Sagar, continue.
हाँ, तो अभी भी लोग काफी जगह पे देखता हूँ लाइक वॉली यूज करते हैं, यू नो अभी भी चल रहा है वो ट्रेंड।
अरे हाँ, वॉली पता नहीं क्यों लोग अभी भी यूज करते हैं, मेरे को समझ नहीं आता। मतलब
I
एंड्रॉइड
will tell you.
इंटरनली
I will
ओके
tell
एचटीटीपी
you.
पे मूव हो गया, एंड्रॉइड ओएस इंटरनली ओके एचटीटीपी पे मूव हो गया, ओएस के अंदर ओके एचटीटीपी यूज
हाँ,
होता है आज की डेट पे। तो तुम
so
ऊपर से वॉली क्यों लगा रहे हो?
एक
एग्जैक्टली।
बंदे के साथ मेरा बात हो रहा था, ठीक है। आई कांट टेक एनी नेम्स राइट नाउ। So he is basically in architect position in some organization, and they are building a library for networking for that whole organization, right? They in one team they previously had OKHTTP, ठीक है। Now they have to move from OpenStream to that network library, and they are using Volley to build that network library. So I had discussion कि भाई Volley क्यों यूज कर रहे हो? So उनका लॉजिक है कि भाई विदाउट Volley लाइक रेट्रोफिट से कैसे करेंगे परफॉर्मेंस और कॉलबैक्स वगैरह कैसे करेंगे? मैं बोला भाई कुछ भी डाल दो, OpenStream डाल दो, कुछ भी डाल दो, and callbacks can you can use anything, right? You can use RX to actually give it as a stream as well, or you can put callbacks as well if you want, right? So they are worried that how to manage threads, how to go to background thread and do some operation and then return it on the main thread. I'm saying, why are you bothering about returning in main thread? Let the client handle it now. You just do the operation on background thread, and basically if you export stream, it's easier to do that. They said no, put it on RX IO thread, or and
ऑडियंस
forget
ड्रॉप हो
about
रहे
it.
रिगू भैया, ऑडियंस ड्रॉप हो रहे रिगू भैया,
हाँ
ऑडियंस ड्रॉप हो रहे मैं बस
वो बोल रहे
अपडेट दे
हैं
रहा था।
कि ऑडियंस बोली है तो
मैं
नाम
बस
बताओ,
अपडेट
नहीं
दे
तो
रहा था।
वो चेंज करो।
मैं अपडेट
अच्छा
दे
ठीक
रहा
है,
था
मैं
बस।
बंद हो जाता
एक
हूँ.
क्वेश्चन है मिलाप में, व्हाट आर योर व्यूज ऑन कस्टम व्यूज इन एंड्रॉइड? लेट्स टेक दिस फर्स्ट।
कस्टम व्यूज वाले बहुत अच्छे आएंगे अभी। हाँ, मैं भी सुनना चाह रहा हूँ।
या
कोई तो
कस्टम
बोलेगा।
व्यूज तो
आई थिंक
मतलब
थोड़ा सिंपल हो जाएगा। अभी जेटपैक कंपोज आया तो पहले कस्टम व्यू बनाना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट था, बट अभी विथ जेटपैक कंपोज थोड़ा सिंपल हो जाएगा। अगेन मैंने पर्सनली एक्सप्लोर नहीं किया है, बट काफी सुना है कि लाइक विद जेटपैक कंपोज
बेसिकली
लाइक
जेटपैक
बिल्डिंग योर
कंपोज
कस्टम
में
यूआई
तुम
इज
कोई
वेरी
भी लिख
सिंपल।
रहे हो, इट इज काइंड ऑफ कस्टम व्यू एज वेल, राइट? For example, you are creating my text view, right? And that is, you are basically creating a function called my text view, and in that you are composing text function from compose, right? You are recomposing it, so it's kind of a custom view. But yeah, with Jetpack Compose you are no longer extending any class. So
अर्नव का इस पे कुछ
माय
पक्का
व्यूज ऑन
डिफरेंट होगा।
कंपोज आर
अर्नव,
माय व्यूज
हाँ
ऑन
हाँ
कंपोज आर वेरी कंट्रोवर्शियल मतलब।
हाँ,
हाँ हाँ,
ठीक है, आने दो
वेरी,
आने दो आने दो।
यू आर
हम
वेरी
चाहते हैं, हम सुनना चाहते हैं।
मैं आई डोंट थिंक लाइक यू नो करंटली जितना यूफोरिया है कंपोज को लेके, इट वोंट रिप्लेस व्यू डॉट जावा वाला सिस्टम एट ऑल। लाइक लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर
no,
थिंकिंग
no,
दैट वे।
it won't.
बहुत सिंपल सा चीज है, मैं बताता हूँ। मतलब लोग बहुत ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हो जाते हैं कंपोज के लिए। कंपोज में एक एडिट टेक्स्ट बनाओ, उसके अंदर क्लिपबोर्ड नहीं काम करता तुम्हारा नॉर्मल फोन वाला। तो उसके अंदर लॉन्ग प्रेस करने से जो मेनू बनता है उसके ऊपर, वो कस्टमाइज्ड है वो, ठीक है। तो लेट्स से कल को एंड्रॉइड का नया ओएस का वर्जन आता है, एंड एंड्रॉइड एड्स अ न्यू ऑप्शन इन दैट क्लिपबोर्ड मेनू, ओके, that won't appear on compose edit text, because compose edit texts are rendered completely outside this cycle. And if you look at some phones like Xiaomi के 64-bit phones में compose के views जो है वो glitch करते हैं, white वाले black color पे हो जाते हैं। Now इतना depth में तो Google भी नहीं घुस रहा है आज के डेट में, क्योंकि वही है कि white pickup हो नहीं रहा compose का yet. But the amount of effort that has gone into view.java वाला, मतलब view.java वाला जो फाइल है ना, वो 35,000 लाइन्स का है। वो बड़ा आइकॉनिक फाइल है। मतलब एंड्रॉइड डेवलपमेंट में घुसते हैं लोग, तो मैं बोलता कि भाई देखो तेरे को, मतलब वो है ना कि अभिषेक होता है ना लोगों का राजा बनने से पहले, कि अगर अभिषेक होना है एंड्रॉइड डेवलपमेंट के वर्ल्ड में, तो एक बार view.java वाला एक बार पढ़ के आना है,
टीका लगेगा,
फिर बात करेंगे हम। Because it's a significant amount of work. मतलब I think one of the biggest cognitive complexity जो एंड्रॉइड के अंदर होती है वो view.java वाले फाइल के अंदर होती है। और वो पूरा इकोसिस्टम अलग है जेटपैक कंपोज का, दैट इज यूजिंग द वो स्कीआर यूज करके डायरेक्टली जीएल पे जाके रेंडर कर रहे हैं ना। उसकी कोई लाइफ साइकिल प्रॉपर्ली डिफाइंड नहीं है राइट नाउ टुडे कंपोज के अंदर। कंपोज यूआई की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, एंड इसके ऊपर एक्चुअली जैक वाटर ने बहुत अच्छा आर्टिकल लिखा था, एंड आई हैव आल्सो मेड सिमिलर ऐप लाइक जैक वाटर ने लिखा हुआ था कि यू कैन एक्चुअली यूज कंपोज का कंपाइलर विद नॉर्मल व्यूज एज वेल। एंड्रॉइड के व्यूज के साथ कंपोज का कंपाइलर यूज कर सकते हो। और मतलब थोड़ी फ्रिंज चीजें हैं, मतलब एंको करके एक लाइब्रेरी आती थी जिसमें आप कंपोज की तरह लिख सकते थे, कोड लिख सकते थे। कॉटलिन
बाइंडिंग
डीएसएल में
वगैरह
आता था,
सब सपोर्ट करता था।
बाइंडिंग वाइंडिंग आता था, वो नहीं करना पड़ता था, एक्सएमएल में कोड नहीं लिखना पड़ता। मेरे को एंको बड़ा अच्छा लगता था, बट वो एंड्रॉइड एक्स के माइग्रेशन के टाइम पे वो एंको मर गया बेचारा, वो कंपोज आ गया। तो कंपोज ओरिजिनली था कि हम कॉटलिन डीएसएल में view.java के फाइल्स को लिख लेंगे, बट फाइनली जो आएगा view.java को हटा दो, हम नए ग्राफिक्स रेंडर कर देंगे। प्रॉब्लम ये आता है कि डिपेंडिंग ऑन व्हाट काइंड ऑफ जीपीयू द फोन इज रनिंग, लॉट ऑफ टाइम्स पे मतलब एक GL रेंडरिंग करने की जो सरफेस व्यू बनती है, दैट समटाइम्स हैज इट्स ओन ग्लिचेस एज वेल। तो अभी मास स्केल में जब यूज होने लगेगा और व्यू और कंपोज के ऑब्जेक्ट जब एक दूसरे के साथ इंटरेक्ट करेंगे, वहां सबको लोगों को सारी जो पीड़ाएं दिखने लगेगी इस सिस्टम की, तो अभी जितना लोग एक्साइटेड हैं कंपोज को लेकर, उतना एक्साइटेड वो रहेंगे नहीं। और ऑन अ ब्रॉडर पर्सपेक्टिव मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि मैं बहुत लोगों को वेब डेवलपमेंट, एंड्रॉइड डेवलपमेंट पढ़ा के एक चीज रियलाइज किया है, देयर इज अ फैमिली ऑफ पीपल हु लाइक टू सी व्यूज एज ट्री। वो समझते हैं कि अच्छा ऊपर सबसे ऊपर एक नोड है, मेरा पूरा स्क्रीन है, उसके अंदर 2 और ऑब्जेक्ट है, ये मेरा साइड बार है, ये मेरा मेन स्क्रीन है, मेन के अंदर 2 ऑब्जेक्ट है। जो लोग इस तरह से इमेजिन कर लेते हैं, प्रेफर करते हैं, तो दे प्रेफर XML। एंड देयर इज अ सेकंड फैमिली ऑफ पीपल जो कि ना फंक्शनल वे में व्यूज को सोचते हैं कि मैंने ये दोनों चीजें जोड़ के ये एक बड़ी व्यू बनाई, फिर इस व्यू को इस व्यू के साथ जोड़ के मैंने पूरा स्क्रीन बनाया। दोज पीपल विल ऑलवेज प्रेफर जो रिएक्ट में या डार्ट में या कंपोज में जो डिक्लेरेटिव वे ऑफ राइटिंग है। और ये मतलब आफ्टर मेंटरिंग 20-30 हज़ार लोग, मैं कहना चाहता हूँ 50-50 डिवाइड है ये अक्रॉस द इंडस्ट्री। अभी जो लोग ये डिक्लेरेटिव वे पसंद करते थे एंड्रॉइड डेवलपमेंट पे आज तक, उनके पास चारा नहीं था, उनके पास XML करना होता था। तो वो लोग जो है ना आज के जमाने में सबसे ज्यादा शोर मचा रहे हैं, कंपोज बहुत बढ़िया, कंपोज बहुत बढ़िया है। बट व्हेन दैट ऑडियंस इज एग्जॉस्टेड, जिनको डिक्लेरेटिव व्यूज अच्छा लगता है, देन दोज पीपल विल बी लेफ्ट जिनको टेम्पलेट्स अच्छे लगते हैं। तो द सेम थिंग दैट हैपेंड विद रिएक्ट आने से पहले ना टेम्पलेट्स आर द ओनली वे, एंगुलर होता था। जब रिएक्ट आया तो जिन लोगों को डिक्लेरेटिव अच्छा लगा, पूरी दुनिया जगह रिएक्ट करेंगे, एंड रिएक्ट गेन्ड अ लॉट ऑफ पॉपुलैरिटी। बट देन जितने लार्ज स्केल कंपनीज के फ्रंट एंड एप्लीकेशन जितने रिएक्ट में बने हुए हैं, व्यू और एंगुलर मिला के भी उतने बने हुए, उससे ज्यादा बने होंगे। व्यू और एंगुलर का अगर आप ऐड करोगे तो शायद रिएक्ट से ज्यादा प्रोजेक्ट बने हुए होंगे, बिकॉज दीज पीपल लाइक टेम्पलेट्स। तो पीपल हु थिंक इन टेम्पलेट्स विल रिमेन लाइक दैट। सम प्रोग्रामर्स थिंक इन टेम्पलेट्स, सम प्रोग्रामर्स थिंक इन ऑब्जेक्ट ओरिएंटेड वे ऑफ UI। तो वो डिवाइड जब आएगा तो एंड्रॉइड की दुनिया उसको कैसे रिकनसाइल करेगी, वो देखने की बात होगी कि दोनों को साथ में लेके चल पाएंगे कि नहीं चल पाएंगे। क्योंकि अब तक एक ही तरीका था, तो उसके लिए हर कोई हर चीज सपोर्ट कर देता था उसको। कल को जब आधे लोग कंपोज में बनाएंगे और आधे लोग XML में बनाएंगे, तो हाउ विल द इकोसिस्टम सपोर्ट दैट विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी।
एंड मेरे पास बहुत सारे मतलब मैं जिनसे बात करता हूँ, बहुत लोगों का डिफरेंट ओपिनियन ही होता है हर बार। कुछ लोग बोलते हैं यार मुझे XML ही पसंद है, मैं खुश हूँ भाई उससे, मतलब मेरे को आदत हो गई है, तो मेरे को मज़ा उसी में आता। मेरे को मतलब लीनियर लेआउट, कंस्ट्रेंट लेआउट, ये सब बढ़िया लगता है। अब ये लोग नया कुछ ला रहे हैं फंडा, अब जब बाइंडिंग वगैरह सब कुछ मेरे को आता है करने, तो मैं क्यों दोबारा सब कुछ सीखूँ। ठीक है, अब तो मैंने फ्रेगमेंट भी सीख लिया अच्छे से, तो अब मैं क्यों अपना दोबारा से सारा साइकिल रिपीट करूं और सब कुछ दोबारा सीखूं। तो ये तो होगा ही मेरे ख्याल में इन सब चीज़ों में, जो डिक्लेरेटिव वे ऑफ राइटिंग UIs। अब जैसे क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म की बात आती है, उनमें ऑप्शन ही नहीं है ना, मतलब उनके पास, आपके पास सिंपल एक ही फंडा है, तो आप वो यूज़ करोगे, तो वहाँ पे चलो उनको या तो करना होगा या नहीं करना होगा। बट यहाँ पे सेम चीज़ iOS में भी प्रॉब्लम है, ठीक है, उनका भी यही चल रहा है। स्विफ्ट UI वाली एक ऑडियंस है, और एक ऑडियंस है स्टोरी बोर्ड वाली आज भी, जो UI किट में लिखती है सारी चीज़ें। और वो उसके साथ एक और प्रॉब्लम ये है कि iOS बैकवर्ड कंपेटिबिलिटी सपोर्ट नहीं करता है एज ऑफ नाउ। ठीक है, आपके पास iOS 13 होना चाहिए, उससे पहले स्विफ्ट UI भी काम नहीं करता, और अभी जो उन्होंने नया लॉन्च किया सब कुछ, वो iOS 15 से पहले काम नहीं करता है। ठीक है, तो उनका लेकिन सिंपल है, उनका ये है कि हम बंद कर देंगे अपडेट्स देना, उसके बाद तो मतलब, या वो ऐसा मान के चलते हैं कि 80% लोग हमारे वो लेटेस्ट वर्जन पे अपग्रेड कर चुके होते हैं। बट स्टिल मेरे ख्याल में सपोर्ट तो एंड नहीं कर सकते। UI किट अभी चलने वाला है लंबा, उसके बाद स्विफ्ट UI भी लंबा चलेगा, फिर वहाँ पे भी उसी तरीके का प्रॉब्लम रहेगा। बट एप्पल मेरे ख्याल में फोर्स ज़्यादा कर सकता है एज़ कम्पेयर टू गूगल, कि गूगल का थोड़ा लेगेसी चलेगा लंबा, और फिर थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग होगा देखना कि क्या होता है। मे बी लोग फाइट वाइट होगा, फिर 2 कम्युनिटीज बटेंगी। फिर
एक चीज़ अच्छी है, एक चीज़ अच्छी है कंपोज के बारे में कि इट इज़ इंटरऑपरेबल। तो मतलब तुम XML के साथ मिक्स एंड मैच करके एटलीस्ट यू कैन ट्राई आउट कि तुम्हारे लिए क्या
इन थ्योरी है वो इंटरऑपरेबल।
हाँ, इन थ्योरी में भी वही
प्रोडक्शन में करके देखो तो काफी मजा आ जाता है फिर वो इंटरऑपरेबल।
उसमें कुछ बेसिकली थिंग्स है जो बेसिकली सोचना चाहिए। So and even like not only about interoperability, but how you manage state as well, right? You have to rethink the whole state management process to actually use Compose. सो मैंने जो देखा बहुत कम लोग बेसिकली प्रॉपर स्टेट मैनेज करते हैं विथ से डेटा क्लास और समथिंग लाइक दैट इन एंड्रॉइड, राइट? Everyone just calls a method from presenter or view model, gets data back or stream back, and then does find view by id, right? When you are using compose, you have to rethink that whole process or
नहीं, वो तो
relearn
काफी
the whole
एडवांस प्रॉब्लम
process.
आप कह रहे हो, वो आप काफी एडवांस प्रॉब्लम कह रहे हो। एक्सएमएल व्यूज तो आप
नहीं,
सिंपली
ये
ऐप के
advanced
स्टाइल्स
नहीं
डॉट
है,
एक्सएमएल में, मैं कह रहा हूँ कि स्टाइल्स डॉट एक्सएमएल में एक जगह चेंज करने से आपका पूरा ऐप बदल जाता है, बट
हाँ।
आपके एक्सएमएल के अंदर एम्बेडेड जो कंपोज के एलिमेंट होंगे उनका स्टाइल बदलेगा नहीं।
नहीं,
तो
उसका
सारा
उसका
बट्टा वही
तरीका
बैठ
है,
जाएगा आपकी
उसका
थीम इंजन
तरीका
पे।
है, उसका तरीका है। लेकिन मेन प्रॉब्लम ये है कि कंपोज यूज करना शुरू करोगे तो आपको पहले स्टेट समझना होगा, राइट? एक्सएमएल के साथ इतना कुछ सोचना नहीं पड़ता था। व्हेन यू आर यूजिंग कंपोज इन प्रोडक्शन ऐप, स्टेट के बारे में बहुत कुछ सोचना पड़ेगा। डेमो में देख के अच्छा लगता है, राइट? बट व्हेन यू आर इम्प्लीमेंटिंग इट, इट्स अ टोटल डिफरेंट स्टोरी व्हेन यू
डेमो
हैव अ
में
रियल कॉम्प्लेक्स यूज केस।
डेमो में सब अच्छा लगता है, ठीक है? वो जो नया डेमो
Exactly.
बनता है ना, वो बहुत ही प्यारा बनाते हैं, ठीक है? चाहे वो KMM हो, चाहे वो फ्लटर हो, चाहे वो कुछ हो, वो एक
And I am someone who is really excited about Compose, and I am saying that Compose is not that much easy to actually implement in production. You have to rethink the whole state
एक चीज मैं
management.
बोलने वाला था कि आपने अर्णव भाई ने सुना होगा, फ्लटर में ऐड टू ऐप है ना, आपने वो कॉन्सेप्ट सुना होगा। वो और ये जो इंट्रा ऑपरेबिलिटी वाला जो सीन है ना, वो दोनों बहुत सिमिलर है, ठीक है? कि
हाँ,
एक्सएमएल
सुनाने में बहुत अच्छा लगता है
हाँ,
वो सुनाने
दोनों
में अच्छा लगता
बहुत
है। अरे अभी एक फिनटेक ऐप पे मैं टेक एडवाइजर हूँ, तो उन्होंने पूरी ऐप की यूआई बना ली फ्लटर में, बट अब एचडी का इंटीग्रेट बैंक का यूपीआई का करना था, वो नेटिव में आता है, तो वो नेटिव में इंटीग्रेट कर लिया। अब ये एक नेटिव ऐप है, एक फ्लटर ऐप है, इनको जोड़ना है। तो बस मतलब जो डेवलपर्स है ना, शक्ल देखते हैं बस एक दूसरे की। वो जैसे एग्जाम में जब पेपर में आ जाता है ना, जिसमें 10 में से 10 क्वेश्चन नहीं आते हैं, तो जो एग्जाम हॉल में सब बैठ के एक दूसरे को देखते हैं कि भाई अब होगा क्या, क्योंकि फंडिंग आ गई है, कंपनी शुरू हो गई है, लॉन्च डेट आ गया है, और हमने 2 ऐप बना दिया, एक नेटिव में एक फ्लटर में। अब इनको जोड़ना है, फाउंडर ने बोल दिया जोड़ना है, जोड़ो। तो अब क्या जुड़ेगा मतलब? अब वो सब बैठे ऐसे एग्जाम हॉल में बस देख रहे हैं कि भाई तेरे को भी नहीं आता, मेरे को भी नहीं आता, अब बता क्या होगा।
तो मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ कि ये दोनों में ना बहुत ज़्यादा सिमिलैरिटीज है इस सिनेरियो में, क्योंकि जब आप इनको प्रेजेंट करते हो, जब ऐसा आप चाहे वो गूगलर्स है चाहे कोई भी है, वो जब प्रेजेंट करते हैं तो इट सीम्स लाइक अरे वाह, ये तो बहुत मज़ेदार चीज़ है यार, मतलब क्या आसान है। वो ठीक है भाई, वो उतना ही आसान है जितना वो दिखा
अरे
रहे
मैं
हैं,
उस
ठीक
दिन
है?
गया था, ड्रॉइडकॉन बर्लिन में गया था, तो फिलिप रासेक जो था ना, ही वाज देयर।
हाँ।
तो मैं बोला कि ऐसे मतलब कि मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन यही था कि कॉटलिन में, रिएक्ट नेटिव में और फ्लटर में मैंने सेम ऐप बनाया था, और उसके बीच में कुछ भी कंपैरिजन दिखाया था। तो एक तो उनको थोड़ा मजा नहीं आया कि कॉटलिन वाली, तब के जमाने कॉटलिन की ना मेमोरी यूजेज और हाई होती थी, अभी तो काफी ऑप्टिमाइजेशन किया है। तो कॉटलिन वाले मेमोरी यूजेज हाई वाई थे, उन्होंने कहा यार तुम थोड़ा सा मतलब थोड़ा बायस्ड हो गए। मैंने कहा यार मैंने ऐप बनाया, मेरी जितनी नॉलेज थी, मुझे एंड्रॉइड की थोड़ी ज्यादा है नॉलेज, ठीक है थोड़ा ऑप्टिमाइज बना होगा, बट रिएक्ट नेटिव भी मैंने अभी कल ही सीखा है, और फ्लटर भी कल ही सीखा है, बनाया है, मैं बस स्टैट्स बता रहा हूँ इसमें, मतलब क्या हो गया। तो फिर उन्होंने कहा कि अच्छा ठीक है, आप थोड़े मतलब एक यूजर इंटरव्यू कर लो हमारे साथ। उनकी टीम बैठी थी, वो उनका स्टॉल लगता है ड्रॉइडकॉन के अंदर, राइट? तो फिर वो कह रहे कि मतलब कुछ आप रिव्यू बताओ कि क्या कैसा लगा नहीं लगा। मैं कहा वही कि इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी में प्रॉब्लम है। तो उन्होंने कहा वी आर मेकिंग दिस वार्म होल थिंग, तो वो तब उसका कोड नेम कुछ वार्म होल करके था। तो उन्होंने कहा ऐसे गूगल मैप को कैसे चला। मैंने कहा गूगल मैप ही नहीं चलता। सबसे पहले प्रॉब्लम मैंने उनको बताया कि मैं गूगल मैप नहीं चलता, क्योंकि मैं कुछ वो ब्लॉगिंग की ऐप बना रहा था, तो मैं उसमें लोकेशन वाला मैं डाल नहीं पाया था फ्लटर के अंदर। मैंने कहा कि सेपरेट एक्टिविटी बनानी पड़ रही थी उसके लिए। तो उन्होंने कहा ऐसे बन सकता है, वार्म होल करके दिखाया उन्होंने। तो उन्होंने जो उसको करने के लिए जितना चक्कर चलाया है, मेरे को ये तो मेरे को समझ नहीं आया आपने किया क्या। और वो चलने के बाद मैप इतना स्लो लोड हुआ, मैंने कहा ये मुझे सोल्यूशन तो ठीक नहीं लग रहा जो भी आप कह रहे हो, बट मैं मान लेता हूँ कि आपने टेक्निकल डेमो तो दिखा दिया, स्टेज पे अच्छा लगेगा बट मुझे जज नहीं रहा ये।
इसलिए मैं बोलता हूँ सबको कि भाई जब भी तुम्हें कोई ऐप बनाना है, यूज केस बनाना है, जो उसका टफेस्ट पार्ट है ना, जो तुम्हें लगता है कि भाई ये चीज़ नहीं होगा या ये चीज़ में मुश्किल होगा, पहले सबसे पहले वो करो, ठीक है? मतलब एटलीस्ट उसका एक MVP टाइप बना के देखो। अगर तुम्हें लग रहा है कि भाई ये चल जाएगा, तो UI तो बन ही जाएगा। वो तो है ही नहीं क्वेश्चन में। तुम्हारा भाई मेन जो पार्ट है वो नहीं बनने वाला, और फिर तुम परेशान रहोगे कि भाई इसको एंड्रॉइड में कैसे करूँ, इसको iOS में कैसे करूँ। और फिर तुम्हारा या तुम्हारा 70% ऐप ही वही है, ठीक है? 70% ऐप तुम्हारा उसी के ऊपर है, और फिर तुम सिर्फ क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म उठा लियो कि तुमको लगा कि नहीं यार मेरे को एक ही बार कोड लिखना पड़ेगा, एंड मेरा काम हो जाएगा। तो सबसे बड़ा स्टूपिडिटी वही है, क्योंकि तुमने 70% काम अपने ऊपर ले रखा है कि अभी मैं जाऊंगा और फिर मैं प्लेटफॉर्म चैनल यूज करूंगा और फिर मैं नेटिव कोड लिखूंगा दोनों जगह। और क्योंकि वो स्पेसिफिक यूज केस का प्लगइन मिलना इज नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल, और वो भी आप कितना रिलाय कर सकते हो उस पर? बहुत ही कम चांसेस है कि आप मतलब उतना रिलाय कर पाओगे। एंड ठीक है यार, मतलब वो लोग इस बात को नहीं बोल सकते फॉर ऑब्वियस रीजंस कि भाई क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स है, बट अपन बोल सकते हैं, तो अपन बोल रहे भी रहे हैं। अभी आएंगे कुछ फिर मेरे पास, ठीक है, जो बोलेंगे
पता जैसे कंपोज की बात करें ना, पीयूष को ही पता, वो जैसे एक साल मैं बैठ के वहाँ सूची लिख के आया हूँ, तो अभी वो कर रहा होगा यूज, वो कंपोज में मूव करने जाएंगे तो मतलब हालत जितनी खराब होएगी उसको भी पता है। और पूरा एंड्रॉइड का थीमिंग सिस्टम के ऊपर बना हुआ है।
जो अब ये बंदा पूछ रहा है इसका बताओ पहले आप।
ये क्वेश्चन
ये बंदा पूछ रहा है कि अब बच्चा करे तो करे क्या, बाइंडिंग सीखे या कंपोज सीखे, या दोनों छोड़ दे?
पूछना पड़ेगा कि ये बाइंडिंग कौन सा कह रहा है।
6 लोग है ना, 6 लोग है ना, हम लोग एक एक
ये
आंसर
अपना
दे देते हैं, तो
XML बाइंडिंग की बात कर रहा होगा, डेटा बाइंडिंग वाली, वो बटन नाइफ वगैरह कुछ कुछ यूज कर रहा होगा या तो।
सागर
I have a very-
दर्शन से स्टार्ट करते हैं।
हाँ, दर्शन से
I have a very simple answer for this. जो कोड में ऑलरेडी है और जो जिसके लिए तुमको तुम्हारी कंपनी सैलरी दे रही है वो यूज करो। सिंपल है।
एग्जैक्टली।
सही है।
बट अगर स्टूडेंट है
तो
मत करो।
मेरे ओपिनियन से सी आई पर्सनली डोंट लाइक डेटा बाइंडिंग। ठीक है, अगर व्यू बाइंडिंग सीखना है तो सीखो, ठीक है। और कंपोज खुद की मर्जी का बात है, ठीक है। कंपोज अभी पूरी प्रोडक्शन में आने से बहुत टाइम है, ठीक है। सारे ऐप प्रोडक्शन में डालने से बहुत टाइम है, तो अपने मर्जी का बात है कंपोज सीखना है कि नहीं सीखना है।
वो जुलाई का कमिटमेंट कर चुके हैं, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ है ना कि जुलाई में अपन स्टेबल निकाल देंगे?
नहीं, मैं बोल रहा हूँ कंपोज तो प्रोडक्शन रिलीज हो जाएगा, लेकिन सारे ऐप अपने प्रोडक्शन में कंपोज डालेगा। उसका बहुत टाइम है।
ये बंदा स्टूडेंट है वैसे।
बहुत सारे ऐप स्टार्ट कर दिए, लेकिन फिर भी मतलब पूरा कंपोज
नहीं किया, मुझे नहीं लगता।
बहुत देरी है।
मुझे नहीं लगता बहुत सारे ऐप स्टार्ट किया होगा अभी तक, तो मुझे लगता ही नहीं कि किसी ने कंपोज में मूव करना स्टार्ट किया होगा सच, अनटिल अनलेस वो ऐप नया बन रहा हो।
कुछ एप्लीकेशंस हैं तो जो प्रोडक्शन में
कुछ एप्लीकेशंस है जो जिसने ऑलरेडी प्रोडक्शन में डाल दिया।
हां,
निहारिका, आप क्या सजेस्ट करोगे इसको?
मैं इस पे आगे मेरा स्पीच रह गई थी।
ओह अच्छा, ओके।
हां, करो ऐसे ना, फिर वो दिमाग में रह जाएगा मेरे लोग। अनु, आप अभी बोल रहे थे ना कि आप लोगों ने सुशी को किया था, तो मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है, मतलब ऑलरेडी अगर कोई चीज सही चल रही है, मूव क्यों करना है उसको? मतलब व्हाई वुड पीपल मूव दैट? मतलब मेरे को ना
नहीं, मूव करने के लिए नहीं, मतलब मैं ऐसे कहता कि अगर हम कंपोज अडॉप्ट करना चाहे एट अ कंपनी वेयर द एटॉमिक डिजाइन किट इज मेड यूजिंग व्यूज, तो देन यू कांट मूव राइट इजीली, बिकॉज क्या होता है कि बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में जनरली यू कम अप विद समथिंग लाइक जैसे बूटस्ट्रैप काइंड ऑफ फ्रेमवर्क होता है, आप इंटरनली एक बना लेते हो, आपकी डिजाइन टीम के साथ मिलके आप एक डिजाइन सिस्टम बना लेते हो इंटरनली। तो मतलब आप इंस्टेड ऑफ यूजिंग मटेरियल के बटन्स और मटेरियल का रिसाइकलर व्यू और मटेरियल के कार्ड्स वगैरह, आप खुद के अपने एडिशंस बना लेते हो, इधर उनको एक्सटेंड करके या आप स्क्रैच से बना लेते हो। आपके अपने कस्टमाइजेशंस होते हैं, आप रिपल की तरह जगह कुछ और टाइप की एनिमेशन यूज कर रहे हो, आप मे बी आउटलाइन को ग्लो करा रहे हो या जो भी कर रहे हो, क्योंकि आपकी डिजाइन लैंग्वेज है। मैच्योर डिजाइन टीम्स में जनरली ऐसा ही होता है। अब क्या होता है कि फिर आप रेस्ट ऑफ द ऐप जो बनाते हो, तो आप उस चीज को एज ए डिक्शनरी यूज करते हो राइट, अपनी डिजाइन सिस्टम को। इनफैक्ट जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल जोमेटो की बात है, तो जोमेटो में नॉट अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल वुड इवन बी वेल वर्स्ड विद रिसाइकलर व्यू प्रॉपर्ली, क्योंकि वो यूनिवर्सल रिसाइकलर व्यू यूज करते हैं जो जोमेटो का इंटरनल वाला है राइट। उसमें काफी रैपर्स हैं, चेंजेस हैं, बिकॉज वो मेनू को फ्लिंग करते हैं और वो मतलब वो खाने में वो होता है कि एक सेक्शन से दूसरे सेक्शन में फटाक से चले जाते हैं, उस टाइप की चीजों के लिए बहुत सारी इंटरनल मैकेनिज्म्स चेंज करी गई है। तो उसमें द वे वी बाइंड एंड वी क्रिएट इन जोमेटोज रिसाइकलर व्यू इज लिटिल डिफरेंट फ्रॉम, मतलब इनफैक्ट आउट इन द वाइल्ड की बात करें, इपॉक्सी को यूज कर रहा है अगर 1-2 साल से, तो उसको ना रिसाइकलर व्यू यूज करने की आदत चली जाएगी, वो इपॉक्सी में सोचता है दिमाग में, हर चीज को इपॉक्सी के फॉर्म में सोचने लग जाता है। तो अब जो हमारी टूल किट बनी हुई है वो बिल्डिंग थिंग्स, वो ही अगर कंपोज में नहीं बनी है तो आपको कंपोज फिर उस लेयर पे डालना पड़ेगा ना, इफ यू वांट टू यूज कंपोज।
मतलब इनिशिएट वहां से करना होगा,
इनिशिएट वहां से करना पड़ेगा, एंड दैट्स अ बिग अंडरटेकिंग, बिकॉज वो है कि व्यूज के अंदर चीजों पे फाइट मारी हुई है। मतलब पीयूष अभी जाके देखना एक बार, वो एक बढ़िया मैथमेटिकल इक्वेशन है आइकन की पैडिंग निकालने की, बटन में आइकन की पैडिंग है ना, उसमें उसमें एकदम मैथमेटिक्स लगा हुआ है काफी बढ़िया वाला कि
क्यों
एग्जैक्टली
कल रात
कहाँ
को
पे बट
तो
आइकन
तुम्हें वो डेली कोडिंग चैलेंज करना था, आज रात को सोना है।
नहीं मैं चैलेंज
आज
करता
का
नहीं,
डेली
मैसेज
कोडिंग
भेजता
चैलेंज
हूँ।
तू आज का
हाँ
डेली
आज
कोडिंग चैलेंज में तू देख लियो कि वो
हाँ
वहाँ वो फॉर्मूला क्यों है आइकन पे पैडिंग का,
ठीक है,
वो समझ में
आज
आ
आज
जाएगा तो बताइए मुझे।
आज तेरे को
बोले
मेल की जरूरत नहीं है, आज तेरे पास ये डेली कोडिंग चैलेंज आ गया ऑलरेडी।
डेली पैडिंग चैलेंज है ये।
हाँ
कूल है। तो एक बार आंसर कर लेते हैं यार उसके क्वेश्चन को।
यार
सागर आप क्या
मेरा मेरी
बोलोगे? अच्छा, ये हल्का सा।
हाँ मैं खत्म कर लेती हूँ, मेरी एक और
So,
मीटिंग
yeah, yeah.
तो मेरा इसमें यही ओपिनियन रहेगा या डेटा माइनिंग का, तो रेवो ने जैसे बोला मैं उसके साथ नहीं जाऊंगी, और मुझे लगता है व्यू बाइंडिंग में कुछ सीखने लायक है। मतलब वो तो जस्ट डायरेक्टली यूज ही किया जाता है, उसमें कुछ ऐसा सीखने वाला नहीं है। यूज इट, और बहुत इजी है उसके अंदर डेटा माइनिंग से चीज़ें। बट डेटा माइनिंग के भी अपने फायदे थे। ठीक है, स्लो है, ये है वो है, एडवांटेजेस के उसमें अंडर द हुड जाते हैं तो चीज़ें अलग आती हैं। बट अगर कोई न्यू कमर है दे कैन गो विद व्यू बाइंडिंग। और अगेन कॉम्पोज का यार ये बहुत हर एक की परसेप्शन पे डिपेंड करता है। फिर मतलब मैं इसके लिए, क्योंकि मैं खुद एक्सएमएल यूज़ कर रही हूँ, और इवन ना जैसे आप लोगों का जोमेटो में सुशी का है, हम लोग भी यहाँ डीएलएस इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं, और वो भी एक्सएमएल के ऊपर है, तो हमारे लिए भी
हाँ।
बहुत मुश्किल होने वाली है ये चीज़ें, तो आई कैन रिलेट विद दैट। तो
अरे
अगर कोई
मतलब बदलती रहती है ये सब चीजें। मतलब बहुत पहले प्रोटियस बनाया था फ्लिपकार्ट वालों ने, अब तो रिएक्ट नेटिव में मूव कर गए। बट प्रोटियस जो है ना, वो एक्सएमएल की जगह जेसन यूज करने की लाइब्रेरी बना रखी है उन्होंने। इट्स अ फेमस ओपन सोर्स लाइब्रेरी नाउ। देयर मे बी कंपनीज यूजिंग प्रोटियस नाउ, जबकि फेसबुक देमसेल्फ हैव मूव टू रिएक्ट नेटिव। तो वो तो
एग्जैक्टली या
टेक्नोलॉजीज आती रहती है, अडॉप्ट हो जाए तो हो जाए।
हाँ
इन
राइट
लोगों
राइट
का
ये कोई नथिंग इज रॉन्ग और राइट है। आई वुड से मतलब ये चीज़ तो यार एक्सएमएल नहीं जाने वाला, मुझे नहीं लगता वही अगेन एंड्रॉइड में। तो या न्यू कमर के लिए तो मुझे लगता है एक्सएमएल पता होना चाहिए यार, ऐसा नहीं है कि सीधा
एक्सएमएल पता होना चाहिए, एक्सएमएल पता
बड़ा
होना
बुरा
चाहिए।
लगता है। बड़ा बुरा
100%
लगता
दिल
एग्री।
से
है
बुरा लगता है,
दिल से बुरा
मेरे को
लगता
मीम
है।
नहीं है वरना मैं डाल देता, दिल से बुरा लगता है।
so yeah
100%
Cool.
एग्री, एक्सएमएल पता होना चाहिए।
yes बेसिक्स तो यार हाँ, मतलब one should know about that।
आसान भी है यार,
और
मतलब
ऑलवेज गो
सीख लो
विद
थोड़ा।
जो चीज एक साल पहले चल रहा था ना एज अ स्टूडेंट, वो करो। जो एक साल बाद आने वाला है ना, लोग जो हाथ गिन रहे हैं
हाँ
और फॉर्चून टेलिंग कर रहे हैं, उस
Perfect.
पे मत जाओ।
Exactly.
क्योंकि
Exactly.
कंपनीज जनरली यूज दोज थिंग्स व्हिच हैव
yes
कम आउट इन
exactly
स्टेबल 2-3 years बैक। जो आज
Exactly.
स्टेबल आया
and
ना,
even
कंपनीज 2 साल
interviews
बाद
भी
यूज करते हैं। हाँ बिल्कुल
even
बिल्कुल।
इंटरव्यूज में लोग नहीं
I think
पूछेंगे आपसे कंपोज, वो
इंटरव्यू
एक्सेल
में कॉटलिन ही कंपलसरी
Yeah.
6-7 महीने में हुआ है। 2020
yes
में कॉटलिन
yes
कंपलसरी हुआ इंटरव्यूज में।
yes
मतलब
yes
कंपनीज हैव बीन यूजिंग कॉटलिन सिंस 2018, बट जावा में इंटरव्यू लेके हायर कर रहे थे 2019 तक इजीली कंपनी।
right
जॉब पर्सपेक्टिव से
I
इतना
think
क्या होने वाला है वो सब ना, गूगल आईओ में अच्छा लगता है। जॉब इंटरव्यू में कोई उस पर नहीं जाता है कि कल को हम इस चीज में बनाएंगे तो हम उसके हिसाब से हायर करेंगे, ऐसा नहीं होता।
और एक
I
पॉइंट
think
और है
the
इसमें, हमारे ना रियल वर्ल्ड यूज केसेस आ जाएंगे इफ यू सी 1 year आफ्टर फॉर कॉम्पोज की। अभी अगर कॉम्पोज प्रोडक्शन में जा रहा है, एक साल में आपके पास बहुत सारे एग्जांपल्स होंगे कि क्या सक्सेस और फेलियर केसेस हैं। आप अभी
Exactly.
स्टार्ट कर रहे हो और एक साल बाद करोगे ना, तो मेरे को लगता है वो शायद ज़्यादा बेटर होगा। अगर कोई न्यू कमर कर रहा है चीज़ों के लिए, वो बेसिक से स्टार्ट कर सकता है, क्योंकि भाई कंपनीज फॉलो कर रही है, इंटरव्यूज के लिए उनके लिए अच्छा है। तब उनको पता होगा कि एक्चुअली इसमें क्या अच्छा और बुरा हो रहा है। तो मुझे ये लगता है
टैगर
think
विदाउट हिल तो सीखना पड़ेगा ही, क्योंकि मतलब आई डोंट नो, बहुत ही कम कंपनी होंगे जो एक्चुअली हील्ड यूज कर रहे होंगे। आई डोंट नो एनी कंपनी व्हिच एक्चुअली यूजेस हील्ड।
दर्शन कुछ कह
I
रहे
think
Darshan.
I think the moral of the story is कि for any new Android developer, I think he should go back to New Boston and start learning from there only.
Right. Perfect.
अरे वोगेला के ब्लॉग पे जाओ। मैं तो
हाँ।
व्यू से रिसाइकलर व्यू क्यों खाया था, मैं पढ़ाता था अपने कोर्स में 2019 तक मैं बोलता था।
एक चीज मैं मेंशन करूंगा कि यार एक चीज मुझे आज तक बहुत अच्छी लगी एंड्रॉइड की, कि आज भी अगर मैं पुराना मतलब आज से शायद 7 साल पहले का कोड चलाऊंगा ना, चल जाएगा। मतलब चलता है अभी भी, विच इज पता नहीं अब वो अच्छा है कि बुरा है, पर चलता है। मेरी बहुत ऐसी एप्स थी जो वेरियस रीजंस की वजह से गूगल प्ले स्टोर पे हट गई, प्ले स्टोर की पॉलिसीज के चक्कर में, ठीक है, लेकिन ऐप चल रही थी। वो आज तक चल रही थी भाई। वो कहीं पे भी किसी भी, चाहे 1-2 डिवाइस में बेशक कुछ क्रैश वगैरह हो जाता होगा, बट ऐप वाज स्टिल वर्किंग। और आज भी अगर आप न्यू बॉस्टन का ट्यूटोरियल देख के ऐप बनाओगे ना, मेरे ख्याल में वो चलेगा। मतलब आज भी वो काम करेगा, मतलब एटलीस्ट 70% तो
कुछ
काम
वार्निंग्स
करता ही होगा,
आएंगे,
70-80%।
कुछ वार्निंग्स
हाँ,
आएंगे, बट चलते
वार्निंग आ
रहेंगे।
सकते हैं, डेप्रिकेट हो
और
सकता है कुछ,
मतलब
पर
एरर भी
चलेगा।
आया तो छोटा मोटा आएगा, यू कैन फिक्स इट।
हाँ, लेकिन चलेगा, मतलब है ना, ऐसा है। पर
चलेगा।
ऐसा
दर्शन
जनरली
दर्शन सही सही मोड पे कंक्लूड किए, मतलब सोल्यूशन न्यू बॉस्टन है।
ये साइकिल है,
राइट।
ये वो
हाँ
साइकिल है जिसका कोई अंत नहीं है, ठीक है।
राइट
घूम फिर के कहानी वहीं पहुंचेगी।
राइट।
और
हम
ये
लोग भी
ये
रैप अप
एक
मेरे को
करते हैं
फोमो,
यार
निकलना
अब।
है एक्चुअली, मेरे को एक मीटिंग है।
हाँ,
हाँ
रैप अप
बस
करते
हो
हैं
गया,
अब।
अपना क्वेश्चन अपन ने सारे कवर कर ही लिए, तो मोटा मोटा
राइट।
सबको समझ आ ही गया है कि फोमो विल ऑलवेज बी अ फोमो। क्यों?
एग्जैक्टली।
क्यों? क्योंकि आप ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं सकते। तो यार चले गए थैंक यू बोलने से पहले ही अपने अर्णव भाई, तो और सारे ऐसे ही चले गए। तो पहले मैं ऐसे ही बोल देता हूँ, थैंक यू एवरीवन जिन्होंने ज्वाइन किया। दर्शन भाई अभी हैं, तो दर्शन भाई को थैंक्स कि आप आए टाइम
थैंक यू,
निकाल के।
थैंक यू,
आपका अपना
थैंक यू सो
पॉडकास्ट
मच।
होता है, उसको हमने शायद आज आज होता है कि नहीं होता, आई एम नॉट श्योर, बट
थर्सडे को
थैंक्स।
होता है।
आज नहीं होता है, आज थर्सडे को
अच्छा
होता
फिर
है।
ठीक
थर्सडे
है,
को होता है।
फिर ठीक है, तो थर्सडे को जाएं आप दर्शन भाई के पॉडकास्ट में, वहां पे आगे इसके कंटिन्यू करने कुछ तो जरूर मिलेगा एंड्रॉइड से रिलेटेड। और एंड्रॉइड चैटर आई गेस द नेम ऑफ
या
द क्लब हाउस
क्लब हाउस,
जो आप
क्लब
पॉडकास्ट
हाउस।
करते हैं। हाँ, तो एंड्रॉइड चैटर पे इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाया जाए। हम लोग यहाँ पे थोड़ा खत्म करेंगे अब। और जिन लोगों ने डोनेशन किया, वेल एंड गुड, बहुत ही अच्छी बात है। जिन्होंने नहीं भी किया, वो भी आज ना करके कल तक भी कर सकते हैं। कल तक हम कोशिश करेंगे कि
कल
विंडो
नहीं,
ओपन
और दो
रखें।
दिन, और 2 दिन है, और 2 दिन।
अच्छा ठीक है, 2 दिन तक अपन विंडो ओपन रखेंगे, तो करें डोनेट। जरूरी नहीं आप कोडेड पे करें, या मतलब मिलाप के थ्रू करें, या हेमकुंड को करें, अलग से भी आप करें, मतलब लेकिन करें। तो हमने अभी तक जो हमारे पास अमाउंट है वो ऑलमोस्ट 75K, विच इज अ गुड मनी। वी फील कि आई एम श्योर कि हेमकुंड विल बी एबल टू यूज दिस मनी टू
Yeah,
डू
Darshan,
समथिंग
can
बेटर।
you share Clubhouse link in the YouTube here? So people are asking for
Yes.
Android
सो
chatter
क्लब
link.
हाउस पे एंड्रॉयड का डिस्कशन होता है स्पेसिफिकली। और मेरे को अगर क्लब
हाँ,
हाउस पे फॉलो करते हो तो फ्लटर का डिस्कशन होगा। और अगर कोई और होगा यहाँ पे तो स्विफ्ट वाला, तो उसका हम ही कर लेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हम 1-2 दिन बांट लेंगे। तो अपन फिर कंटिन्यू करेंगे, एंड फिर कभी इवेंट किया तो फिर वैसे भी करेंगे, या पैनल डिस्कशन अपन क्या करेंगे कि ऐसा करते रहेंगे 1-2 महीने में ऑर्गेनाइज कहीं कहीं, कभी
राइट,
इधर
कर
कभी
सकते
किसी
हैं।
और के चैनल पे कभी कहीं, ताकि अपना सबका एक वो भी बना रहे। एंड मे बी क्लब हाउस पे किसी दिन डिस्कस कर सकते हैं एंड्रॉइड चैटर पे, कि आगे का कोई और भी टॉपिक ले सकते हैं, बाइंडिंग से रिलेटेड होगा या कंपोज से रिलेटेड होगा, यानी। और कुछ लोग होंगे अभी जो KMM वाले हैं, जो मुझे दिखाई नहीं दिए, वरना मेरे पास डेफिनेटली कमेंट्स में ये क्वेश्चन जरूर आता कि भाई KMM का क्या सीन है, और आगे उसका क्या फ्यूचर है, या अपन करें या ना करें। क्योंकि अब रेस जो है बढ़ती जा रही है, ठीक है, और बहुत सारे घोड़े आ गए हैं रेस में, तो लोग हो गए परेशान, स्पेशली स्टूडेंट्स को अब तो आता नहीं समझ। हमारे टाइम पे एक अच्छी बात बस यही थी कि हमें बहुत क्लैरिटी थी, ऑप्शन ही नहीं थे। तो भाई एंड्रॉइड सीखना है तो यही ऑप्शन है, करो और गेट इनटू इट। अब वो थोड़ा कम हो गया, चलो। तो ये क्लब हाउस का लिंक है, बहुत सिंपल सा लिंक है, clubhouse.com/club/android chatter। ज्वाइन कर सकते हो। थर्सडे को होगा दर्शन भाई नेक्स्ट
थर्सडे
Yes, yes.
8:30।
Coming
कुछ
Thursday,
टॉपिक।
and इस हफ्ते like the coming Thursday का topic we'll be telling tomorrow. अभी तक we are
चलो,
getting it sorted.
तो भाई फॉलो कर सकते हो आप दर्शन भाई को ट्विटर पे, और वहाँ पे
Awesome.
टॉपिक वगैरह कहीं तो वो शेयर करेंगे ही, तो
ट्विटर पे शेयर
वहाँ से
होता
मिल
है।
जाएगा। ट्विटर पे अपनी 90% जनता अपनी ट्विटर पे मिल ही जाएगी आपको। नाम भी सर्च करोगे तो ये 2-4 वेल्ले लोग ही होंगे जो पाए जाएंगे, टेक वाले मतलब। तो चलते हैं फिर, राइट। और मेरे
थैंक
ख्याल
यू
में कुछ
See
दर्शन,
you,
ज्वाइन
है
करने
everyone.
नहीं।
के लिए।
Thank
थैंक्स
you,
दर्शन।
Thanks a lot,
thank you
Darshan.
all.
Thank you
Thanks,
all.
Himanshu,
Bye-bye.
Adit, Arnav, Niharika. You all dropped,
या
but yeah,
हिमांशु,
still thanks.
स्टिल थैंक्स। अगर आप कभी आपका मन करे ये 6 घंटे की लाइव स्ट्रीम दोबारा देखने का, तो आपको कहीं कोने में दिखेगा कि हमने
आज तो फिर भी
थैंक्स
6
नोट पे
घंटे का
खत्म
हुआ।
किया है। कल
नहीं,
हमारा
हाँ,
7
थोड़ा
घंटा
लंबा
हो गया,
चला था।
7
सात
घंटा हो गया।
7 घंटे
7
हो गए
घंटा हो
थे।
गया।
कल 1 घंटा
एक
एक्स्ट्रा
शाउट
चला था।
आउट
कल 8 घंटा।
पवन, एक शाउट आउट अपने वॉलंटियर्स के लिए भी बनता है जो वेबसाइट पे है,
डेफिनेटली,
एक बार
बिल्कुल।
दिखा दो। हाँ,
डेफिनेटली।
एक बार
डेफिनेटली एक बार
बहुत
वेबसाइट अगर स्क्रीन शेयर कर सकते हैं
हाँ
तो दिखा देते हैं, वो बहुत जरूरी, मतलब लाइक हम लोग तो दिख रहे हैं सामने, बट
मतलब
those
हाँ,
are the
हम
ones who
हमारे फेस
actually
दिख रहे
did.
हैं, बट
Yeah, exactly.
बाकी जन भी है, काफी जन है,
आई कैन ट्राई
काफी
वन
मेहनत
सेकंड।
Those were the
यस
ones
बहुत
who
मेहनत किया और बहुत
बहुत
अच्छी वेबसाइट
बहुत
बनाई थी, मेरे को बहुत
राइट,
पसंद
बहुत
आई
ज्यादा,
वेबसाइट।
बहुत ज्यादा।
जैसे अगर मुझे बताना अगर दिखने लगेगी तो ठीक है।
हाँ 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 श्योर।
हाँ दिख
दिख
रहा
रही
है।
है वेबसाइट
हाँ दिख
राइट?
रहा है, दिख
तो
रहा है, दिख रहा है।
तो दिस इज द वेबसाइट विच वाज क्रिएटेड बाय सम ऑफ आवर वॉलंटियर्स, और काफ़ी प्यारी वेबसाइट बनाई एंड बहुत अच्छी लग रही है। ये रखेंगे हम कुछ टाइम तो थोड़ा हवाबाजी करने के लिए कि हमने देखो क्या इवेंट किया था। एंड आप इस पे जाके अभी भी डोनेट कर सकते हो। रजिस्टर तो अब करने का सेंस नहीं बनता, और स्ट्रीम भी यहीं रहेगा ही, तो वो भी आप ज्वाइन कर पाओगे। ये हमारे स्पीकर्स का लिस्ट है, यहाँ पे शेड्यूल है जो अब खास रेलिवेंट रहा नहीं। और यहाँ पे हमारी जो टीम है इसमें सारे लोग हैं जिन्होंने कंट्रीब्यूट किया है, किसी भी जिसको जो कर सकता था उसने वो कराए। एंड वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू ऑल ऑफ दीज पीपल एंड
Definitely.
एंड थैंक्स टू ऑल ऑफ यू एज वेल जो अभी हैं कॉल पे, रिवुदा, पीयूष, सागर, काफी
Thanks
अपन
to
लोगों
you,
ने।
Pavan, as well.
मेरा तो क्या
Obviously.
है, मैं तो हमें तो आई एम
एक
यूज्ड टू।
स्पेशल शाउट आउट पीयूष के लिए बनता है, बिकॉज उसका आइडिया था, एंड
हाँ
ही
Exactly.
पीयूष,
रीच आउट टू एवरीवन।
पीयूष ने स्टार्ट
He
किया था
reached
ये
out to
कि
everyone. हाँ.
हाँ कि
या
अपन को ये करना
ही
है
इज
तो
द मेन पर्सन बिहाइंड दिस, सो
करेक्ट,
या
क्योंकि हम लोग तो कोविड
थैंक
के
यू फॉर
शिकार थे
दैट।
खुद ही। तो पीयूष वॉज द वन जिसने बोला कि जोमेटो खाना खा लिया बहुत, अब थोड़ा कुछ और भी करेंगे। तो यार अच्छा है, बहुत मज़ा आया। एंड अभी भी जो भी 70-75 लोग देख रहे हैं, आई होप कि आप लोगों ने कुछ सीखा होगा, और जिन्होंने अभी जो नहीं भी हैं उन्होंने भी कुछ डेफिनेटली सीखा होगा। एंड वी हैड लॉट ऑफ फन, वी हैड लॉट ऑफ लर्निंग आवर सेल्फ, कि हमने भी कुछ ना कुछ सीखा ही है इस चीज़ से। एंड जाने से पहले थैंक्स कर देते एक बार स्पॉन्सर का, न्यूटन स्कूल एंड स्ट्रीम यार्ड। न्यूटन स्कूल ने डोनेशन भी किया है, तो उनका थैंक्स बनता है। आप चेकआउट कर सकते हो, लिंक डिस्क्रिप्शन में मिल जाएगा। स्ट्रीम यार्ड जो हमारे स्ट्रीमिंग पार्टनर रहे हैं, जिन्होंने हमें अपना फुल एक्सेस दिया था कि हम स्ट्रीम कर सके प्रॉपरली विदाउट एनी प्रॉब्लम। सो थैंक्स टू देम
And
एज वेल।
that's the reason 2 दिन without any hassle पूरा स्ट्रीम अच्छे
Yeah,
से हुआ।
without any hassle, we could
हाँ.
do this big stream almost for 15 hours. Almost 15 hours stream, right? So that's a huge thing. And लोगों ने donate भी किया है, which is something which we never thought कि we will reach even 75K, to be very
Right.
honest.
Right.
तो रणदीप सिंह ने बोला है शाउट आउट दे दो, तो रणदीप सिंह को शाउट आउट
भाई
दे देते
डोनेट
हैं।
कर दो, डोनेट कर दो।
डोनेट कर दो, डोनेट कर दो,
बस
हम अलग से
अभी
एक और
shout out
लाइव स्ट्रीम
मिलेगा,
करके शाउट आउट कर
एक और,
देंगे अगर
राइट राइट।
इसके
But
बाद डोनेशन आएगा तब भी।
the whole motive of these 15 hours was कि थोड़ा डोनेशन कलेक्ट करें, so that हम लोग जो
हाँ
प्रिविलेज लोग हैं हम लोग थोड़ा
Exactly.
हेल्प कर सके।
करेक्ट
मतलब वी
करेक्ट
डोंट नो कि हम लोग कितने ज्यादा प्रिविलेज्ड हैं, वो मतलब इफ यू गो बैक
अनलेस वी सी
एंड
इट,
चेक, या
अनलेस वी
एग्जैक्टली,
सी इट, तो एक बार
राइट
वो जो गो थ्रू करेंगे तो ही पता चलेगा, बट
राइट।
ठीक है, इफ यू कैन प्लीज डोनेट।
you can do it, and it doesn't matter you do it from our like website or wherever, like but donate, I would say कि donate करो आप जो भी आपके पोटेंशियल में है, जहाँ पे भी आप कर सकते हो, या हेल्प करो एटलीस्ट लोगों के आपके नियर बाय। अगर आप एक रीट्वीट भी करते हो किसी की हेल्प करने के लिए, दैट इज ऑल्सो मोर देन सफिशिएंट। इट मे लाइक इट
Exactly.
फील्स लाइक इट मे नॉट रीच टू पीपल, बट इट कैन रीच टू पीपल। ऐसा नहीं होता है कि आप हमेशा सोचोगे कि मैं एक अकेला बंदा, मेरे करने से क्या होता है। तो अगर ऐसा सब सोचने लग गए तो कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा, बट अगर सब अपना अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन समझेंगे तो बहुत कुछ हो सकता है। सो इसी नोट पे ख़त्म कर रहे हैं हम आज का सेशन। एंड इट वाज अमेजिंग एक्सपीरियंस फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस, एंड थैंक्स टू मिलाप ऑल्सो फॉर गिविंग अस अ प्लेटफॉर्म वेयर वी कैन ask people to donate to Hemkund Foundation. And thanks to Hemkund Foundation and all those volunteers who has been on the ground and doing lot of difficult things to do, like इस मोमेंट पे मुझे नहीं लगता कोई भी घर से बाहर निकलने के बाद सेफ रहता है। घर पे भी नहीं है तो सेफ, घर से
Exactly.
बाहर तो बहुत ही डेंजरस है। एंड देन ऑल्सो देर आर पीपल who has been doing lot of stuff which मे बी कभी किसी को पता ही न चले कि उन्होंने ऐसा ऐसा भी किया है, राइट? सम untold stories which will always be there. So at least we can do the least here, right? कि हम लोग जो भी थोड़ा बहुत छोटा डोनेशन करके थोड़ा लीस्ट कर पा रहे हैं। सो एनीवे थैंक यू सो मच गाइज फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. इतने रात हो गया, वैसे भी अब टाइम हो गया इंडिया में सोने का, तो अपन लोग भी जाएंगे एंड हम भी सोएंगे. कल से अपना भी वर्क स्टार्ट है. तो गुड नाइट एवरीवन
Good night,
एंड
everyone.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
Take
see you
care.
guys
Bye.
next time with another stream और another video. एंड हम लोग फिर दोबारा कोडेड जरूर लाएंगे अगर पॉसिबल हुआ. अगर हमें कोई और कॉज दिखा तो कोडेड विल कम बैक विद अनदर कॉज and with another plan to do something better to help people as well in learning, as well as maybe we will donate something good. अभी पता नहीं कि मनी ही होगा या और भी कुछ भी हो सकता है. So we'll see. But yes, thanks for loving and thanks for giving us support. And I hope कि आप लोग support करते रहोगे future में भी, and we will be back. So bye bye. Take care.
And
Good
Bye,
night.
guys.
good night,
And
Thank you, guys. Bye.
see you guys.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Bye.
See you
Take
guys.
care.
Bye bye.
And you can still donate. So please check out the link in
Yeah.
the description.